Hi guys. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I think that's just the state of my life right now. Hi guys. Can everybody see and hear me? That's good. Oh my god. I look as frazzled as I actually am. Oh my goodness. I Good even died. Hello. Hi Ellery. Hey Milo. Hey Rex. Hey Natty. Hey Laser. Hey guys. Welcome. How is everybody? Ben. Hey Allie. Hello. So I scheduled the stream earlier today. Today's been a day. Scheduled the stream. Hey Boots Cat. Hey Boots the Cat. Hey Texas. How are you doing out there? Are you okay? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for eating. I got the stream set up earlier, like hours ago, and then went, oh, I'm gonna lay down before like, dinner and all those things. And I woke up and it was 10 till 8 and I was like, oh dear. Of course it is. Hello. I don't know how to say your username. I'm so sorry, but welcome. As existence, you're good. Thank you, Natty. Existence is otherwise good. I've got to go to Goodwill and I found a few books for the collection today. Patrick. Oh. Where am I? Let's see. Oh, Milo, you finally made it to the post office. Thank you. That's so sweet. Because I was afraid of the people being mean, and the lady was nice and helped me ship the books. So expect Cheetah Girls. Yay! More Cheetah Girls streams. Thank you, Milo. That's so sweet. Everybody say thank you to Milo. It's been raining a little, but my rain is frozen, so yeah, it's raining quite a bit right now. You might even be able to hear it, like natural ambient sounds for the background. That was a mess. I was trying not to do that. I really hope you get the book soon because oh, you're good. It'll come. It'll surely show up. I really appreciate it. Hey Daniel. Yeah, I was just telling them I populated the stream, thought everything was good, and then laid down and fell asleep until 10 till 8, and then woke up to a bunch of people being like, the thumbnail's wrong. I was like, shit. So I'm like, I'm just like running. We should be good now, though. We'll have school tomorrow, but we have a 2-hour delay. Ooh, I'm sorry. Sims announced a new generation expansion pack today, and they've started adding more disability rep. That's good. Currently, it's good. We like to see that. Yeah. Oh, good for you, Natty. Sorry, I'm very grateful that people let me know because I had no idea. It looked fine from where I was, and I was like, oh dear. No, I very much appreciate it. I just was like mad at myself because I was like, damn, now I'm running late and my thumbnail is messed up. But no, I appreciate it. Don't be sorry. Finishing 4 podcast episodes, RPA video, running the rest of the series. Yeah, I have to work on finishing my Phantom Investigators video. Danielle, I have new Phantom Investigator videos coming out on the 13th of every month. Yay! Yeah, there's, I haven't been to the post office this week. I need to go. Sammy, I'm good. How are you? It's been a bit of a long day, but it hasn't been a bad day. I'm excited for us to read Ducky's Diary. It's one of the ones I read as a kid. I'm excited too. Ducky is my favorite. I love him. Rep in question is base game hearing aids. Ooh, glucose meters. That's good. I like that. Oh, nice. Gender affirming is good. Disability rep is good. That's good. I haven't played Sims in forever. I should probably get back into it. Disney fairy tales. There's always a happy ending. Actual fairy tales. There's always a happy ending. But before that, let's cook children. Yeah, so Ducky's a really good character. He's such a sweetheart. There's also sad and lonely side to him, which is relatable. Yeah, I love Ducky. Watch your latest video. Beyond Belief. Yes, I was so glad to get the Beyond Belief video out. I promise it will not be... How many months has it been between Beyond Belief? I promise it won't be that many again. Thanks again for the latest video. No problem, Paulo. We were covering it, and I was like, I hope this is, like, the one that Paulo... I hope there isn't, like, a second wrestler one. And he's gonna be like, this is the wrong wrestler one. I had a lot of fun showing my friend Gabe. It was the one. Yay! Playing too much Doom. I've never actually played Doom. Brother Grimm fairy tales. Kindle when I was little. Aw. Where she picks up, we're always tame side. So, yeah. Let's look at our book for tonight. By the way, hi. Welcome to Fairy Tale February. We're not gonna just do all fairy tales throughout the month because we have a lot of other things we want to read that are not fairy tale related. But you know how, like, when it's Christmas, you want to slip in a Christmas thing here and there? I figured we should start off Fairy Tale February with a bang. The fact that I don't have enough space to juggle all of my this is kind of unfortunate, but talking to three guys at once is I know that. Should we read Beloved? I don't know what that is. Hey, Kokski. Have you ever heard of the original Peter Pan? Like, before it was a play, it was fucked. Yeah, no, it was fucked. And her boyfriend were like play fighting. Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, and her boyfriend said, who? And I aged 35 years. Oh my god. Dandy update for the week. Oh, nice! Druid turned into a dog. The rogue dagger had to case the building with plan to use. That's so cute! I love it. I love it. Thinking you'd start with the Stinky Cheese Man for Fairy Tale. Oh my god, that just unlocked a memory. And moving past, oh gosh, that sounds like a lot. It's a lot. I read it in AP Lit. Never heard of him. I'm gonna hear by Tina Turner is playing. Now that's gonna be my head. Hey Noah! Finished crocheting my Snow White doll. Yay! Picking pot holders for my mom's birthday. Cute! Just in time with Snow White too. We are doing Fairy Tale February. And so my mind is like, I think everybody's mind is just very like, well, I should say, most people are probably like, what? That's a thing? I'm very excited for fairy tales this month. Okay. Thank you, Paulo. Sorry, I haven't checked the comments on that video in a few hours, so I will get to it. We love that. We do love that. Mm. I love following the crocheting adventures on Instagram, Noah. I won't forget those, Patrick. We also have Kingdom Keepers. We also have some other stuff, but we don't have to just do fairy tales just only for the month because I don't want to put on hold stuff that we actually want to do. And Gabe and I are about to start going through Model Land, which is going to be a lot. Hi, Tarfield Owl. We're going to read today, but gonna spill nothing. I loved, this is a trilogy of books. Actually gonna clear away my food. I'll keep my chips here. And get to the book. Hey, Cameron. Room for mermaids. Huh. Model It. Yep, Model It. I found one. We were talking about it the last time Gabe was here to film videos. And I found a copy for $4 on Thrift Books. So that's a thing now. Sentence only heard Model Land for and got me excited. Gabe and I are gonna read it together, and Gabe should be here to do the first stream either tomorrow or Saturday. Animorphs soon. I said I wanted to finish California Diaries before we got to Animorphs because like California Diaries has been our like kitten streams, although tonight might be a kitten stream too. So Animorphs can like fill that place for us for a little while. Oh, that's so cool. I love the D&D updates, Ellery. Just chill out and listen because I'm still not feeling right. I'm sorry, Patrick. I hope you feel better soon. Kitten streams. We're also going into kitten season, so I might have some foster kittens soon and be doing our own DIY kitten streams. Oh yeah, I was reading Gabe just the synopsis and it was this long. And he was just like, "Oh god. Oh god." I'm like, "You wish it was over." He's like, "This is the synopsis? This is the like I can't even imagine what the actual book is going to be." Disney had Descendants first. Tell company said, "We're doing Ever After High about children fairy characters," and Disney was like, "No, you're not." And people forget how hardcore Disney could be. Oh yeah. Straight up wanted Snow White's heart cut out. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They call that era of Disney, not to get super sidetracked, but here I go getting sidetracked. It's called like what is it called? The Tar and Honey era or something like that, because it's like this really, it's like Snow White is a great example. It's this very like upbeat, happy, everybody, happy music, everybody's like, blissfully unaware. But then it's mixed with like these really dark scenes of like the huntsman going to cut out Snow White's heart, or the witch, or the evil queen becoming the witch, which is just a terrifying sequence. Really School Kids. Yes. Patrick sent me one, and I think did I find another one at Goodwill today? I'll have to look back. I found a bunch of things at Goodwill. The book is unhinged, is what it's going to be. Oh yeah, I'm so glad to have Gabe with me, not just so that we can both take turns reading, but mostly just because Gabe is great, and I can't wait to have him to lean on for that. We have ADHD. It's fine. We all have ADHD. We trigger each other's ADHD. The tone shifts over. There were so many tone shifts just in the synopsis. I was like, you have got to be kidding me right now. This isn't a real book. They did have pretty dark moments. Not old fairy tale dark, no, but still dark. Oh god, today is Bill Murray Day. I always feel so bad for the groundhog. They just pull him out of his little house. He's all like warm. It's like 5 in the morning. All these guys in top hats are just like, what do you see, little buddy? Can't wait to be in chat and watch Chaos Unfold. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. Any plans for games for streaming after Kingdom Hearts? We have some plans to stream intermittently with Kingdom Hearts, but honestly, obviously before Kingdom Hearts is done, because it's gonna be a long time before we play through all of them. I want to do some DS streams so we can do Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton and the Nancy Drew DS games. But honestly, Kingdom Hearts is probably gonna take close to another year at the rate we're going, so I haven't really thought post Kingdom Hearts yet. Animations, it's my birthday. Happy birthday! I hope you're feeling better in time for your birthday. Here, the groundhog probably gets to just chill. Yeah, that is true. He has a very part-time job. I can see that. Wizards don't need computers. Zombies don't play soccer. The one that Patrick sent was, he sent me 2 Monster High books. Bailey School Kids. It was Vampires Don't Wear Polka Dots. I'm excited for that one. Better already. Yay! What do you see, little buddy? For the last time, I have no effect on your weather. Please leave me alone. And also, you're pulling me out under all of these TV lights. So of course, I'm always going to see my shadow. Good first grade about a groundhog ends with people being dumb enough to believe the groundhog saw his shadow because the newspaper took a flash photo. That's funny. Watch of my favorite shows and movies. That's fun. I love that. You see the groundhog working at McDonald's on the weekend. He's the main thing throughout the year. Happy birthday. I think it is. Yeah, it is, because I looked at it. I was like, this is #1 of the Bailey School children. And I remember the vampires. I was like, vampires don't. What's the rest of it? Wear polka dots. I remembered it. Episodes and next the Great Discovery. Ooh, that sounds fun. Bailey School Kids collection everywhere. Couldn't find the whole thing. That's the first book. I have Vampires Don't Wear Polka Dots. And I don't think I actually found another Bailey School. I think I found one that just reminded me of Bailey School. So, I only have that one. Hopefully I'll be able to find more, though. What Friday will you be free to visit a haunted island? Ooh, haunted island. Let's say, today's Thursday, right? Let's say, are you free a week from tomorrow? We'll have to start over and re-rescue our 4 little children. The Phoenix Wright streams. Most largely play. I'm excited too. I haven't really played them that much. Walk through and nip sucking. Thank you. I'm excited. I'm very excited to get back to some puzzle games. Holes. I have seen the movie. I used to love the movie, but I haven't seen it in years, and I don't think I've ever read the book. I just remember Cyndi Lauper singing. That did unlock a core memory, Natty. YouTube. I will be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. I just had the book. Where did I put the book? It's gonna be an interesting night. Hang on. Book was on the floor. That's how unorganized I am. Don't mind me. Sure, my vocal cord should have recovered from the last time. Oh my god. I was just looking back at clips from that live stream the other day, and I was laughing so hard. I was like, we need to do that, another one of those again. Okay, so. There we go. Yes, I have Doritos. Don't be distracted by my Doritos and Sour Patch Twizzlers. This book, I don't know if anybody's actually read. I know that someone in chat, was it Owl, who just said they own the book, but they won't spoil anything. This was a trilogy of books. I own the first two. I actually should probably grab the third one off of eBay or something at some point. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Anyway, this was a trilogy of books by Adam Gidwitz. This was the first, this was his first time publishing novels. It was me. Okay. Thanks, Starfield Owl. I thought it was you, but I couldn't remember. Hi, Chris. Magician's Nephew. Ooh. Yeah, I saw a bunch of C.S. Lewis books when I was shopping around for books at Goodwill today. I only have Dark and Grim. I have Dark and Grim, and then what's the second one? It's yellow. In a Glass Grimly. I don't have the third one, the red one. That's the one that I need. I'm still working on Wishbone Frankenstein. Wishbone Frankenstein was a lot. We were all just like, oh my god. Sour Patch Twizzlers. My mom bought them to give out and we gave them out at Halloween, but we way overestimated how many we needed. And so there's just a whole, like, tubs of them left, so I've been just snacking on them. I also have this really horrible thing where I use them as straws in my fizzy water and juice, and everybody always is like, oh god. Music of the Vampires. Yes, that needs to be done soon. Cool Ranch flavor. I can turn over the Doritos if it's distracting. Sorry. And apparently my work has sent me up with a decent retirement plan. Nice. I at 29, almost 30, have had easier time getting retirement plan than life insurance, and life insurance than healthcare. That's how it do be sometimes. Like, we had trick-or-treaters, but it wasn't like last year we had a ton of trick-or-treaters, so we were like over-prepared. So we had like trick-or-treaters came, like trick-or-treating happened, but yeah, it was a little bit less this year. Twizzler for my first straw is my Coke. I'll probably do it at some point on this stream. Be 30 this year. Ooh, the big 30. I was talking to Maddie, and we were saying something about somebody, and I said, how old do you think they are? And she said, you know, younger than 30, older than us. And I was like, you realize that window's getting very small. Sounds like you're American. 0 trick-or-treaters this year. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, crappy healthcare. At least you're just like, oh, we at least have some healthcare, which is sad. But yeah, sorry, to get back on track, because this is quite a thick book. Well, it's not quite a thick book. It's like, okay, it's like 250 pages. We probably won't read the whole thing tonight, but if Gabe doesn't end up coming over tomorrow to start Model Land, we will read the other half of it tomorrow night. But basically, Adam Gidwitz, if I remember from my hyperfixation on this book trilogy in middle school. Middle school? Yeah, it came out in 2010, so I was an 8th grader. If I'm doing the math right, which I might not be. Hey, Terrific. Miss Rhoda came to visit me. No! Not on spooky season. Trick-or-treaters this year, but everyone was doing trick-or-treat. Yeah, Daniel and I talked about that in our Out of the Box video, about how, like, trunk-or-treat is becoming way more popular, especially, like, you know, and it makes sense. But yeah, I love getting trick-or-treaters. I'm always Last year we had a ton, and then this year we just had like a slightly below average amount. Barely enough to cover a funeral, even if my family wanted to bury me in a cardboard box, but you know, better than nothing. Better than nothing, I guess. That's all we can really ask for these days, apparently. I was 10 in 2010. Oh, so you're like my brother's age. Yeah, so if I remember correctly from my hyperfixation on these books from middle school, Adam Gidwitz was a kindergarten teacher, who is, in his own words, he was a terrible teacher because he didn't like to teach them anything, he just liked to read to them, which I think makes him sound like the best teacher. But basically, he was constantly reading to his students, and he was constantly looking for things to read to them. And he ended up going down the rabbit hole of like fairy tales and how dark they originally were, and then like how sanitized they got. So he thought, wouldn't it be fun to kind of take something that's at least much more heavily leaning on the original stories, weave them all together in a big long story, and then turn it into a chapter book for like a, not a YA, it's a little bit younger reading level than that, but like a junior novel or a juvenile fiction. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Getting pretty long. Can't decide if I should keep growing it a bit or cut it again. I was thinking literally the same thing about my own hair, Noah. How many siblings do you have? I just have one brother. He's 3 years younger. Camera. We're not doing that tonight, buddy. Yeah, the original stories are kind of effed up. Yes. I'm gonna give, this is obviously, again, like all the books we've read, children's book, but just a content warning, Brothers Grimm. If you know, you know. This is, again, for children. It's not like it's Game of Thrones or anything, but this is one of those books where you're like, ah, shit, this is a kid's book? Jeez. Middle grade, there you go. That's it. I read too many things to have this much trouble recalling words. I don't know. Candy. A good percentage of kids where I live. I wait for my old job. Aww. Like Mr. So-and-so. Shave the underside of my hair. I'm too scared. Everybody always told me to do that because I have such thick hair, and in the summer it just gets really, really hot, but I've also always been too scared. Brothers Grimm. No explanation needed. Nope, no explanation needed. Let's read the back of the book. Now that it is 8:45 and we haven't read any of it. Once upon a time, fairy tales were awesome. Follow Hansel and Gretel as they run away from their own story and into 8 other scary fairy tales. They'll encounter witches and warlocks, hunters with deadly aim, and bakers with ovens that are just right for baking children. Fun. It may be frightening, but unlike those other fairy tales, you know, these are true. And Al's Book Club for Kids. Al Roker has certified this book, you guys. That's how you know it's a classic. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of people just talking about how great these books are. Which, from my recollection, they were pretty great. That was Mario. That's cute. I always dress up, too. And half the time, they don't. Half of the kids didn't know who Elmo was. And I was just like, okay, kids, here's the thing. We need to have a talk. Minutes. Huh. Or jumbled, which word means what gets. That's true. That makes me feel a little bit better. Bitch to grow out. That's what I always was afraid of. I was like, how, this is gonna be so awkward to have to grow out. It's also super thick, but I never shave it. I've cut it into pretty much every hairstyle you can think of, but I've never shaved it. I don't think I could pull that off. Rediscovery. Maybe. I thought I knew what you were talking about, but now I'm confused. Wizard from Proud Family. Wait, what? Was he? I need to get reacquainted with Proud Family. So yeah, basically this is a book. This is a what the fuck, this is a kid's book, and it's that way on purpose. And I loved these as a kid. Wolf cut with bangs. Yeah, I kind of accidentally had a wolf cut over the. Now I'm just talking about my own hair. Sorry, just talk about me. I accidentally had a wolf cut, meaning I wasn't planning on getting a wolf cut, but then my hair, the way that it was layered and everything, ended up basically just being a wolf cut. And I liked it, so. Roker of Proud Family fame. Years they kept shaving it to avoid the awkward growing out. Yeah. Collarbones, and I cut it. And it looked ugly. Now I look back, I low-key miss it. I'm sure your hair, you have great hair, Noah. I'm sure your hair looks good any which way. All right. By the way, I have Christmas Stitch mug. Yay, Patrick! Uncle of the year. Quit my current job. I'm going to give myself an undercut. The trans flag inspired 3-color ombre. Oh, I love that. All right. Here, I'm reading the first page. Read on if you dare. As for this next story, it's really dark. Frightening things happen. You may feel upset. I'm talking to the big kids now. And as for the little ones, if they're still around, I warn you, I plead with you, make them go away. Don't let them hear this story. They may have nightmares. No, they will have nightmares. At least read it yourself first. Then, if you think they can take it, maybe you can read it to them. And then you have only yourself to blame if they can't sleep for a week. Other books. Oh, I've never seen this before. It's not other books by the author. It's other books you may enjoy. And then just like a bunch of books that are... It's basically like a recommendeds list, but for books. That's interesting. I wonder if the author had any hand in picking those books. The dedication says, to my family, obviously, which I think is very cute. Bye, little kids. I know we're very popular with 5-year-olds here, but bye, everybody. Hair at my current job. That's the way I was. My hair's, well, it's fading back into red now, but it's this purplish red because when I was working on set, I could never have unnatural hair because my hair color meant the difference between working or not. So it's little lists of recommendations in her books too. That's cute. I love that. You also use that, read it before giving it to your kids warning. Yeah, you can tell that this was written by a teacher, right? He talks a lot about like he's good at like helping the kids through like their feelings and being like, yeah, I know this is scary, but it's the real story. And then being like, please don't let little kids read this. Showed me Walking Dead at like 7, so they didn't care. My parents were very similar. They were like, nah. It was, my parents, I think, lived by the philosophy of, when it comes to scary things, it was like, Gonzo in Muppet Christmas Carol, where Riz is like, should we be worried about the kids in the audience? He's like, no, this is culture. Oh god, what's happening? Another thing that I am too old to understand on the internet is happening. Yesterday, stopped me to say. Still damp and looked. Oh, that's so cute though. I love when people do that. I always try to compliment people when I like their hair, glasses, makeup, nails, etc. Because we all need that sometimes. Right. Once upon a time, fairy tales were awesome. I know, you don't believe me. I don't blame you. A little while ago, I wouldn't have believed it myself. Little girls in red caps skipping around the forest, awesome? I don't think so. But then I started to read them, the real Grimm ones. Very few little girls in red caps in those. Well, there is one, but she gets eaten. Okay, you're probably saying, if fairy tales are awesome, why are the ones I've heard so unbelievably mind-numbingly boring? You know how it is with stories. Someone tells a story, then somebody repeats it, and it changes. Someone else repeats it, and it changes again. Then someone's telling it to their kid, and taking out all the scary, bloody scenes. In other words, the awesome parts. And the next thing you know, the story is about an adorable little girl in a red cap skipping through the forest to take cookies to her granny, and you're so bored you've passed out on the floor. The real Grimm stories are not like that. Take Hansel and Gretel, for example. Two greedy little children try to eat a witch's house, so she decides to cook and eat them instead, which is fair, it seems to me. But before she can follow through on her perfectly reasonable plan, they lock her up in an oven and bake her to death, which is pretty cool, you have to admit. But maybe it's not awesome. Except, and here's the thing, that's not the real story of Hansel and Gretel. You see, there is another story in Grimm's fairy tales, a story that winds all throughout that moldy, mysterious tome like a trail of breadcrumbs winding through a forest. It appears in tales you may never have heard, like Faithful Johann and Brother and Sister, and in some that you have, Hansel and Gretel, for instance. Sorry, I'm going to mispronounce every German word in this book. I apologize. It's the story of two children, a girl named Gretel and a boy named Hansel, traveling through a magical and terrifying world. It is the story of two children striving and failing, and then not failing. It is the story of two children finding out the meanings of things. Before I go on, a word of warning. Grimm's stories, the ones that weren't changed for little kids, are violent and bloody. And what you're going to hear now, the one true tale in Tales of Grimm, is as violent and bloody as you can imagine. Really. So if things bother you, we should probably stop. So if such things bother you, we should probably stop right now. You see, the land of Grimm can be a harrowing place, but it is worth exploring, for in life, it is in the darkest zones one finds the brightest beauty and the most luminous wisdom. And of course, the most blood. That is the introduction by the author. There's a police helicopter, they know. No! Better to teach your kids that it's okay and normal to be afraid when they're still kids rather than sheltering them. Agreed. I imagine that this guy was a great kindergarten teacher. I have to only assume. It knocks out Rapunzel. Oh yeah, no, Rapunzel is one of the darker ones. Jeez. Oh gosh, Milo, that is terrifying. Hansel and Gretel send them out to die. We're going to cover that, at least in this version. There's many versions of all these stories because they were oral tradition, but yeah. Very annoying, and yes, pretty scary sometimes. Ew. I'm so sorry, Milo. Pepper spray is illegal? Oh my god. Is confused in American. Meanwhile, like, tasers are seen as, like, the non-violent weapon of choice. Alright. So we're gonna start with Faithful Johann. These stories are all interconnected. They're woven into one big story, but you will recognize each story on its own, probably, if you've done any studying of Grimm fairy tales or anything like that. No, and I don't go out alone at night. That's good. No one go out alone at night. That's just a good rule of thumb for everybody. Be much more fun as a stream than it was as my college major. Yeah. And again, this was rewritten this is basically the original Grimm's fairy tales that's been rewritten by a teacher to appease to middle schoolers. So there's a lot going on for it. Hey, Anton. I join in at... Oh gosh, we're just starting A Tale Dark and Grim. It is a retelling of Grimm's fairy tales into a middle grade novel. Starting the book. Yeah, right on time, actually. Run, Anton. No. No one tase anybody. Alright. This is chapter 1, but we're on Faithful Johann. I believe Johann is how you're supposed to say it. No, I would never. Once upon a time, in a kingdom called Grimm, an old king lay on his deathbed. He was Hansel and Gretel's grandfather, but he didn't know that. for neither Hansel nor Gretel had been born yet. Now, when we get to the dark text, this is the author cutting in. Now, hold on a minute. I know what you're thinking. I'm well aware that nobody wants to hear a story that happens before the main characters show up. Stories like that are boring because they all end exactly the same way, with the main character showing up. But don't worry, this story is like no story you've ever heard. You see, Hansel and Gretel don't just show up at the end of the story. They show up, and then they get their heads cut off. Just thought you'd like to know. This is a children's book, YouTube. Just letting you know, YouTube censors, when you complain in the morning and tell me that I have limited ads on this video, this is a children's book. Why are we threatening Anton? No, just... God. Okay. Just thought you'd like to know. Thank you, Adam. It's Adam, right? I'm not calling him by the wrong name. Adam Gidwit, yes. The old king knew he was soon to pass from this world, and so he called for his oldest and most faithful servant. The servant's name was Johann, but he had served the king's father and his father's father and his father's father's father so loyally that they all called him Faithful Johann. Johann tottered in on bowed legs, heaving his crooked back step by step, leering with his one good eye. Johann needs a retirement package, is what we're saying. His long nose sniffed the air, his mouth puckered around 2 rotten teeth. But despite his grotesque appearance, when he came within view, the old king smiled and said, "Ah, Johann," and drew him near. The king's voice was weak as he said, "I am soon to die." Sorry, dude, that's a bummer. But before I go, you must promise me 2 things. First, promise me that you will be as faithful to my young son as you have been to me. Without hesitation, Johann promised. Again, Johann needs to retire, I think. The old king went on. Second, promise me that you will show him his entire inheritance, the castle, the treasures, all this fine land, except for one room. Do not show him the room with the portrait of the golden princess, for if he sees that portrait, he will fall madly in love with her, and I fear it will cost him his life. The king gripped Johann's hand. Promise me. Again Johann promised. Then the wrinkles of worry left the king's brow, and he closed his eyes and breathed his last. Soon the prince was crowned as the new king. He was celebrated with parades and toasts and feasts all throughout the kingdom. But when the revelry finally abated, Johann sat him down for a talk. First, Johann described to him all of the responsibilities of the throne. The young king tried not to fall asleep. Then he explained that the old king had asked him to show the young king his entire inheritance, the castle, the treasures, all the fine land, At the word treasures, the young king's face lit up. Not that he was greedy, it was just that he found the idea of treasures very exciting. Finally, Johann tried to explain his own role to the young king. I have served your father, and your father's father, and your father's father's father before that, Johann said. The young king started calculating on his fingers how that was even possible, but before he could get very far, Johann had moved on. They call me Faithful Johann because I have devoted my life to the kings of Grimm, to helping them, to advising them, to understanding them. Understanding them? The young king asked. No, understanding them. In the ancient sense of the word, standing beneath them, supporting them, bearing their troubles and their pains on my shoulders. The young king thought about this. So will you understand me, too? He asked. I will. No matter what? Under any circumstances. That's what being faithful means. Well, understand that I am tired of this and would like to see the treasures now. And the young king stood up. Faithful Johann shook his head and sighed. John from the Smurfs. Like Batman, Alfred. Carry my keys Wolverine style. I do that sometimes. Now he's lost. Oh god. Yeah, you'd think that they just take the portrait down. People in fairy tales have really weird ways of dealing with their stuff. Faithfully, yeah. Yep. Johann's been working for a long time. Anton's like, wait. Peter Parker. I will, but you're gonna be fine. Prince son of a bitch needs to get his ass whooped, right? We already are just like, All right. They began exploring every inch of the castle, the treasure, crypts, the towers, and every single room. Every single room, that is, save one. One room remained locked no matter how many times they passed it. Well, the young king was no fool. He noticed this, and soon he asked, "Why is it, Johann, that you show me every room in the palace, but never this room?" Johann squinted his one good eye and curled up his puckered toothed mouth. Then he said, "Your father asked me not to show you that room, Your Highness. He feared it might cost you your life." We have a cut in from the author. I'm sorry, I need to stop for a moment. I don't know what you're thinking right now, but when I first read this part of the story, I thought, what, is he crazy? Maybe you know something about young people, and maybe you don't. I, having been one myself once upon a time, know a few things about them. One thing I know is that if you don't want one to do something, for example, go into a room where there's a portrait of an unbearably beautiful princess, saying, "It might cost you your life," is about the worst thing you could possibly say, because then that's all the young person wants to do. I mean, why didn't Johann say something else? Like, "It's a broom closet." Why? You want to see a broom closet? Or, "It's a fake door, silly, for decoration." Or even, "It's the ladies' bathroom, Your Majesty. Best not go poking your head in there." Any of those would have been perfectly sufficient as far as I can tell. But he didn't say any of those things. If he had, none of the horrible bloody events to follow would ever have happened. Well, in that case, I guess I'm glad he told the truth. "Cost me my life," the young king proclaimed with a toss of his head. "Nonsense," he insisted. He be let into the room. First he demanded, but Johann refused. Then he commanded. Still Johann refused. Then he threw himself on the floor and had a fit, which was very unbecoming of a young man the king's age. Finally, faithful Johann realized there was little he could do, so wrinkling his old, malformed face into a wince, he unlocked the open door. The king I feel so bad for Johann. The king burst into the room. He found himself staring face to face with the most beautiful portrait of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Her hair looked like it was spun from pure gold thread. Her eyes flashed like the ocean on a sunny day. And yet, around her lips, there was a hint of sadness, loneliness. The young king took one look at her and fainted dead away. Later in his room, he came to. Johann hovered over his bed. "Who was that radiant creature?" the king asked. "That, Your Majesty, is the Golden Princess," Johann answered. "She's the most beautiful woman in the world," the young king said. And Johann answered, "Yes, she is." "And yet she looked almost sad. Why is that?" Johann took a deep breath and replied, "Because, young king, she is cursed. Every time she's tried to marry, her husband has died. And it is said that a fate worse than death is destined for her children, even if she should have any, if ever she should have any. She lives in a black marble palace topped with golden roof, all by herself, and you can imagine she is terribly lonely and terribly sad." The king sat straight up in his bed and grabbed the front of faithful Johann's tunic. And though he stared into the old man's face, he saw only the princess's ocean blue eyes and her lips ringed with sadness. Why am I picturing, like Johnny Bravo when I picture the prince? That's the energy that he's giving off. "I must have her," he said. "I will marry her. I will save her." Given toxic masculinity vibes. "You may not survive," Johann said. "I will survive if you help me. If you are faithful to me, you understand me, you'll do it." Johann feared the young king's life, but he had understood the young king's father, and his father's father, and his father's father's father. Before that, what could he say? Johann sighed. "I'll do it." "Johann, you don't need to be a people pleaser like that. You're good. You can not. You don't have to." I mean, did you ask her if she needed to be saved? Maybe she's just chilling with cats. You know, maybe she's just, maybe she's just chilling, you know. Death of the Prince King guy. Yeah, none of us are very big fans of him. Aren't you a little sad your dad just died? Like, damn, right. I need an explanation why the portrait hasn't been burned. I don't know. The explanation is Grimm's fairy tales, I guess. Me being a Latina Sagittarius, I mean, I can relate on a real level, but no. Go, Johan. Well, Mr. Author, I'm thinking, why is the stupid king bitch suddenly perceptive for the first time in his life? Thanks for asking. It's a good question. Simba-ass king. I laugh in the face of danger. What even is this heterosexual version of Dorian Gray fairy tale, right? It's a classic fairy tale. LMAO? Lie to him and say someone dreamed of her and don't tell him the truth that she's real. What the fuck? I know, there's so many things that could have been done. We know Hansel and Gretel are the crown prince and princess royalty, royal of the land. Good job, king dude. She's cursed to have every lover die, and you put this in a royal palace where a king could find it. Yeah, it feels like it's an assassination attempt, doesn't it? Dude's immoral. Oh yeah, the king, the new king, the prince king, he sucks, yeah. That can cut like... King equals man-child, yes. This is one day people-pleasing is overrated and often not worth the effort. Yep, something I'm trying to teach myself to this very day. All right, let's see. Take a sip of my drink. If anybody's wondering, because I usually get asked, it's not tea tonight. It is peach sparkling water and some cranberry juice. Listen here, kids. Don't put men in power, especially in kingdoms. Yeah, they're getting there. We're just in setup mode right now. We're only 12 pages in. This book is not boring. It has breakneck speed, from what I remember. Wondering what that was. Yeah. People always ask if it's tea, if it's coffee. What is it? Today it's peach sparkling water and cranberry. BRB. Okay, Texas. It was widely known that in all the Golden Princess's days of loneliness, the only thing Camera know that gave her any modicum of happiness was gold. So Johann told the king to gather all of the gold in the kingdom, and all of the gold in the kingdom, oh my god, the economy, and command his goldsmiths to craft the most exquisite golden objects that the world had ever seen, which soon was done. Then Johann disguised himself as and the king as merchants and loaded a ship with golden goods. As they set off for the land, of the Golden Princess. As their ship's prow split the sea, Johann tutored the king in his part. You're a gold merchant, your majesty. The princess has always loved gold, but these days it is the only thing that gives her any joy. So when I bring her to the ship, charm her not only with your gentle manners and fine looks, but also with the gold. Then perhaps she will be yours. When the land something gold, something digger, let this boy in charge of the gold. Okay, Milo. One quote. What is a queen without a king? Historically better. Yeah. Johann for president, yeah. Charm her with cheese, Johann. Where was I? When they landed, the king readied the ship and tended to his merchant costume, while Johann, carrying a few golden objects in his bag, made his way to the towering ramparts of block marble where the gold princess lived. He entered the courtyard and there discovered a serving girl retrieving water from a well with a golden bucket. Pretty maid, he said, smiling his kind but unhandsome smile. Oh, poor Johann, I'm sure he's great. Do you think your lady might be interested in such trifling works of gold as these? And he produced two of the finest, most exquisite golden statuettes that man's hand had ever made. The girl was stunned by their beauty. Johann's flexing over here. She took them from Johann and hurried within. Not 10 minutes had elapsed before the golden princess herself emerged from the castle, holding the statuettes in her hands. She was as gorgeous as her portrait, more so in fact, and she greeted Johann. Her golden hair flashed in the light, and her ocean blue eyes danced with pleasure. Still around her lips, there was sadness. Tell me, old man, she said. Don't call him old man. Are these really for sale? I've never seen anything so beautiful or so fine. Faithful Johann bowed. But there is more, fair princess, much more. My master's ship is full of wonders, and they can be yours, if the price is right, if you will just accompany me down to the harbor. The princess hesitated for a moment. Since her last husband-to-be had died, she had not set foot outside the palace, but the allure of gold was too strong. She threw a shining traveling cloak over her shoulders and followed Johann to the boat. The young king, in his disguise as a merchant, greeted her. Her beauty was so stunning, her sadness so apparent, and so tender that he nearly fainted again, but somehow he did not. And she smiled at him and invited him to show her all the treasures he had brought to her fair land. As soon as they had descended below the deck, Johann hurried to the captain of the ship and in whispered tones instructed him to cast off for the shore and set sail for home immediately. Oh, they're kidnapping. Oh, they're doing a kidnapping. Okay. We have a cut-in from the author. Now, my young readers, I know just what you're thinking. You're thinking, stealing a girl. That is an interesting way of winning her heart. Allow me to warn you now that under any other circumstances, stealing a girl is about the worst way of winning her heart you could possibly cook up. But because this happened long ago in a faraway land, it seems to have worked. Of course it did. For the golden princess came back to the deck and saw that her land was far away from her. At first she did indeed protest, and fiercely too, that she had been carried away by low-born merchants. But when one of the, quote, merchants revealed himself to be a king, and revealed that, in addition, he was madly in love with her, and when, besides, Johann assured her that if she really wanted, she could go home, but she couldn't take the gold if she did, the princess realized that in fact, the young king was just the kind of man she would like to marry, and after all, and decided that she'd give the whole matrimony thing one last shot, and they all lived happily ever after. The end. There's obviously more to the story, but that's where the first chapter ends. Also light some curse candles. Let's see if we can affect this fiction king bitch, right? Kingdom are going to be like, please, sir, everyone is dying in the streets, for food is scarce. Meanwhile, Johann, with arms full of gold. Sorry, that sounds like a you problem. I mean, Johann's really been put in the middle of all this. I don't really blame him so much as I blame the king, but yeah, I see what you're getting at. Get my candles and potions for the hex. Give me a minute. Ooh, I need new candles. I used up all my candles. I'm just gonna have to contribute with intention. No, I will not go with you, even if I'm the prince king bitch. King, you say? She's already like the ruler of a country. She doesn't need this dude. Let's see Avery's first reaction to Doom. It's for streaming. Gosh, Oh gosh, that would be such a thing, wouldn't it? Someone please curse the prince to an eternal sleep. This is a fairy tale, right? There has to be a witch who could do us just that favor. Yep. Kingdom bankrupt because he wants to impress some girl he's never seen before. SMH. Yep. She's the man where she. Jeez, mine's Buddha. Hey, Tricia. Trisha, sorry. I was phonetically reading. Dollar Tree has good candles. Also, any white candles can make up for another color. Yes, I have heard that. 11, just 1 dozen Snoop Dogg candles for me, please. Yes, the Snoop Dogg votive candles. Light a candle from my end to do it. Thank you. I like this, what am I trying to say? It's like a coven relay race on the internet. I like this energy that we have going for ourselves. All right. What's the next? We've got another. All right. So that said, and they all lived happily ever after, the end. And then on the next page, are there any small children in the room? If so, it would be best if we just let them think this really is the end of the story and hurried them off to bed, because this is where things start to get, well, awesome, but in a horrible, bloody kind of way. Good night, Anton. As the ship plowed through the purple sea, the new lovers made moon faces at each other up near the bow. Faithful Johann was sitting near the back of the ship, admiring the success of his plan, when he noticed 3 ravens alight on the mast beam. The first raven motioned with his beak at the king and princess. What a lovely couple those two make, he said. And the second said, yes, too bad they won't stay that way. The first said, what do you mean? Well, the second one replied, when the ship gets to land, a beautiful chestnut stallion will canter up to the group, and the king will decide to ride it back to the castle. But if he does, he will be thrown from its back and die. Good God, that's horrible, said the first raven. Is there nothing anyone can do? They were on the good shit back in the Grimm's fairy tale days, I think. Oh, there is, said the second raven. Someone could kill the horse before the king mounts it. No, not the horse. But what good is that? For if someone did it and told why he did it, he would be turned to stone, from the tips of his toes to the knobs of his knees. To stone? Asked the first raven. To stone, answered the second. The third raven, who'd been listening quietly, cut in at this point. It gets worse, you know, he said. If by some chance the 2 lovers escape this danger, another lies ahead. For when they arrive at the gates of the castle, a beautiful bridal gown made of pure gold will be laid out on a bed of purple flowers. The princess will want to wear it, of course, but if she touches it, she will be consumed by a ball of fire and burned to a cinder right there on the spot. How? Good God, cried the first raven. Is there nothing anyone can do? Oh, there is, said the third raven. If someone were to pick up the dress before she could and throw it in the fire, the princess would live. But what good is that? For if someone did it and told why he did it, he would be turned into stone from the knobs of his knees to the core of his heart. To stone, repeated the first raven. To stone, confirmed the third. There's a lot of repetitive action in Brothers Grimm. Nor is that all, said the second raven morosely. If one of the 2 lovers if the 2 lovers avoid that tragedy, a final one awaits. When they are married and begin the wedding dance, the new queen will swoon and fall to the floor and die. Good God, that's the worst thing yet, cried the first raven. They're like, that's worse than the king dying. We don't care about him. Is there nothing anyone can do? Oh, there is, said the third. If someone were to bite the new queen's lip and suck 3 drops of blood from it with his mouth, she would live. What the fuck? But what good is that? For if someone did it and told why he did it, he would be turned to stone from the core of his heart to the top of his head. To stone, said the first. To stone, replied the second. To stone, echoed the third. And with that, the 3 ravens shook their black beaks, sighed sadly, and flew away. Faithful Johann buried his head in his hands, for he had heard all. He knew what he would have to do, and that it could not come to good. Poor Johann. 3 drops of blood is like so specific. Oh yeah, they're very specific in these books. And yes, poor Johann. Toy wax candles embedded with crystals and essential oils for various intentions. Nice, very nice. My mom makes candles. I need to teach her. I need to ask her to teach me how to make them. Candles that were made with specific intentions. Is coming back to me from the book. It gets weird here. Oh yeah, no, it's coming back to me too, Owl. It gets very, very weird. If you think it's weird now, just wait, because these Grimm fairy tales were messed up. All right. Just as the ravens had foretold, after the ship landed and the king and his wife-to-be had been greeted by all the servants and courtiers from the castle, a beautiful chestnut stallion cantered up to the group. The king, taken with the beast's beauty, announced that it would bear him in triumph back to the castle. But before he could mount it, oh no, oh no, oh no, Johann slipped onto his back. I don't like hearing about animal violence, so I'm going to read past this very, very quickly. Drew a blade and cut the horse's throat. So cute, still with warm red blood. Oh god, collapsed to the ground in a heap. Poor horse. I know it's not a real horse, but damn, I hate it. Cries of shock went up from the crowd. The other servants who had never loved misshapen Johann whispered to kill the king's new stallion. Treason! Treason! The king looked back and forth between Johann and the dead horse. Johann's face had no expression. At last the young king said, Johann was faithful to my father, and to my father's father, and to my father's father's father. He has always understood us, so I will understand him. If he does it, it must be right. Not another word was said about the subject. And the party proceeded afoot back to the palace. When they arrived at the gate, they saw a beautiful golden bridal gown lying on a bed of purple roses. Oh, I shall wear it in the wedding, the queen-to-be exclaimed, running to take hold of the marvelous garment. But before she could reach it, Johann grabbed it from the flower bed and strode into the great hall, where he threw it into the fire. Couldn't he have just told him not to ride the horse? Wouldn't that have been better? Yay, King and Johann bromance. Fried green tomatoes. It was $5 at Walmart. Thank you, Patrick. It's very sweet. Get last thing though. Again. She wear it in the wedding, but before she could reach it, Johann grabbed it from the flower bed and strode into the great hall, where he threw it into the fire. Again, the party was taken with cries of shock and dismay. The servants huddled together and whispered, treason, treason. But the king hushed them. Johann has always been faithful to me and to my family, so I will be faithful to him. If he does it, it must be right. The young king and golden princess were married the very next day. This was a very whirlwind relationship. The princess looked particularly beautiful, her ocean blue eyes brimming with joy, but Johann watched anxiously. They moved to dance and the music began, but they had not taken 2 steps when the new queen suddenly swooned and fell to the ground. Before anyone else could move, Johann swept in, lifted her to his chest, and carried her out of the hall. He hurried through empty hallways carrying the new queen in his arms to a narrow, winding staircase that led to the highest turret in the castle, his private chamber. When they arrived, he placed her carefully on the floor. This is sus. This is so sus. Bent over her and with his 2 rotten teeth bit her lip until he drew blood. Then, ever so tenderly, the unhandsome man sucked 3 drops of blood from her lip with his mouth. What the fuck, Germany? Wait, I know a different version of this story. I studied the Scandinavian version. Yay! Not the Brothers Grimm version in uni, and it's super unhinged now and ends in that version. Yeah, there's more. Yep, there's a lot. There's a lot going on with this one. Finally cry. As if I haven't cried more than once on this channel. Well, this is gonna end badly, yes. Yes, the prince looked beautiful. He probably did also look beautiful, but that's not what it said, and then it was directly talking about the princess, and I was like, oh, I misread it. Sure to see the Cinderella ballet. Yay! Hey, Chris. It's been a long day. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We are reading A Tale Dark and Grim, which is unhinged. We're only 20 pages in, and if I remember correctly, it gets even more unhinged. I think this book left me shocked and confused when I finished. Yeah, Yeah, this was the most unhinged book I had read at the time. Young 13-year-old me had no idea what kind of media I would be covering on the internet in a decade or so. More than that. This book is 13 years old this year. The queen began to stir, but just then the king burst into the room. He had followed Johann all through the palace and had watched at a crack in the door as Johann, his once faithful Johann, had done something unspeakable to his new queen. Well, sir, if you had been the one to suck 3 drops of blood out of her lip, then maybe none of this would have happened. That's what husbands are supposed to do. Treason, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Treason! The other servants quickly ran to their king's aid. King, Johann said, please, trust me. Take him to the dungeon, the young king shouted. Tomorrow he dies. The next day, Johann was led from the dungeons to the top of a funeral pyre. Oof. Then there he was tied to a torch, was ready to set the great stack of hay and tinder on fire. The king watched with his new queen at his side. She had fully recovered from the day before, but both were black and their faces were somber. He was like a father to me, the young king said. The queen took his hand. The executioner lit his torch and brought it to the pyre, sparks leaping eagerly at the dry tinder. Behind the king, the jealous servants muttered and smiled to one another. Just before the executioner could set the pyre alight, Johann called out, King, to whom have I been faithful, and to whose father, and whose father's father, and whose father's father's father? I was faithful before that. Will you allow me to speak before I die? The young king sadly inclined his head and said, Speak. And so Johann spoke. He told of seeing the 3 ravens on the ship. He told of hearing them speak. He told of their prophecy and their chestnut stallion, and of the chestnut stallion. And as he told it, he turned a stone from the tips of his toes to the knobs of his knees, and the spectators gasped, but Johann went on. He told of the raven's prophecy and of the bridal gown, and as he did, he turned the stone from the knobs of his knees to the core of his heart. In the crowd, mouths fell open. Finally, he told of the raven's prophecy of the wedding dance, and when he had turned the stone from the core of his heart to the top of his head, he died. A great wail went up from all assembled, for they had learned too late that Johann had been faithful to the very end and had given his life for his king. The king and the queen, in an effort to honor his memory, took faithful Johann, grotesque even in stone, and placed him beside their bed, so that every morning when they woke up and every evening when they lay down, they would be reminded of his faithfulness and the great debt they owed him. I need a minute for that. I forgot that part. Is King dumbass a dumbass? Yes. Yes, he is. Welcome back, Texas. Dude, she swooned. Sorry, did you think that was normal? Happy 16th birthday, Toonie. We all feel very old. Podcast about old way to watch stuff before streaming. Oh, that also makes me feel old. I'm just kidding. That sounds like an interesting podcast. Would it make you happier to know this is notably tamer so far from the Scandinavian version? Yes, but also no. I'm with Natty. What the fuck? Oh, we're buckle up, kids. Dark AF. I tried to tell you, it's Grimm fairy tales. You can be like that sometimes. Are we going code level kitten? Ayo. We got kids not in front of Johann. Yeah, right. I thought the same thing. Hey, Kellen. Let's see if they go to the full ending. I feel old. If I'm remembering this book correctly, they're going to an ending that I think you will be familiar with, Ellery. But again, I haven't read this since. Yeah, by the bed, right? I feel old. Don't feel old yet. something like that. IDK. Just my son. We're all going through it, Texas. Fucking holy water, holy cow. Lucia, I tried to warn everybody. Yeah, TikTok is thanks, Chris. Yeah, we're going kitten. We're going code level kittens. We're just getting it out of the way now. Kittens. Let's see. Kids. Hey, Dad, why is there that creepy statue by the bed? King. It's not a statue. It's my best friend's dead body. Jesus Christ. The king and queen redacted. They're redacted to redact. Yes, I believe so. There's a lot of redacted in there, but I believe yes. "22 watchers. We are popular." Oh! What, are you saying you don't want adorable kittens? Not sharing the right screen. This is not kittens. I want to see my cute kittens. There we go. Oh, look at the kitties. Look at the kitties. Take any excuse for the kitties. Kitty just like Monsters Inc. Yeah. Dark shit has happened. Bring in the party. Bring in the Perry. I don't know where Perry is. She's forsaken us in our time of need. For those who are new, when we read something that is particularly this level of kind of dark or sad, we put on kittens to help us feel better. These are kittenrescueexplore.org. Go look them up on their YouTube channel. I always try to shout them out because the kitten cams that we watch are all we put on by fosters or shelters to raise awareness for fostering and adopting from shelters. So I want to put that out there. The wallpaper. I know, isn't it cute? Look at the foxes and the bunnies. It's too cute. So, Texas, I'm with you, but also I know where this is going, so I'm just gonna save us some time. Just gonna save us a couple time and just go code level kitten now. Alright, the end. Well, not really. More like the beginning, for it is here that the tale of Hansel and Gretel truly begins. The king and the queen soon had a pair of beautiful twins, a girl and a boy. They named the boy Hansel and the girl Gretel. They were the light of the parents' lives. Hansel was dark like his father. Oh! Cats! They're talking! The hop, they're so cute. The bunnies help, though. With black curly hair and charcoal eyes, Gretel was fair like her mother, with hair that looked like it was spun from pure gold thread, and eyes that shone like the sea. They were happy children, full of play and mischief and joy. So happy were they, in fact, that they nearly made their parents forget the faithful servant who had saved their lives and how they had betrayed him. Nearly, but not quite. How do you nearly forget that? And one day, as the king played with Hansel and Gretel at the foot of his bed, and the queen was off in chapel praying, he began to cry. He understood me, the king said, though I did not understand him. He fell to the foot of the statue and wept. When his tears touched the stone, something miraculous happened. Johann spoke. "There is a way, king," the stone Johann said. Stone Johann would be a great name for a band. "To rescue me from this rock, if you truly wish it." "Oh, I do," the king cried. "I'll do anything, anything." And Johann said, "There are no young children in the room, right? You're certain? Okay." And Johann said, "You must cut off the heads of your children and smear my statue with their blood." It's a children's book, YouTube. It's a children's book, I swear to God. and then and only then will I return to life. Remember what I told you would happen when Hansel and Gretel finally showed up? Yeah. The king collapsed on the bed weeping, but he felt that he had no choice. You understood me always, no matter what, he said, but I will understand you. He beckoned Hansel and Gretel to his side, drew a sword from its place on the wall, and cut off their heads. Their lifeless bodies dropped to the floor. How we doing, guys? What the freaking fuck? I was excited for this stream. Keep hearing the kittens and thinking it's scary. He needs to what now? Mm-hmm. This is a children's book. Where the story goes. Me too, Lucia, me too. It gets better if it makes you feel better. Wait, this is a kid's book? This is a children's book written by a kindergarten teacher for middle schoolers. Austin. Hey, Adriel. Yeah, we're already on kitten. We're already on code level kitten. Exactly the end I thought it would be. There's more. We're not done yet. That's it. Bring in the Doomslayer. To say. Who's to say, really? Look at the little white feet! The little kitty boots! Johann, murder your children, and I'll come back to life. King. Okay. Right? Like, right? It's like, what the fuck? Okay. Continuing on. See? That's just the author's note. You guys can't see it, but it's just one word up here at this top page and nothing else on this page. It just says, see? The king told their... Let me try that again. The king took their blood on his hands, smeared it on the statue. Just as he had foretold, Johann returned to life and covered in children's blood. Holy fuck. And the king, despite the blood and through his tears at his own children's death, threw his arms around faithful servant Johann. The end. There's more. It's not the end. 14, why am I here? Lucia, I'm so sorry. I was younger than you when I read this book for the first time. Wait, how did the kids come back? We're getting there. But just so you know, I will not be upset if you leave. I tried to put a content warning in the description box just for this reason. Yes, this is Fairy Tale February. These are books based on... This is why we're reading this today. This is based on actual, very real fairy tales. That's why they're so fucked up. I want someone to platonically love me the way King Bitch Boy loves Johann, right? 13, I think I might be the youngest. Oh god, we have children. Guys, we have children. Oh gosh. Yeah, so I was your age when I first read this book, but also I feel kitten can be less loud. It sure can. Sorry, cats are. We love you, cats. Is that better? Hale reminds me of a fairy tale I read as a kid about a lady trapped. The right cat who could only use food by the same method. Yeah, these are Grimm's fairy tales. They were translated. There are versions of them from all over the world. They are chatty. Now I need to get my 10-year-old in here. Oh god. I swear this is a children's book. It's a tale dark and grim. But yes, these are based on actual traditional fairy tales. Grimm's fairy tales. Okay. The end. Nearly. Johann smiled, his sweet, crooked smile, and said, "You have understood me, at the greatest cost." And he placed little Hansel's head back in his body and little Gretel's head on hers, and instantly they began to leap and play as if nothing happened, and as if they were not covered in blood, and the king threw his arms around them, and then again around Johann, and they all laughed with joy. The end. Trauma! Trauma. The end almost. I'm gonna just take a second. I'm gonna take a breather. How's everybody doing? Please don't text us. Okay, 1, wild that there are kids in the chat for once. 2, please don't share your exact ages with strangers. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, please don't share personal information on the internet. this chat is full of nice people, but you never know who's in chat when it's a public forum. So thank you for that reminder, Ellery. Interesting. They apparently, it's like they didn't even happen. They don't even remember it. Welcome to the world of fairy tale. But I'm an adult, so I can do that. We're adults, so we can make poor choices for ourselves, but we try to model better choices for younger people. I don't know. Fairy tales are so violent sometimes. Yes. Yes, that's the whole point of this book. We are kicking off Fairy Tale February with a bang, guys. You guys are gonna... Gabe's gonna get here from Model Land and you're gonna be like, oh my god, thank god. Yeah, guys, try to keep chat clean. We've got actual children in chat tonight. Better sound, yes. Okay, good. I was gonna use this one as a straw, but it's all, like, smushed. It's always better to lean on the side of caution. Yes. Always lead on the side of caution when you're on a public forum on the internet. Because you never know who's on the other side. Dunking the drink? The rest of them don't look as smushed, so I can use those as straws. Cat's butt, yes. Thank you, Ellery, for bringing the awesome dad vibes as an awesome mod. We appreciate. Ah! There's a cat fur, and there's not even a cat in the room right now. Those kittens are adorable. They look like they're going to be adopted out any day now. Okay. We all good? Have we adjusted? Actually, let me make sure. Make sure I wasn't missing a message from Gabe as we speak. After my extremely harrowing experience picking up my prescription from the Walmart pharmacy. Yay! Perry is always here, even in hair, even in spirit. Oh, Milo will be here for more stuff. Milo, this book is... Grimm's fairy tales are just a lot, alright? Someone fill in chat. They're fine. The preface, the children characters are fine now. They just probably have a lot of trauma. As does everyone. I'm gonna get an email from YouTube. You knew that was going to happen. Yeah, some people in this chat know the old stories better than the rest of us. The narrator said so. The narrator did say so. That is true. All right. For just then, the king heard the queen's footsteps echoing in the hall. This is gonna be a weird one to explain to your wife. He looked at Johann back from the dead and their children covered in blood. Quickly, he said, and hurried them into a wardrobe. When the queen came into the room, he asked her how her prayers had gone, and she replied, I can barely pray. I only think of Johann and how we failed him. And the king replied, what if I told you, dear queen, that there was a way to repay our debt to Johann and to bring him back to life, but that it was a terrible way, and it would cost us everything that is most dear to us? What would you say? Anything, the queen cried. Anything we can do must be done. We owe it to him. Even if it meant killing our 2 children, the king asked. The queen gasped. She fell to the floor and wept bitterly. At last she said, I would never do it. I could never do it, but I know we should. We owe him our lives. But what about your children's lives? They're not any part of this. Thank God you said that, the king exclaimed. And that's why, as he said this, he opened the wardrobe doors and out came 2 Their two beloved children, all covered in blood, followed by a living, breathing Johann. The queen screamed and fainted. The king threw a basin of water in her face, and she woke up and screamed again. Then the king explained it all to her, and she wept and laughed and threw her arms first around her children, and after that around Johann's, and then she held them all at once and wept and laughed some more. And then, I imagine, got a divorce. That's what I would do. It's so fucked up, LMAO. I know, right? We're at the tail into Johann's story. Yep. Say what? Wow, what a caring husband. Oh god. The children survive. Johann just put their heads back on. Fairy tale logic. Alright, the end. Sort of. Narrator says, you see, the way the brothers Grimm tell it, that is the end. But it isn't really. Not at all. For as the king recounted what had happened to his wife, Hansel and Gretel heard and understood. Later that night, they lay in their beds, unable to sleep. Hansel, Gretel said. Yes, Gretel? Did you hear what father said? Yes. He cut off our heads to save that ugly old man? Harsh, but, I mean, they are in shock, probably. Hansel was silent. And Mommy was glad that he did. Do you think they hate us? Hansel was silent still. I think we should run away, Gretel said, in case they want to do it again. That's just what I was thinking, Hansel answered. Just what I was thinking. And now we get to Hansel and Gretel. I agree with the kids. 100%. Honey, I murdered our children. Hope that's okay. In theory, the children would never exist if Johann hadn't been the most extra wingman in history. Fair enough. Fairy tale logic. Oh, okay. I just like fairy tale logic, and then under that Milo goes, oh, okay. Do it again. Will Johann die again? I would run away too. No, the kids are absolutely in the right here. Just in case anybody's wondering. Holy shit, the kids are in the right. Oh no, we're 13 and 14-year-olds. I shouldn't swear that harshly. Holy crap, the kids are in the right. Now we're on to Hansel and Gretel. Children internalize everything right. Once upon a time, two children left their home and walked out into the wild world. The land was dark as Hansel and Gretel made their way across the level turf beyond the palace moat. They had never left the palace by themselves before, and they knew little of the great world beyond its walls, but they had been frightened by what their father had done. Fair, and they believed firmly in their little hearts that parents should not kill their children. Agreed, and they were resolved to punish theirs by going out and finding a family that was not as nice as a family should be. How to find such a family, though? They had no option but to walk and walk and walk until they came across one. So they did walk, on and on and on, until the firm ground became softer under their feet. Soon they found themselves in the midst of a muck-thick swamp, where will-o'-the-wisps danced and bullfrogs croaked. They became frightened, but on they went. When the sun came up the next morning, and the swamp still showed no sign of coming to an end, Gretel began to worry. I think we're lost forever, she said. Hansel said, and there's no food anywhere. But Hansel was wrong, for just then, the two children saw a marvelous sight. There was a house right in the center of the swamp. Its walls were the color of chocolate cake, and its roof glittered under the rising sun like icing. Slowly, the two hungry travelers approached it. I'm hungry, Hansel said. Me too, Gretel added. It looks like cake, Hansel said. It smells like cake, Gretel agreed. Let's eat it, Hansel cried. Gretel tried to agree, but her mouth was already full of fudgy, moist chocolate cake. Ooh, I want cake. Now I want cake, damn it. Just then the door to the house flew open, and a woman in a baker's apron appeared on the front step. Who's eating my house? She bellowed. Hansel hid a handful of cake behind his back. Gretel had chocolate all over her face. No one, said Hansel. Gretel nodded slowly. But the baker woman's face softened when she saw the two children. You must be lost, to be in the middle of the swamp all by yourselves. Are you hungry? Gretel nodded and tried to sneak another handful of cake from the wall of the house. Well, don't eat my house, the baker woman laughed. Come in and I'll fix you a proper breakfast. I mean, maybe build a house out of regular building materials if you don't want people to try to eat it. So the children came in and she made them goose eggs and wild boar bacon and good thick brown German bread with butter. They were so full after breakfast and so exhausted from having walked all night, the kindly baker woman put them in her bed and let them sleep all day. When they awoke, a wonderful meal of sausages and potatoes and cold milk was laid out before them. But I'm not hungry, Hansel said. Oh, you must eat up and regain your strength, the baker woman told him. We all know where this is going. So the children ate. The food was delicious. The baker woman asked the children what their names were. This is Gretel, Hansel said, and shoveled a disgustingly large amount of potatoes into his mouth. And I'm her brother, Hansel. Ooh. Hang on, I'm missing chat. Chat's going fast tonight. Hey, guys. Hey, Ollie. Welcome. Buck thick swamp. I like that phrase. Me too. Hi, Min. Oh, Hansel and Gretel is wild. Buckle up. Everything needs a hug. Fairy tales are worse than most Goosebumps parents. Yes, we have found parents worse than Goosebumps parents, and that is a tough thing to find. Oh yeah, no, they're definitely in the right for leaving Natty. Yeah, we're on code level kitten because we're dealing with Grimm's fairy tales tonight. What happened in this version of Hansel and Gretel? Yep. This is an interesting story. It makes me glad we don't live in the fairy tale times. Things were tough in the 15th century. Oh yeah, no. Glad every day we don't live in the 15th century. Blue Flame, the Dancing Plagues. These are the 15th century. There was a lot of plagues in the 15th century. I got something to do with my two big pillows. Oh, I'm sorry, Austin. Fairy tale bothered me as a kid, apparently. Not the witch part. The child abandonment part. Yeah, again, I don't fault anybody who needs to step away from the craziness tonight. For real. Yeah, candy and cake disturbed me as a child. It sounded sticky. It does sound sticky. Sounds like it would be very humid inside the house, you know? Beans. Yes, we have everybody wave to the mods. The mods are amazing. They keep everything in line for us. But yes. Yes, there are multiple cats. This is a cat stream provided by a sanctuary/shelter. I think this one is in Los Angeles. Go look them up on their YouTube channel. All right. Everybody's just like, oh, this is such a calming, you know, this is the calm stream where we all chill out and, you know, this is the wholesome stream. And then I'm just like, and then they died over and over again. Childhood memories. Keep hearing the cats and thinking that it's Perry. Then the baker woman wanted to know how they had come to her house. They were careful not to let her know that they were royalty, lest she return them to the castle and their murderous parents. But they did tell her that their parents had cut off their heads, which the baker woman didn't believe, and that they were looking for a kind family, where no one would ever do that to them again. And where we can eat cake whenever we want, Gretel added hopefully. The baker woman smiled and brought forth an enormous chocolate cake. Hooray! Hansel cried. Gretel shoveled a fistful into her mouth. The two children stayed with the baker woman for many weeks. Every day they ate 3 enormous meals, plus a snack between lunch and dinner, and one before bedtime. They could eat whatever they wanted, and they did. Gretel shoveled chocolate cake into her mouth continuously, smearing it onto her pink cheeks like war paint. Hansel wasn't much better. One night, as the children lay in bed with horrible stomach aches, Hansel said to his sister, "Do you think this is heaven? The baker woman does all the work. We can eat as much as we like, and we never have to do anything." "It must be heaven," Gretel said. Then Hansel said, "Gretel, do you miss our parents?" Gretel tried to think if she did or not, but she couldn't tell. She was too busy eating the wall. It wasn't heaven, of course, for as you well know, the baker woman was planning to eat them. But she wasn't a witch. The brothers Grimm call her a witch, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, she was just a regular woman who had discovered sometime around the birth of her second child that while she liked chicken and beef, she liked pork, what she really, really liked was child. Ugh. I bet you could figure out how this happened. When I was little, my mother used to say, "Oh, you're so cute, look at those little arms, look at those little legs, look at that little tookie." That was my mother's word for bottom. And then she'd say, "I'm going to eat you up." And she'd say it like she meant it. Has your parent ever said something like that to you? Most parents say that kind of thing all the time, you know. It's totally normal. Just be careful not to let them actually taste you. Jesus Christ. Well, the baker woman's children tasted so good to her that she decided to spend the rest of her time trying to find others to devour. She liked them nice and plump, so she always made sure to fatten them up before she ate them, which is why she was treating Hansel and Gretel as she was. Why else would she allow them to waddle around all day, giving them nothing to do, nothing to work for, nothing to learn? Why else trap them in a house of chocolate cake and let them eat to their heart's content, never warning them that they would become fat and lazy, like pigs in a sty? Oof. Parents are supposed to help their children to grow wise and healthy and strong. The baker woman was doing the opposite, plying the children with so much food and giving them so little to do that they could not help but become weak and heavy and dull instead. Oof. You miss our parents? I know, right? And they're literally royalty. Oh my god. It's kitty dinner time. I love the stream so much. Thank you. I love this stream too. Well, holy guacamole. They play in tuckus. Yes. The word tuckus is a fun word. I thought I would be so hard to make it through a fairy tale kitty cat live stream. Don't feel like you have to stay, Boots, if this isn't your vibe. It's quite a lot for a kid's book. It is a kid's book, but it is a lot. Yes, we're reading Tale Dark and Grimm. Hi, Darth Sidious. Bro, I'm flabbergasted. Oh. Please refer to Ellery and Derp Rex for info as I'm not feeling well. Yes, Paulo is feeling under the weather tonight. Hey, late horror show. Again, if you feel like going and sleeping, Paulo, that's totally fine. Don't feel like you have to stay on. I always remind our mods that it's voluntary. Fairy tales were messed up and creepy. Oh yeah, no, this is a like a book for middle schoolers that I read when I was like 13. And the whole point is that they're telling the messed up versions of the fairy tales, and it's been quite a lot so far. The cats are cute. All right. Ooh, thank you all for being here. Sweet, I'll catch up. Yay! All right, we are currently in the middle of the story of the original story of Hansel and Gretel. It's quite a lot. Dull enough that Gretel didn't question when the baker woman asked her to clean out the large, mysterious cage in the back of the house and then slammed the door shut on her. Heavy enough that Hansel didn't feel like going outside to see where his sister had gone. Weak enough that when the baker woman told Hansel that they would be fattening Gretel up for just one more week and then they would eat her, Hansel could do nothing about it. And then the day came to eat Gretel. What a day. I think we'll roast her, the baker woman said. A little rosemary, some salt, and we'll put her in the oven for 3 or 4 hours. Then her meat will positively fall off the bone. She brought the fat Hansel down to her basement where there stood an enormous oven. I need you to check if this is hot enough, sweetie, the baker woman said. I'm going to start heating it, and you get inside. When I can smell your skin roasting, I'll know it's ready for your sister. Don't fall for that. Don't even fall for that. She shoved Hansel inside the closed oven door. The oven became hotter, and Hansel began to sweat. Then a delicious smell wafted to his nostrils. Oh no, he thought. I'm cooking. He sniffed the air. And I smell delicious. Oh my god. But he wasn't cooking. It was just the remainder of a leg of goose that he'd hidden in his trouser pocket from last night's dinner and had forgotten to eat before he fell asleep. It was so hot in the oven that his skin was crinkling. The baker woman smelled it too. She came down and opened the oven door. Are you cooking yet? She said, but Hansel shook his head and took another bite of the goose leg. The baker woman frowned and closed the oven door. I probably should have said yes, though. Oh well. He finished off the goose leg and continued to sweat. Soon another delicious smell rose to his nostrils. Oh no, he thought, now I'm cooking for certain. He sniffed at the air, and I smell delicious, but he wasn't cooking. It was 3 strips of bacon that he tucked into his socks at breakfast. I have so many questions, and I don't actually have it in me to try to get answers for them, but bacon in the socks? Oh no. It was so hot in the oven that the fat was sizzling and popping. The baker woman smelled it too. She came down and opened the oven door. Are you cooking yet? She asked, but Hansel shook his head at the second strip of bacon. As he ate the second strip of bacon, the baker woman frowned and closed the door. I probably should have said yes, he thought. Oh well. Hansel finished off the bacon and continued to sweat. Soon, yet another delicious smell rose to his nostrils. Oh no, he thought, I must be cooking now, and I smell delicious, just like chocolate cake. This time he was right. He was cooking, and he did smell just like chocolate cake because he'd eaten so much of it since coming to the baker woman's house. The baker woman smelled him cooking, came downstairs, and opened the oven door. Are you cooking yet? She asked, but Hansel shook his head. I don't think it's hot enough in here, he shrugged. The smell was just some chocolate cake I'd stuffed in my undies. Skipping past that. So fast. Not hot enough in there? The baker woman huffed. Let me see. She crawled into the oven, pushing Hansel out of the way. Feels plenty hot to me, she said. Hansel crawled out of the oven while the baker woman was crawling in. He looked at her, pink and mean and sweating, sitting in the enormous oven. Hey, she shouted at him. What are you doing? Something dim flickered in his food-addled brain. I'm saving myself and my sister, he said, from another terrible parent. And then he closed and locked the oven door. Hey, let me out, the baker woman shouted at him. Hey, you stupid little kid, let me out. Hansel stared through the grate on the oven door at her. The baker woman began to sweat more. Her face was burning. I'm sorry, she cried. I'm sorry for what I've done. I don't want to die. Just let me out. Let me out. Hansel's face softened. Please? Please, I could die in here. I could die. Yeah, because you were going to murder children. Hansel began to feel sorry for her, but he certainly wasn't going to let her out. He walked upstairs out the back of the house where he found Gretel sitting in a dirty cage. Are you hungry? He asked. She looked up. Dinner's in the oven, he added, but Gretel wasn't hungry. And besides, he was only kidding. The end. And then we have a page from the author that says, now that's not a bad little story, but is it a crime? But it is a crime that it's the only part of Hansel and Gretel's story that anybody knows. Yeah, nearly getting eaten by a cannibalistic baker woman is bad, but not nearly as bad as what's to come. Speaking of which, the little kids might have liked that one. Or at least they probably could have sat through it without screaming their heads off. In fact, if any little kids heard that story, that's just fine. Hey, little kids, but things get much worse from here on, so why don't you go hire a babysitter and let's do the rest of this thing alone. Damn, she dumb too, yes. Hansel, what the fuck? Hansel, dude, you dumb. Roasting someone to this. I do too. Modern roasting is way better than this. It should be Hansel that's supposed to be eaten first. I think it was switched up because of the way certain stories favor each character, and he wanted to make sure it was kind of even between the two. So he let Hansel have this one. Yeah, feel better, Paula. We all got it from here. We're totally cool. Obviously, if you want to stay on and chill, that's good, but don't feel obligated. LMAO? What is this scene? Hansel and Gretel. Hansel, say yes. Jesus. Hansel, what? Say yes. This time, you little dum-dum. Socks! This boy was very stupid, yes. Tell you to run, you stupid bitch. But you probably can't. Hansel, what the fuck? Bacon socks. He's so calm. Gretel deserves to live and Hansel does not. Why are you eating sock bacon? Why did you have sock bacon? The chat is not disappointing tonight. I'm very amused. YouTube is definitely gonna give me limited ads on this video, but it's fine. It's fine. We don't make much ad revenue off the VODs anyway. We're fine. Hansel is a weird kid, yes. Hansel, why? The nonchalant voice. Hansel. Damn. Hansel, you stupid bitch, you really are your father's son. That's it, Colin. Generic white male hero. Alexa, play I Need a Hero. Everyone is dumb in the story, yes. He wanted to let it marinate in foot juices. Why did you say foot juices? He's not that dumb. Door for Perry time to time. Trust me, I can hear Perry when she's knocking on the door very loudly. Hey, Sad Lump, we are reading A Tale Dark and Grim, which is an adaptation of the old Grimm's fairy tales, so just warning you, it's unhinged tonight. We're already on Code Level Kitten. I'm starting to think that we need some merch. That's Code Level Kitten merch. Ooh, it's gonna make me really hungry. I was just about to say, I hope nobody's eating. Hunters and Hansel as the diary. Jeremy Renner as Hansel. Yes, I forgot that movie existed. 7-year-old would love this book. I loved this book as a kid. I read this book at 13 when the book came out. Code Cat. So yeah, I'm not going to be like, kids, don't watch this one, because it is a children's book. But just warning everybody that children's books, we all know, can get freaking crazy. Alright, I'm just going to keep going. We're just going to keep on keeping on. Oh, hi, welcome to Fairy Tale February, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. I'm going to film for my next video, for my next trick, I think I'm going to film a Fairy Tale Theater video. We haven't done that in a while, and they're very popular, and it's Fairy Tale February, so it feels right, you know? The foot part is outweighing the bacon part, so my appetite is non-existent. I'm with Terry. I'm with Tay, sorry. I always read your name wrong. I had rice and salsa for dinner. Lighten the mood of chat. It's my birthday. Happy birthday! It's also Toonie's birthday, I believe. Hello, I'm Shelley Duvall, a true icon. Would have eaten this up at that age. Yup. That's why this book series was very popular in its time, for that reason, because Adam Gidwitz really knew what kids were actually into. Also, this was a kid's book, given to me by my mother, so, like, it wasn't even like I was like, oh, my parents have no idea the stuff that I'm... No, my mom fully knew. Theater where Shelley Duvall goes up in costume and says hello. Yes. Sad Lump, I'm gonna reiterate our our mods reminder to we just had a conversation about being careful about sharing personal information on the internet, but I feel like because we just had an obligatory reminder to everybody. But happy birthday. We're just being mom and dad friends. People. Yep, Ellery's reiterating. Yes, they made I believe it is a cartoon. There's a Netflix cartoon that they made, which I think I saw the first episode of and didn't like as much as the book. But yeah, I would, if your kids are not going to be horribly upset by this book, I would recommend it. It's a pretty solid kids book. It's just unhinged. All right, now we're going into the 7 Swallows. This is a lesser known story of Brothers Grimm that I only know from, like Faithful Johann, from this book. Thank you for the internet safety tips. I've actually Googling. Yes, there is a Netflix miniseries, and there are 3 books in this trilogy. They all are collections of they all are standalone novels, so you can read them in any order, but the standalone novels are made up of lots of smaller traditional stories. We all seem very friendly here. Not everyone on the internet has good intentions, and many people with bad intentions look for specific things like your age and other info. Yes. Not unhinged, just old-fashioned. Kind of. Yes. Yes. Internet safety tips. If I could play clips, I'd play the More You Know clip, but I need to get that set up. I'm not that advanced with the Stream Deck yet. Tunnel time. All right. 7 Swallows. Let's get back to the book. Once upon a time, a man lived with his wife and 7 sons in a cozy little hut in the middle of a small village. The sons were strong and good, and the wife was kind and loving, and you would think that they would be a very happy family. And for the most part, you would think right. But the father wasn't quite as happy as he could have been. You see, he wished for a daughter more than anything in the world. I almost spilled that everywhere. But since he and his wife had tried for one 7 times and failed each time, he was now resigned never to get his wish. Aww. Those poor boys, their dad doesn't love them. Imagine his surprise, then, when one evening a boy and a girl knocked on the door and asked if they could come and live with them. They explained that they had run away from 2 different homes together, and one where their parents had cut off their heads, and the other where the wicked woman had tried to eat them. The man nodded at them like you nod at crazy people. But they said when they saw the cozy little house in the center of the village with candlelights flickering in every window, they decided that it was a better house for a family than either a palace, or a cake house, and that any parents who lived inside would probably love them and not try to hurt them. This is so depressing. So they decided that they would like to live there for the rest of their days, if that was okay with the man and his wife. Well, the man was delighted. Maybe their heads really had been cut off, so what? Who cared? He breathlessly ushered Hansel and Gretel, for that's who they were, of course, and told his wife to prepare them dinner. Then he ran to tell his 7 sons to go to the town well for water for the bath. Who's taking a bath? The eldest one said. Your new brother and sister. The father shouted with joy. Now hurry. The boys were puzzled by this, certainly. But they knew their father had a terrible temper when he was angry, and were afraid to displease him. Uh-oh, that's toxic. So together they hoisted the great wooden tub onto their shoulders and ran to the well. The man's wife laid a steaming plate of boiled meat and potatoes before the children. Gretel hesitated. Will we have to do chores if we live here with you? She asked. The woman was kind but firm when she said, You will. And go to school? Of course, the woman scolded. Good. Gretel thanked the woman for the food, and she and Hansel slowly and not at all greedily began to eat. Meanwhile, the father wondered where his new children's bath could be, for the 7 brothers, in their haste not to displease their father, had lost their grip on the tub and sent it tumbling into the well. "He'll be furious," the eldest whispered when the youngest cried. "He'll beat us for certain. Uh-oh, that's abusive and horrible. Poor kids." They crowded around the well, wondering what they should do. At home, their father was getting more impatient by the minute. "Where are those foolish boys?" he whispered to his wife as she worked in the kitchen. "Our new daughter and son will be waiting for their bath any moment." I just want these kids to have normal parents. The rewatch is going to be nuts, I feel. Oh, you have no idea. Yeah. It's all coming back to me as I read it. I read this several times as a kid. When a short time later, the boys still were not home, the man swore and said, "They are useless. I wish they would all just turn into birds and fly away." At that very moment, in the village, the 7 boys turned into 7 swallows and wheeled into the evening air. They flew past their house's kitchen window before disappearing into the nearby wood. The woman saw this and turned to her husband in a fury, but he said it was all for the best and that they had always wanted a daughter more anyway. Oof. And he made her promise never to tell their new children what had happened, for he said what good could come of their knowing. Reluctantly, and with tears in her eyes, his wife agreed. So 1, how did they know that those were their kids? 2, these are the questions I ask with Grimm's fairy tales. Hansel and Gretel are just not going to notice when 7 kids don't come back? Or were they just never introduced? The poor boys. Poor Hansel. I know, right? Oh, those poor kids just entered an abusive household. Yes. That's not okay. Just go back to the palace. They may have their priorities fucked up, but they are at least they kind of love you. Yeah, in their own fucked up way. A good book for reminding not to trust unknown adults regardless of immediate impressions. Yes. Oh, we all turn into mom and dad friends, especially when there are kids in chat. Which I know is probably very annoying for us to refer to you as such, but kids in chat. Some just decided to throw away their kids because they want a girl, apparently. Imagine how the wife feels. She should leave him. Yeah, there's a lot going on. At first, things were fine in the cozy little house. Hansel and Gretel's new parents were very kind and always took especially good care of Gretel, but the children soon began to worry. Their new father was happy, but their mother seemed to bear a great sadness with her wherever she went. Gretel, in particular, loved her new mother very much. She could not stand to see her so upset. "Tell me, mother," she would say, "tell me what's wrong," but always her mother would pretend to laugh and shoo her away. There were other strange things that Hansel and Gretel began to notice. Their room had 7 beds in it, and more than once they asked their new parents what these 7 beds were for. Their parents told them it had been a guest room before Hansel and Gretel had come to live there, but Gretel didn't believe them. "Who has 7 guests all at once and makes them sleep in the same room?" Gretel wondered aloud. "Have you ever been to Dinau, or any kind of Christian sleepaway camp?" Hansel was less worried once he came upon their new father staring at the 7 empty beds in their room, and with a tear hanging from the end of his nose. He didn't know what to make of it. Besides, he was happy to be in a place where your father wouldn't off your head and your mother wouldn't try to eat you. But Gretel grew more and more uncomfortable living there. She heard whisperings about town. Oh, nice children, yes, but such a sacrifice, all 7 sons at once. And she wondered more and more about their new mother's sadness. Oh, this is like town drama. This is the tea, right? All your kids turned into birds? They're not abusive. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Not on you, kids, that your mom is depressed. Trust me, I speak from experience. Yep. Looking like a Seven Dwarfs thing to me. Kitty grooming. Look at how cute they are. Misfiring. Help, I misread the stream title as Tale Drunk and Grim. LOL, I was half expecting to walk into Avery reading from the other side of the camera, providing a disembodied voice with Barry Cat hosting the stream. And now you have two other kids who came from somewhere. Yeah. Where she is the one. Gretel really has the only brain cell in this entire bloodline. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's the birds. It's always the birds. Please read Nancy Drew notebooks next stream. Kid Nancy Drew will cheer us up. I think after this book. Okay, so if Gabe doesn't end up coming over tomorrow, meaning we don't start Model End until Saturday, I will read. I have 2 Nancy Drew notebooks, one from Patrick and one from Patrick's nieces, and I will read both of those tomorrow. I think that sounds like a plan. Take a drink. You would not live. When Gretel saved the 7 stepbrothers and get them somewhere safe and away from these people. I hope so. Loving the TV cat bed. Oh, I didn't even see the TV cat bed. That is amazing. And I love it. Whoever designed that is a genius. Oh, Gabe just shared the video from this morning onto his story. One second. I'm texting Gabe back. Okay, sorry. Getting back to what I was doing. It's so cute. Austin, thank you for hanging out. To Avery and everyone, good night, sleep well, and dream about breakfasts. My dad always says he dreams about coffee. Coffee is his motivating factor to get out of bed in the morning. I wonder what other tales will show up in this book. I guess we'll just have to keep reading. And then, like I said, yeah, there are 2 other books that also have, it's the same format, just with different story leading to telling a different, bigger story. Oh, wow. People are showing up for Tale Dark and Grim. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. Just the mental image of Hansel and Gretel adopting multiple, possibly older siblings as they go around and get adopted into the most awful family situations around the country, right? This is like a series of unfortunate events, but in reverse somehow. So I dream of coffee. Also, how far are we? We are about more than a quarter, less than a third. We've got a ways to go, but it's going very fast because it's a read where you're just like, what happened? And then you just keep reading. It goes by very fast, but we've still got a chunk. Oh, question unrelated to the room. Anybody into manga? I'm new into the whole anime manga scene. Where do you get your manga? Just curious. Okay, back to the book, sorry. Where was I? In time, one of the children of the town told Gretel the whole story, and a few other children, wide-eyed and earnest, confirmed it. Everyone in a little town knows everything about everybody. This is true. We can't live here anymore, she implored her brother that night. It's our fault those boys were turned into swallows. We must do something. Hansel was devastated. Aren't there any good parents in all the wide world, he muttered. It's my fault, Gretel said, for the children had told her how badly their father wanted a daughter. He did it because of me, she turned to Hansel. We've got to find them. What? Who? The swallows. How are we going to find 7 little birds out there, he said, and gestured to the window of the room. The gesture was so weak and small that it made out there seem utterly unconquerable. Unconquerable. Gretel didn't know, but she did know that she had to try, otherwise her heart would break from guilt. Hansel didn't think they had hope of finding them, but he suddenly began to worry that this new father would wish him into a swallow too, so he agreed to go and try. When the night was heavy and their new parents were asleep, Hansel and Gretel slipped out into the darkness to find 7 swallows. They walked all night and all the next day and all the next night. I still don't know how we're going to find them, Hansel sighed. Gretel shook her head, but as the sun came up the next morning, dazzling their eyes, Gretel said, I know, the sun. She sees us everywhere we go. She must know what happened to 7 swallow boys. Let's ask her. Hansel thought she was crazy. On the other hand, he didn't have a better idea. So Hansel and Gretel climbed the tallest tree they could find until they were right up near the sun. They tried to speak to her, but she was too hot and terrible. They had to hide their faces. Hansel tugged Gretel's shirt. I think she eats children, Hansel whispered. Gretel thought he was probably right. They climbed back down the tree and started walking again. They have trauma. That evening, as the moon rose above the trees, Gretel said, the moon sees us just as much as the sun, and he's not so hot and terrible. Let's go and ask him. So they climbed the tallest tree and got as near as they dared to the moon. The moon wasn't hot and terrible. Instead, he was cold and creepy. Fee, fi, fo, fesh. I think I smell child flesh, she said. Hansel and Gretel hurried down the tree as quickly as they could. It feels like the first time. Usually the sun is depicted as masculine and the moon as feminine, right? This is just something that I'm just thinking about. I'm friend on Manga Fox, and if you know about the Shoujo Manga 2000s, you can use that info to figure out exactly how old I am. Hold on, switching devices. No worries. Apollo and Artemis, yeah. My manga place, I used to read fan translations on Manga Fox, but I don't think that site exists anymore. Copy. Amazon. Cool. Another chart book. Yay! Chart books! Good night, Sad Lump. Do good in school. I just drink coffee to do the functioning. Fan from it as a kid. My parents didn't like Pokemon either. They just thought it was kind of loud and annoying. Alright. Narrator says, yes, the moon really did say that. No, I don't think the moon ate people either, but it says so, right in the original Grimm. And I looked it up. It's true. Scared and dejected, Hansel and Gretel walked on until they came to a beautiful lake that shimmered in starlight. We've been walking forever, Hansel said. We'll never find them. Can't we just give up? But Gretel's guilt was bubbling like a boiling pot inside her. It's my fault that our new mother's sons have disappeared, Gretel moaned. She began to weep, and her tears fell into the shimmering lake. When they landed, they shook the reflection of the water, waking them from their glittering sleep. Whose tears had woken us? The stars asked. At first, Hansel and Gretel were scared. Did stars eat children too? But the shining stars seemed far nicer than the blistering sun or the creepy moon. So Gretel told the stars all her troubles. We've seen the 7 swallows flying, the star said. They live in the Crystal Mountains. You can save them, but it will take great courage and sacrifice. The mountain is months of hard travel from here. If you decide to go, take this chicken bone with you. It will open the door to the Crystal Mountains and let the 7 swallows out. Why chicken bones? Just then, the children noticed a chicken bone beneath the surface of the water at the edge of the pool. Hansel did not want to go. Months? He bleated. But Gretel said, "Please, Hansel," and she grabbed his arm and held it tight. At first, Hansel resisted, but once he saw that his sister would not change her mind and that he was losing feeling in his arm, he reluctantly agreed to go. So Gretel put the chicken bone in her pocket, and the two children journeyed for a month and a day, and then another, and then another. They passed through dark forests and sunny fields, blazing deserts and muck-filled swamps. They grew much during their travels and became strong and lean from hardship and perseverance. Gretel carried her smoldering guilt with her always, but it was bearable so long as she knew she was doing something about it. Anti-hero story, classic anti-hero story. Finally, they came to a massive mountain range and proceeded through the whipping snow and wind. The peaks of the mountains rose up white and sharp all around them, like the craggy teeth of some stone beast. Above, the sky was pale and clear, but so cold. Their cheeks became red and chapped, their lips blue with frostbite. Hansel wanted to turn back, but Gretel would not let him. After days and days of climbing, they finally arrived to Crystal Mountain. It was tremendous, the most wonderful thing they had ever seen. Its crystalline crags rose straight up from the ice and snow that lay at its base. Kestrels and merlins twirled around its peaks, screaming to the skies. "It's beautiful," Hansel murmured, and Gretel nodded wordlessly. "At last," he said. "I couldn't have gone any farther." Before them was an enormous door made of ice with a keyhole just about the width of a finger or a chicken bone. Gretel reached into her pocket. She found nothing. She reached down further and further and further until she felt the cold alpine air swirling around one of her fingers. She had a hole in her pocket. She had lost the bone. They looked all around for it. "Where did you last have it?" Hansel asked. "Last night? The night before?" But Gretel couldn't remember. She had become more and more afraid. Soon she collapsed on the ground and sobbed until her little body nearly broke. "All these months," she wept, "for nothing. What I've taken you through, and I failed our new mother." Hansel wrapped Gretel up in their traveling cloaks, and as the night came on, lay down beside her to sleep. But Gretel could not sleep. After many an hour, her tears subsided, but still she could only think of her failure. Her guilt burned her like the scorning wind, and then the stars came and reminded her of her failure again, and she felt so guilty, so foolish, so worthless that she could not even look at them. Near daybreak, she looked down the long path that she and Hansel had trod. They would have to go back now, having accomplished nothing. Months and months more of suffering. All the while, her guilt would throb inside of her. Inside, Gretel ran to the door of the crystalline mountain and began to bang with all her might, pleading to be let in. She banged so hard, in fact, that she cut herself on a shard of ice. Oof. She woke her sleeping brother, who offered to tend to her wound, but she refused. "I'd rather make it worse," she said. She picked up a sliver of ice as sharp as a knife, and brought it down to her middle finger, severing it from her hand. I just got the worst empathy pain. I forgot about this part. Hansel stared aghast. Gretel's face was white and her voice trembled when she said, "Now I can make things right." She was bleeding swiftly from where the finger used to be, but she stood and walked resolute to the grim door of the mountain. She picked up the finger, slid it into the keyhole, and turned. The door opened. "Couldn't you have done that with it still on your hand?" Yes, she severed her own finger, which is very metal, but very ill-advised. Who's messaging? Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second. All right, just wanted to make sure. All right. Of wine, guns, and licorice. That is true. That is very true. Get ready for bed. Good night, Natty. Thank you for hanging out. candy here. Old people love it. Never seen anyone but old people buy it. So it's like a Werther's original. So it's a Werther's caramel. Yep. Terrific and I were thinking the same thing. We also still have Werther's. Oh, interesting. Kitties. Look at the kitties. They're all spread out everywhere. They all have their own space. These two are just having a meeting in the corner. Being so stubborn as to resist until you lose feeling in your arms? Well, really is his father's son. Yep. The story is sad. Yes, the story is a lot. Why specifically the middle finger? I don't know. Why did she cut off her finger? We don't know. Why the middle finger? Excuse me? Literally, she did not have to do that. I know I should be in shock, but this is just par for the course at this point. This is very Grimm fairy tale. Yep. This is for middle schoolers, yes. Candy bar with books. Thank you so much, Milo. I appreciate you. Don't mind me, I'm secretly panicking because my charger stopped working. Uh-oh, I hate when that happens. Yes, this is a book for children. I read this book when it came out when I was 13. Yeah, all of this stuff, by the way, this is basically just retold for a younger audience, but all of this stuff is from the original fairy tales. Like, this is what the... Like, if you were to read, like, the Grimm's fairy tales, like, in the big book that I have of, like, a collection of all the Grimm's fairy tales, it'd be this, but worse. Okay, we have the narrator popping in, and I understand that the narrator and I have very similar ways of commenting on things. This is probably where I get part of my commentating style, so I know it's kind of confusing to figure out which is which, but this is the narrator of the book. I'm sorry. I wish I could have skipped this part. I really do. Gretel cutting off her own finger and putting it into a keyhole? If there was any question about the truth of this part of the story, I would have left it out altogether. Maybe she could have found another chicken bone, or maybe if she wished hard enough and said some magic word, the door could have opened on its own. But there's no doubt about the finger. Besides, if I left it out, you'd be wondering why Gretel had only 9 fingers at the end of the book, which it reminds me of another question you're probably asking. Why did the door open? I don't know. A finger is enough, like a chicken bone, I guess? Why a chicken bone even in the first place? Again, I don't know. I have no idea why either a chicken bone or a finger should open the Crystal Mountain. As for the location of the Crystal Mountain, that's quite clear, and if you have any interest, I'd be happy to share it with you. Just write me. Oh. Now, I've got to say something about cutting off one's own finger. In case any young children are still reading or hearing this tale, which would be almost beyond belief given all of the terrible things that have happened so far, cutting off your own finger, my young friends, is about the stupidest thing you could do. Don't do it. You won't be able to open anything with your finger. Only Gretel would. Why? I've already told you. I don't know. Though it may have something to do with sacrifice. Open. A storm of brown wings knocked the children back onto the snow, and 7 swallows swirled out of the mountain. That was a lot of S sounds. They settled on the ground, their black eyes studying Hansel and Gretel. It didn't work, Gretel said incredulously, her bleeding hand really beginning to hurt, I would imagine. Hansel watched the swallows walk mutely around the white snow. He didn't know what to say. They were still birds. He wanted to cry. After a few moments of painful, confused silence, Gretel bent down beside the smallest swallow. "It's time to go home, little bird," she said. "Your mother misses you." The swallow held her in its black gaze. Hansel thought back to the boy's father, and suddenly he remembered the tear hanging from the end of his nose. "Your father misses you too," he told them. Suddenly the claws of the swallow's feet softened, and their thin black legs began to lengthen and grow thick. Wings stretched outward until fingers appeared at their ends, and they were wrists above shoulders, wrists, elbows, shoulders, and all the rest. The swallow's black eyes paled, their feathers turned into hair and clothes, and finally, in a circle around Hansel and Gretel, stood the 7 brothers. He misses us? The little one asked. Hansel and Gretel, amazed by the transformation, nodded dumbly. Not the dumbest thing they've done, I'm sure. Down on Fraggle Rock. What the fuck is going on? Grimm fairy tales. Fairy tales. Fairy tales are what's going on. The undisneyfied, unsanitized for school children fairy tales. I mean, for kindergartners, I guess. The boys began to rejoice, and after a fit of hugging and laughing and cheering, the eldest turned to Hansel and Gretel and invited them to the Crystal Mountain, where they all drank warm milk at Black Forest cookies and talked late into the evening. The next day, the brothers invited Hansel and Gretel to return home with them. Hansel and Gretel said they wanted to talk it over. As soon as they were alone, Hansel said, "I don't want to, Gretel. I don't want to go with them." Gretel nodded solemnly. Hansel sat down heavily on the ground. "I don't want to live with a father that could do something like that to his children." He thought back to all the other parents he had known. His own father had off his head, the baker woman who had tried to eat Gretel, and then their new father had wished his sons into birds. Gretel was thinking the same thing. She felt the space on her hand where her finger had been. She looked up, and Hansel was leaner and stronger than she had ever seen him. They had both grown much over the difficult journey to the Crystal Mountains. "Perhaps we don't need parents at all," she said. "Perhaps we can take care of ourselves." "Yes," Hansel cried, leaping to his feet. "Let's live without any terrible parents at all." And so the two brave children, now a little older and a lot wiser, and with only 19 fingers between them, set off into the world to find a life that they could call their own. Narrator says, "I won't even bother saying the end anymore. You know it isn't. As for the next story, it's really dark. Frightening things happen. You may feel upset. I'm talking to the big kids now. And as for the little ones, if they're still around, I warn you, I plead with you, make them go away. Don't let them hear this story. They may have nightmares. No, they will have nightmares. At least read it to yourself first. Then if you think you can take it, maybe you can read it to them. And then you have only yourself to blame if they can't sleep for a week." That was the opening page. That was what that was from. But we're on to brother and sister. Let's take a quick breather. Take your 7 brothers with you, please, Hansel and Gretel. Don't let your 7 stepbrothers go back to those parents. Invite them to go with you. Take them with you! Because the mom was sad. Yeah, because the mom was sad. I'll say goodnight day before I pass out. Good night. Take care. I love this book. Hi, Pizza! I had a hyperfixation with original fairy tales as a kid. I was obsessed with the show Grimm and Once Upon a Time, and I loved this book and its 2 sequels. So I knew I had to bring this one to the channel of nostalgic, obscure, and otherwise strange. My tongue is very twisted tonight. Oh, you're watching Fraggle Rock, yay! Those fairy tales that my middle school library had. Me and my friends read it out loud at lunchtime, and we were very disturbed by Sleeping Beauty, who is impregnated in her sleep. Yes, she is. She is that. We'll be listening while I sleep, so good night. Good night! I regret turning you into birds in exchange for a daughter. I'm sorry, just hearing a half-truth about their father maybe kind of regrets his actions turned them human again. Maybe. Yeah, they're sending him back for the mother's sake. The series of this book, I was telling them, I think I've seen the first episode. I didn't get too far into it. Maybe one day I can do a video. My aunt liked Grimm. I need to revisit Grimm because Grimm was unhinged. Yeah, Grimm was a lot. When I was 13, I thought it was the coolest thing. Literally just pulled out my copy. Yes, read along. All right. We're on brother and sister, if you're wondering. That's where we're starting from. If you want to read along. We're on kitten cam because, you know, kittens. We need kittens tonight. Remember when we just read silly little Scooby-Doo books and that was basically it? No, being 13 was so funny. Being 13 was just comical, yeah. Once upon a time, a brother and a sister clasped hands, one of which was missing a finger, and strode out of the White Mountains, across the green hills, and into a large, wonderful wood. Trees towered above them like the pillars of heaven, strong and straight, all the way up. Birds sang and flitted by their faces. Little rodents, chipmunks, squirrels, mice dashed in and out of the underbrush. A fawn appeared and looked at them from behind a stand of ferns, and then bounded off after his mother. Everything was greener here, more full of life than anywhere Hansel and Gretel had ever been. The vibrant power of the place began to take hold on the children. Hansel rushed out ahead of his sister, bounding through the ferns, and then running back again, like a dog that's been let off his tether. Gretel laughed and sang and collected blue bottles and daisies and other wildflowers. We could make a life here, she shouted to her brother. Hansel hooted with delight and took off after a low-flying blackbird. Soon the two came to a clearing where there stood a magnificent tree. It rose to such heights that they could barely make it out where its lowest branches began, though they could see if they looked really hard, a crown of green far above them. Just making sure it isn't Gabe, because I don't know if we're streaming tonight or Saturday. I'll check that later. Where was I? Soon the two came to a clearing where there stood a magnificent tree. It rose to such heights that they could barely make out where the lowest branches began, though they could see, if they looked really hard, a crown of green far above above them. Gretel jumped when she noticed the wood of the tree, what appeared to be a woman's face. It was made of bark, but brown hair wrapping around its smooth cheeks and wide eyes. Gretel walked up to it mesmerized. What a magnificent tree, she said. Thank you, the tree replied. Now you might have expected Gretel to jump, or Hansel to fall backward over a conveniently placed log, but neither did. The tree's voice was so gentle that neither child was startled at all. Welcome to my wood, she went on. It is called Liebenwald, the wood of life. That's pronounced Lebenwald. Vault. Oh, thank you, narrator. Go ahead and say it. German is fun. Lebenwald. Hi, babies. The kitty is chit-chatting. Lebenwald. Okay. Plant something, the tree went on, and watch it sprout before your eyes. Spy on the wild beasts. See them leap and bound and grow. You too will grow here and live to be happy. Her woody eyes drifted over them, and then she asked invitingly, Do you plan to stay? Hansel looked at Gretel. She nodded and said, If you don't mind. I don't mind, the tree smiled, and then added, But I ask of you one thing. Please take no more than you need. Life here exists in a delicate balance. Do not upset it. She then told them that, less than a league hence, lay a lovely spot where they could build their home. The children thanked the tree because it's always best to thank talking trees. Then they bid her farewell and started for the place she had told them of. I always thank my Alexa. Does that count? They soon came to a small clearing. Some large stones were partially buried in the earth there, and nearby a brook bubbled and babbled over smooth rocks. The sun shone in through the green leaves. Hansel and Gretel agreed that this was the place the tree must have meant. They gathered fallen branches and fronds of fern and laid them against the great rock so that the little hut was formed, half green, half gray. They gathered more ferns as well as moss and leaves and made 2 little beds for themselves, side by side. Then Gretel gathered seeds to begin a garden, and Hansel gathered nuts and berries for supper. That night they feasted. Gretel swore that nothing could make her happier, and Hansel agreed. They decided that they needed nothing else, certainly not parents, and that they would be able to live happily, just like this, for the rest of their lives. Yeah, right. Oh, did I say that out loud? That was the narrator. The next day, Hansel was going to gather food for dinner as Gretel tended to their garden. He walked beneath the towering trees and heard the birds singing as they flitted by, and he thought, what a life, what excitement. I want to be part of it all. Just then, a brown rabbit ran across his path. Hansel felt his legs twitch. Before he knew it, he was pursuing the rabbit through the underbrush. As the sun set that evening, he walked back into the clearing. Exhausted but as happy as the chirruping birds, he had the rabbit in his hand. It was dead. He placed it before Gretel on the ground. Oh no, not the rabbit. I mean, I know they gotta eat, circle of life, but damn. Now we must make a fire, he said, and eat. But Gretel was upset. Why did you do it? She asked. We don't need this. Suddenly, Hansel felt sorry for having killed the small beasts, though he had enjoyed hunting it. They made a fire and cooked the rabbit and ate it so it would not go to waste. But Gretel made him promise to not kill any more animals. We have everything we need right here, she said. Remember what the tree told us. He felt bad and promised. But the next day, as he walked through the woods, looking for nuts and berries, he saw a tiny baby fawn, nosing a stand of fern. His legs began to twitch again, and his heart began to race. He remembered what his sister had made him promise. He told himself to turn away, but there was something about the air here, the color of the green, the musty scent of the wood, that made him want to burst as he watched a tiny fawn among the fronds of fern. He couldn't help it. In a flash, he lit off after the frightened creature. As the sun set that evening, he walked back into the clearing, exhausted but as happy as the little animals that run among the underbrush, the ones he hasn't killed anyway. Over his shoulder was slung the fawn. He placed it before his sister on the ground. Great going, Hansel. Now you're a murderer. Hansel, you don't kill fawns. Jesus Christ. There are laws. Hansel and Gretel becoming vegans, yes. At Doomsgate intensifies. Being affected by the curse affecting the 12 older brothers. Damn it, Hansel. Bunny, no. Read the second book next month. I could read the second book next month if everybody else wants to. Princess's gender bend featured fairy tale novel. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Very interesting. Mom, mummy, mama, mom. Hi, Tony. Presented by Pepsi. Presented by kittenrescueexplore.org. I would be shocked. Oh my god, I thought of Pocahontas too. The talking tree. Grandmother Willow. When I've done food packaging, I always try to say it out loud. It's very fun to say, yeah. He's right, German is fun, yes. German is very fun. At least hunt a stag or something. A fawn is a baby. I know, right? Hunting seasons exist for a reason. Look at the kitties. They're so cute. My mom is such a tiny little bean that whenever I see her, I'm not even sure that she's not one of the kittens. It's demons because they kill his pet rabbit. Yeah, well, it's not gonna like this. The whittle putty tats. I thought I saw a putty tat. All right, what have you done? She cried. He attempted to calm her. Now we can eat meat for a whole month, he said, and I won't have to kill another animal for a long, long time. She looked at him in disbelief and then began to weep bitterly over the dead fawn. Why did you do it? She muttered. We have all we need here. Remember what the tree said. Hansel suddenly remembered once more, and remorse swept over him. The night he tossed and turned, he was furious at himself. Hadn't she told him? Hadn't they both told him? Don't take more than you need. He and Gretel had eaten as much of the fawn as they could that night, and it looked as if they hadn't even touched it. Now the carcass lay outside in the grass, attracting flies, its stench wafting over the beautiful clearing. As Hansel stared at it, he vowed to be his own master and not let his impulses carry him away again. The next day, before he went out to find fruit, Gretel made him swear on his very life that he would kill nothing else. He swore it and hugged her and kissed her for being so good and so forgiving, and promised he would do nothing violent ever again as long as they remained in the forest. She kissed him, but if we go into the city, all bets are off, my guys. She kissed him on his forehead as if he were very much younger than she, and sent him off for nuts and fruit. He spent the whole day basking in the lovely green light of the leaves, picking berries and storing them in his tattered shirt, which he had tied around his waist like an apron. He felt the peacefulness and calm of the forest, and he wondered why he hadn't always been able to feel it, why he had been overcome by the last 2 days with that uncontrollable animal lust. And then he saw a white dove perching on a nearby branch. Something tingled in his legs and arms. Don't, he told himself. It's wrong. He started to shake. Go home, turn away and go home. But he found himself creeping in the direction of the dove. The berries fell to the ground. God damn it, dude. These stories must be getting pretty dark. The kitten camp. Oh, you have no idea, Basilius. This is A Tale Dark and Grim. It's a readapted original Grimm's fairy tales, which are a lot. To the halfway point, though. It's gonna be a bloodbath. Yeah, exactly. But Gretel, I have to quench my thirst for I have to quench my killer instinct. Ooh, it's super interesting. Hansel is literally behaving like an outdoor cat. Yep. Well, one kid gonna die tonight. Oh, did you hear the camera zoom out? As the sun set that evening, he walked back into the clearing, exhausted but as happy as a sated wolf. Blood covered his arms and his face as he carried in his hands the broken, eviscerated carcass of the white dove. Gretel screamed when she saw him. What have you done? She cried. Hansel, what's wrong with you? Hansel stopped, then he looked down at the dead bird. He noticed that his arms were covered in blood, and his shirt was stained with a mix of blood and berry juice. He wondered where the berries were. Gretel began to cry. Hansel, confused and upset, placed the dead dove at her feet. She backed away from it, covering her face. Literally like a feral cat, just like bringing you dead mice, being like, I did it, Mom. Dead bird, like, I did it. He looked at her and felt awful, but not as awful as he had felt the night before. He turned and walked into the woods. Gretel saw Hansel only infrequently after that. Occasionally, as she was collecting berries, she saw him running through the forest after some animal or another. At first, he stopped to speak with her, just a few words each time, but soon she noticed that words were not coming as easily to him as they once had, and he was ever and always looking off over his shoulder or following the flight of birds with jerky movements of his head. Soon he wasn't stopping to speak with her at all. She found animal carcasses littered all over the forest. Some were half-eaten, others barely touched. Once she found a wild boar, larger than Hansel, with its neck broken. She wondered how Hansel had the strength to do such a thing. She wondered how he had the heart to do it. She saw him only in flashes now, a blur of skin through the trees, the scream of a dying animal, and then the howl of delight. She thought she looked different. He was growing hair on his face, on his back. He's a werewolf man. This is Animorphs. She was frightened to be in the wood by herself, particularly at night. She heard howling that she hadn't heard when they'd first come to Labenwald. She wondered if it was Hansel. She stayed closer and closer to the hut for fear of seeing him. Then one day he wandered into the clearing. Gretel stared. He walked bent now, had hair all over his body, his arms and back, and his face. His chest. Wordlessly, she offered him a handful of berries and nuts. He snarled at her. She dropped them and hurried into the hut. He growled and stalked around the clearing for a few minutes. Gretel wondered if he would kill her, but he left. This is like an SCP. This is freaking terrifying. Hansel becomes the big bad wolf. Ooh. He's a fucking werewolf. He eviscerated that thing. How did it get so bloody? Oh, we were warned. What happened? Literally, though, what the fuck is wrong with him? I have no idea. Gross. Good job, mods. Oh, did we take out, was there a bot situation while I was reading? So thank you, mods, for dealing with that. Hi, kitty. Hi, mom. Look, she can't hear me, but oh my god, look at her. She's a good mama. This is why moral panic happens. Alright. There were fewer animals in the forest these days. Gretel heard no birds in song. She saw no small rodents darting in and out of the underbrush. No deer nosed the stands of fern. And then, early one morning, a hunting party, a duke and his household, entered the wood. They blew their horns. Their hounds bayed and barked. Gretel feared for herself, but more than that, she feared for Hansel. She crept up to the hut and stayed there all day, hoping he would come to her. The dogs and huntsmen scoured the forest for some sign of animal life. To their surprise, they found none. All day they searched, and all day they found nothing. The Duke became angry and impatient. And then, at dusk, he saw a strange, hairy, hunched creature peering out from behind a large tree. There, he bellowed, and instantly the dogs were in pursuit. Hansel fled through the wood, thrilling at the terror of the chase. The dogs bayed. Okay, so it's official. We're doing Model Land starting Saturday, guys. Hang on 1 second. I just have to message him back. If there was even I missed, it's a good job, Rex. Well, thank you for whoever got it. See, this is a huge departure from the original story, but the boy originally got turned into a deer for drinking from a magic spring. Yes, this is where he starts taking liberties. Okay. Gabe was either going to come over to start reading Model Land tomorrow or Saturday, and he just texted me to let me know that it was going to be Saturday. So I was just messaging him back so that he knew that I saw that. Okay, anyway. Woo, and I don't work Saturday, so I'll be there. Oh, it's going to be multiple streams, but we're probably going to start much earlier. Just a heads up, Saturday stream is going to start much earlier than typical. We'll probably start late afternoon. We're late morning, early afternoon, and just get it, because it's like a 560 something page book. It's going to take multiple sittings to get all the way through it, but we're going to try to get a chunk of it out of the way. Right, where was I? Work Saturday, so catch some of it. It's a doorstop. Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. Have you read it all the way through, Milo? Where was I? The dogs baited his heels. The horns sounded all around him. He dodged this way and that, panting, growling, laughing, howling. What fun, he thought. What tremendous, terrifying fun. At last, he came to the edge of a brook. Across the way, the Duke sat astride his horse, his bowstring pulled tight, an arrow knocked and aimed at Hansel. The animal boy stared curiously at the sweating, red-faced man holding the strange bent stick. Then there was a snap and a hiss like a snake. An arrow flew through the air, a straight, simple harbinger of death. Hansel watched it all the way to his chest, to exactly where his heart was. It buried itself there. He felt a searing bit of pain and fell to the forest floor. The huntsman tied the strange, dead animal to a pole and carried him triumphantly back to the Duke's manor. Sorry, PETA, this is kind of an interesting one. The next morning, Gretel ran through the wood looking for her brother. For a long time, she found nothing but broken branches and paw prints. Then at last, she came to the brook and saw the earth stained in copper red and rocks at the watery edge spattered with blood. She ran to the tree with the face in it. My brother has been killed, she cried. He has been killed. But the tree would not speak to her. Gretel fell to the ground and sobbed and sobbed. She was alone in a great forest in a dark tale. Her father had tried to kill her. She'd been nearly eaten by the baker woman. She had cut off her own finger, and now her brother, Hansel, was dead. She would now stay in the forest. She would not stay in the forest, not now. I need to go back to people, she said, wiping tears from her face, to grown-ups. As she left the wood of life, she saw a bird alighting in a tree nearby. Soon, she could hear the sound of birdsong again, but it was only made it hurt more. It only came back, she knew, because Hansel was dead. Let me turn my eye off of it to save power. See you in a bit. See ya, Derp Rex. Thank you. Several times. Okay. Yeah, this girl needs all the therapy. All the therapy. But don't we all? Alright, so, narrator, it's chiming in now. We're at one of those places in the story, and they happen in nearly all stories of any kind, when things seem to be really, really bad. When it feels like if things get much worse, you won't be able to listen anymore. When I was little, I used to call this part the sad part. I know it would happen every single time, and I knew it would always end it eventually. And I would repeat, this is the sad part, this is the sad part, over and over until it was done. And so, as I was piecing these stories together, I came to this part. And I realized that this was the sad part. I repeated this to myself again and again to try to make it not feel so terrible. But it didn't help. It never does. It still hurts when a character you love dies and another is left alone in the world. Nevertheless, I will tell you, as I always tell myself, that things will get better. Much, much better. I promise. Just not quite yet. He really is very good at writing in a way that helps children. Like, I do very much, like, I'm remembering, like, how comforted in a weird way I felt by this book. It's my favorite bad book ever. I imagine it is the best bad book ever. I'm very excited. That's so good. With Jeremy Renner as Hansel. That's been brought up already. Oh, both of them gonna need medication and therapy, trust me. Well, spoiler alert. They've already come back from the dead, what, twice? No, I guess technically only once, but we all know. We all know that things are, ooh, this is one of my favorite, and by favorite, I mean one of the most fucked up stories in the entire book. And I have always, always loved it, and I'm so sorry for the trauma that it is going to incur. Smile as Red as Blood. If anybody knows that story, it's this one. I've known this story since longer than this book because I used to It used to be like a scary campfire story that we would tell each other at camp and stuff when I was away on like D-Now trips and stuff. Not up already, huh? Great minds think alike. Resurrected once, narrowly avoided death another time. Yes. Alright, this is a smile, red as blood. Woo! Thank you guys for showing up for the stream as always. I was hoping that people would like this one. This one is nostalgia for me in a big way. Once upon a time, a little girl named Gretel walked down a wide, lonely road all by herself. She was as sad as a little girl can be, for the person whom she loved most in all the world was gone. After a time, she came to a small village that stood in the shadow of another great wood. This wood was as big as the last one, but no two woods could have been more different. Where the wood of life had been bright, inviting, and alive, this wood was dark, forbidding, and dead, so forbidding that almost no one went in and exactly no one came out. It was called the, let's see if I can get this. It was called the Schwarzwald Vault. Schwarzwald? The Wood of Darkness. That's Schwarzwald. I was right, in case you were wondering. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mr. Gidwitz. But the little village that stood near the Schwarzwald was not dark at all. No, it was ringed by trees that when Gretel arrived had just slipped into their golden robes of autumn. Laughter was in the air, as was the smell of wood burning in fireplaces and apple cider frothing with cinnamon. Gretel walked down the town's single road, looking in the warm windows of the little houses, wishing that someone might invite her inside for some food, cider, and a little human comfort. But all the doors remained closed to Gretel. She was very tired and very, very lonely. And on the verge of giving up, she sat down. All her troubles overwhelmed her. She sat down and all of her troubles overwhelmed her. She began to cry. Presently, the door to one of the houses opened, and a silver-haired woman came out. She went up to the little girl crying by the side of the road and asked her name and why she was all alone. Gretel told her that she and her brother had long ago run away from home, but that recently her brother had been killed, and she didn't know where to go or what to do. The woman reached out to hold her, and Gretel fell into her arms and buried her face in the woman's neck. She took Gretel into her home and washed her and picked the knots from her hair and gave her some old but clean clothes. Some weeks went by. Gretel had no thought now of where else she should go or what else she should do. For what sense did it make to do anything now that Hansel was gone? And that is how Gretel came to live with the silver-haired widow in the little village. Soon Gretel was just another child there, and though she carried a great sorrow around with her, she put on a brave face. It was the time of the harvest, and everyone worked all day long, including Gretel. In the evenings, when the autumn air became cool, the villagers would gather in and in front of the town's tavern and drink and laugh and converse. When the children ran about in their game, while the children ran about in their games, but Gretel had no heart to play, so instead she sat by the grown-ups and listened to their talk. There was one grown-up in particular whom Gretel liked to listen to. He was a young man, cheerful and kind, and he was very handsome. He had long black hair and green eyes flecked with gold that seemed to dance in the light, and it seemed to Gretel that the young man liked her too, for whenever he saw her looking at him, he would smile with lips of deep red before she blushed and turn away. Gross. Yes. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. Gross. I was waiting for that. That's gross. That's a child. I guess we don't know. Yeah. Gretel is an actual princess in this. Yes. I guess we don't know that the guy is not about Gretel's age, but I think he is older. I've always interpreted it as him being older. So, yes, it is gross. So she sat near him always and marveled at his easy jokes and his careless laughter and wonderful eyes. Occasionally he would leave the grown-ups in the tavern and go out among the children. He would tease them gently, lift them up, and all of them, particularly the girls, loved him. Yep, this is getting creepy. That's right, she did say one of the adults. Never mind, I take it back. We know that it's creepy. We know for a fact that it's creepy. Gross, that is a child. Presumably she is 12 or 13 or maybe 14 at this point, but I assume she's probably meant to be about the age of the kids that are meant to be reading this book, so gross. Very gross. Very gross. Sometimes a child would bring to the handsome young man a toy that was broken. It would be a porcelain doll with a finger that had cracked off a wooden king that had lost its head. The handsome young man would draw from his pocket a tattered piece of twine. He would hold the toy between his knees and tie the twine around the broken place. When he unwound the twine, the toy was as good as new. The children would cry aloud and clap their hands, and the handsome young man would smile. Then he would go back to the tavern with the grown-ups. Each day, as the sky turned from pale blue to rich purple to black, Gretel would watch the handsome young man say his farewells, slip out of the tavern, and disappear into the darkness. Out of the village, all alone, she wondered where he went. Pied Piper. This is not the story of the Pied Piper, but it's worse. Well, one warm afternoon, when the last of the barley had been brought in from the fields, Gretel sat by the door of the tavern and watched the men play their favorite game. They played like this. One man balanced a mug on his chin, and everyone else tried to throw coins into it. If the mug didn't fall, the man got to keep all the coins. If he did, he had to buy everyone a drink. It was the young man's turn to have the mug on his chin, and Gretel watched as he weaved about like a snake being charmed, trying to prevent the mug from falling. Just then, one of the young man's friends appeared at Gretel's shoulder. "Give him a shout," the friend whispered. "See if he can hold it then." Gretel thought this was a funny idea, so she called to the young man's name loudly. He was startled, for never before had Gretel spoken to him. He turned to her, and as he did, the mug went crashing to the ground. The men cheered, and the men who had put her up to it threw his head back and laughed till he was red from his collar to the top of his bald pate. There we go. That's a word. But the young man's golden green eyes were wide, and suddenly he rushed to Gretel. His hands were stretched out before him like claws. Gretel screamed as he caught her hard around the waist, and then, in a moment, she was swooping through the air, her long blonde hair streaming out behind her, and his strong arms holding tightly onto her hip. "Don't like this. This is a stranger. You are in danger." And he was laughing, a beautiful, joyous laugh, his head thrown back and his eyes shining. He placed her on the ground again and smiled at her, and Gretel was breathless. He rubbed her head as if she were a puppy. Ugh. And then he turned to lead the other men into the tavern. Gretel had been fascinated by the young man before, but in the moment when she held her head high in the air, and his golden green eyes were sparkling, and his red lips were curving, and he was laughing with her, and her alone. Well, at that moment, Gretel had passed beyond fascination. In that moment, Gretel had fallen in love. Oh no, oh no, oh yeah, no. We're like, ew, oh, the whole chat is like, nope, no, stranger danger, we don't like it. The story is getting fucked up. You have no idea, Basilius. Again, this is a book for children. I read this book when it came out and I was 13. 1,000 werewolves instead of this sicko. Yup, fuck this guy. This is based on the Robber Bridegroom, one of the most horrifying Grimm stories ever. It truly is. Ew. Yes, it is ew. It is ew. It is also one of the most terrifying, like, I used to, this story, as far as, like, fucked upness, as far as just, like, sheer terror, has a special place in my heart. Should I be here? I don't know, sad lump. This, again, I read this book when I was younger than you. This is a book for children. It's just that Grimm fairy tales are a lot. Use your own judgment. If you're trying to sleep, this might not help you go to sleep. Alright, narrator breaks in. It wasn't real love, you might say, just a child's infatuation. You might say that, but if you did, it would prove that you are already old and that you don't remember what it's like to be a child at all. It's true. Every time you have a crush on somebody when you're really, really young, you're just like, I know what love is now. Every day after that, Gretel made sure to be near the handsome young man with the green eyes and black hair and red lips. He would talk to her and make her laugh and steal apples from the harvest barrels for her, and she wondered why she should be so lucky as to get all of this attention from him. One day, it just gets worse as it goes on. One day soon before the great harvest feast, as the day's work in the orchards was coming to a close, and as the ladders were being folded up and taken in, Gretel noticed a large, beautiful apple still hanging from the bough of a tree up above her head. She tried to jump for it, to grab it and put it in the barrels before a bird saw it and pecked holes in it, but it was too high for her to reach, so she called to the handsome young man, asking him to come over and pluck it. He came and smiled at her, but it was too high for him too, so he took her by the hips and lifted her into the air, and she gasped, as she always gasped when he touched her. Hate that! And then she was high enough in the air to reach the apple, and she picked it. And then instead of putting her down, he threw her into the air. Gretel screamed, but not in fear, and he caught her and threw her up again, and she was laughing, and he threw her up a third time, but this time he threw her too near an overhanging branch, and she reached up to protect her head, but too late. She cried out in pain. When he lowered her to the ground, red blood was running in a narrow rivulet down her face. Her forehead had struck the branch and left a deep cut just above the eyebrow. She was having trouble seeing out of her left eye through the steady stream of blood. The young man knelt before her. He gazed at the cut very gently, very slowly. He applied his lips to it. I hate this. I don't know why everybody wants to drink everybody else's blood in Grimm fairy tale world. He sucked the blood away. Gretel did not know what to think of that. Then he took from his pocket a piece of tattered twine that he used to fix the children's toys and wrapped it around her head so that it ran crosswise over the cut. He smiled at Gretel, and when he took the twine away, he wiped the blood from Gretel's face. She saw that the bleeding had stopped and that her head no longer hurt at all. Ah! Do not touch her, you creep, you filthy hands off of her. Yeah, we're all like, bleh. Everybody in chat is having a mutual, like, moment. 12 and up. There's nothing dirty in it, but it's horrifying. Yeah, it's just scary. It's not inappropriate for your age. It's just scary. So really just make your own decision. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Yeah, agreed. 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 I'm telling you. And I know the Grimm brothers didn't write the books, right? I know they collected them. Stories from this part of history were fucking wild, weren't they? Alright, now we have another cut-in from the author. Thank God. Now, dear reader, I seem to detect in you a growing unease about this handsome young man. I must say that is very unfair of you. Do you suspect a flower just because it is beautiful? Or a doctor for his mysterious healing power? Or the postman because you don't know where he sleeps at night? Very unfair indeed. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, you should go ahead and rehire that babysitter that came by for the previous story. Make her take the little ones out to a movie this time. A G-rated movie. Or an R-rated movie for that matter. Whatever it is, it probably won't be as bad as what you're about to read. I know you don't believe me. How much worse could things get, you ask? Believe me, much worse. I like the way that he does not talk down to children, and I also like the way that he speaks as if he knows that he's talking directly to parents reading to kids. You know, I think that's very funny. As Gretel and the handsome young man walked in from the orchard that night, they talked about this and that, the weather, the apple crop, the upcoming harvest fest, until suddenly, harvest fest, there's always a harvest fest. He turned to her and asked her if she didn't wonder where he lived. Gretel shyly replied that she did wonder sometimes. He asked if maybe she would like to see his house. Her heart fluttered, and she told him she would like to very much. And she thanked him for the kind invitation. And then she asked the handsome young man where his house was. A little ways into the forest, he said. In the forest? He laughed. You're not afraid of that silly old forest, are you? No, she lied. I'll leave a path of ashes for you to follow. How's that? Gretel's heart floated up near her mouth. That's good, she said. But that night, when she returned home and told the widow she was going into... The whole chat is like, oh, fuck no. Do not let them get you into a secondary location. Do not go to the secondary location. Animorph Hansel needs to come back and devour the young man. Yes. Yes, he does. Nope. Guys, this... How are we feeling, Animorphs fans? Are we feeling geared up for Animorphs reading this? Maybe that happens. I honestly don't remember. I remember bits and pieces, but the details are fuzzy. It's just all coming back to me as I read it again. But that night, when she returned home and told the widow that she was going into the Schwarzwald to visit the handsome young man, a great fight began. The widow forbade her from going. Good job, lady. It was not right for a child to visit a man's house in the first place. Yes! Speak some truth. And the fact that it was in the Schwarzwald. Did Gretel not know nothing about that place? Was she a fool? Gretel was furious. She raged and cried all that night. The next day, her face red and puffy, she told the handsome young man that she could not come, that the widow would not allow it. He smiled and told her not to worry, that they were still friends, but he talked to her less that day. She watched him from afar. Rarely did his gaze turn to meet her. He's forgetting me, she thought. At the end of the day, the handsome young man turned toward the tavern without even glancing at Gretel, as if she no longer even existed. Just before he disappeared inside the tavern door, Gretel ran and caught him by the arm. I'll come, she whispered fiercely, urgently. I'll come tomorrow. The young man hesitated and then smiled and went to the tavern. This is not as bad as Animorphs yet. Close, though. Yeah, I feel like this is a warm-up. From what I've heard, this is a warm-up. Nope, never go to the secondary location. I don't either, but we're gonna experience it together, Basilius. One good parent in this whole ass book. We found one. Multiple heinous war crimes on both sides, like the Animorphs commit war crimes. Yeah, from what I've heard, that's pretty consistent. The library once had a couple of them when I was a kid, but there was a dozen Goosebump books, so I read those, lol. He acted as if she hadn't existed. Good! That's how he should be acting! Gretel returned home, now more determined than ever. She told the widow that she was going on the morrow, and that there was nothing she could do about it. They fought more that night, but Gretel was implacable. Early the next morning, she rose and prepared to go. But she found the widow, arms folded sternly, across her chest, standing before the door. Gretel ran and pushed past her, squeezing under her armpit and then breaking into a run once she made it past the doorframe. Gretel! The widow cried. Gretel! But Gretel ignored her and ran out of the yard and into the dirt road. I'm picturing that Street Smart's older lady from Nancy Drew, Captive Curse, Renata. You know, the one that's like, ugh, men. I don't trust anybody. I am an old woman who's seen a lot of the world. I'm picturing her. Oh, look at the little baby in the basket underneath. I didn't even notice. The entire Animorph series in order when I was like 20. Well, I'm 26, so here we go. I was in Goodwill today and witnessed a woman being racially profiled. Here's what happened to me at Goodwill today. There was somebody had parked their car, not in a parking spot. They had parked it diagonally in the lane between the parking spots. It was double parked, so it was technically taking up 2 parking spots, but just the front wheels were in the very back of each parking spot, and it was diagonally across the lane, and it was not even almost in a parking spot. This is odd to fall asleep to. Don't feel like you can go and listen to something else if it's too creepy for bed. I totally get it. And so all of a sudden you just hear paging, and you hear, would the owner of a black Corolla please come to the front? Would the owner of a black Corolla please come to the front? It's like, yeah, I bet you they do want to talk to the owner of that car. But Gretel ignored her and ran out of the yard and into the dirt road. Then, from the doorway, the widow cried, "Take these!" Gretel slowed and looked back. The widow held a bag of lentils in her hand. Cautiously, fearing a trick, Gretel walked back into the yard. "Scatter them on the ashen path," the widow said mournfully, "in case it rains." Gretel walked to the edge of the Schwarzwald and peered in. She felt a shiver skitter down her spine. And the wood's edge, that was a very like ASMR-y sentence, wasn't it? And the wood's edge, the trees had the bright red-yellow leaves of high autumn. But Gretel could see that a little further in the branches were mostly bare. The path of ashes snaked deep into the wood and out of sight. For a moment, Gretel hesitated. The wood was an evil place. Everybody knew that. What if she just turned around? And she wondered and did not go. What then? He would think she was a coward, or worse, he would think that she did not care. What do we always say, chat? Just like my mother says, it's better to look stupid than be on an episode of Dateline. No, Gretel could not allow that. She breathed deep. Then she plunged into the darkness, scattering lentils as she went. As she walked, the air became colder, and within minutes, the sunlight was almost entirely blocked by the trees. Gretel began to feel frightened. Branches hung like claws of dead men. Clouds of gray mist passed by, looking for all the world like lost souls. The trees around her were gnarled and scarred, mutilated by time. No bird sang. The branches' long fingers became longer as Gretel walked, and soon it seemed that they were trying to grab her, and her cheeks scratching and tearing into her soft skin. She tripped and twisted roots that reached up from the ground, like corpses in a graveyard come back to life. Then it began to rain, as cold and sharp and as needles falling from the sky. The rain struck the wood. Ooh, that's an uncomfortable visual image. The rain struck the wood of the trees, making eerie sounds that almost like words. Gretel stopped and listened. The words seemed to say, "Go home, little girl, go home. To a murderer's house you've come. This man is bad and scary. Don't go to his house. Do not. Gretel, go home to your granny now. Be rude than murdered." Yup. Mom is a smart lady. She's always said that, and I've always remembered. The orange kitty was behind Mama. I know, the little baby. Look at them. Calming, oddly, I think it's your voice. Oh, thank you. I used to always be super, super self-conscious of my voice because it's very low. And then, like, I started doing YouTube, and especially when I started reading, people were like, "Oh, your voice is calming," and I was like, "Oh, I feel so." This is healing a trauma that I have. Pretty kitty. I know, they're so cute. Okay. For a moment, she stopped and considered following the rain's advice, but then she shook her head. "You're being foolish," Greta told herself. "Rain can't talk." Now, of course, it can't. The moon can eat children, and fingers can open doors, and people's heads can be put back on. But rain? Talk? Don't be ridiculous. Good thing, Gretel dear. Good thinking, Gretel dear. Good thinking. I love the narrator. Hey, Kellen. I really like your voice. Something about it is really calming. Thank you. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable about what I do. God, when I first started editing my own videos and had to listen to my own voice, like, nobody likes their own voice, so it was tough for a little while in there. She went on through the darkness, ducking to avoid the clawing branches, and still she scattered the lentils behind her. Finally, she came to a clearing. In the center of it stood a tall, dilapidated house. It had once been painted black, but now the paint was peeling, revealing the rotting wood beneath, which was black too. The stone roof was high and steeply sloping, with a long row of unlit windows poking out from behind the slate. Before the windows from the eaves hung cages. In almost every one there perched a white bird like a dove, but filthy, covered with brown stains and molting feathers. As Gretel stepped into the clearing, one called it out in a voice that sounded more like a crow's than a dove's. "Go home, little girl, go home. To a murderer's house you've come." Another repeated it, and another, their raspy voices ringing together in horrible chorus. "Go home, little girl, go home. To a murderer's house you've come." And the narrator says, "Psst, Gretel, Gretel, what are you doing? Turn around, go home, go home." You would go home, wouldn't you, dear reader? You wouldn't be taken in by such a man as this. You would turn right around and leave. Tell me you would. Say you would. Oh, no, you wouldn't. Not with such an object of your fascination and adoration there waiting for you alone. Haven't you ever had that enchanting feeling? The coolest boy, the older girl, and he or she seemed to like you of all people? You? Imagine that he or she is in that house waiting for you, for no one but you. What would you do? What wouldn't you do? I like the life lessons. Adam Gidwitz has a very unique way of teaching kids life lessons, and I like it very much. Gretel followed the path of ashes up to the stairs. The heavy ebony door stood slightly ajar. "Hello?" she called. No answer. Slowly, fearfully, she pushed the door back and entered the front hall. It was dark, save a faint glow from a stairway that descended to the cellar. She followed the dim light below ground, carefully placing one small foot after the other on the creaking stairs. Teaching me a few lessons. There's life lessons to be learned. That was kind of the point, I think. Grimm fairy tales are like, let's scare children into learning stuff. That'll work. I guess it doesn't not work. Look at the orange kitten. Carefully placing one small foot after the other on the creaking stairs, she found herself in a filthy old kitchen. Dirty pots and pans lay in piles on the stone floor. Chairs were overturned. In the middle of the room was a plain oaken table with a large copper-colored stain. Gretel thought it looked like blood. Oof. Off in one corner, a great cauldron boiled, and crouched over it was an old woman with an iron shackle on her leg. "Hello?" Gretel said uncertainly. Whoa, we've got to zoom in on the kitten. Hi, kitten. The whittle creamsicle. That zoom was really funny. I wasn't expecting that. The woman turned. Her face was like worn leather. Her teeth were rotting in her gums. She glanced fearfully at the steps that led above. "Who are you?" the old woman hissed. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see my friend," Gretel answered, her voice a tremble. The woman stared at her. "Through the wood?" she asked. "By yourself?" Gretel nodded. "Oh, poor girl," the old woman muttered as she came nearer. "You are brave to come all this way, but you must flee." "You're brave, but you're stupid," is what she just said. Walking straight into the house of some pretty lady who would stab me, I might stand at the front for about 5 minutes. That's the point. Never go to the secondary location. That's how they get you. Gretel's eyes grew wide, but she did not move. "I want to see him," Gretel said. The old woman sighed and touched the girl's cheek, which was bleeding from the clawing branches. "Oh, my dear, does your friend have long black hair, green eyes that dance with flecks of gold, and lips as red as blood?" Gretel nodded. "Then, my dear, you have befriended your death." The old woman paused and then went on. "He is my son, though what kind of son would keep his mother locked up as a prisoner, I do not know. He is evil, an evil magician, a warlock. He invites girls to this house, and no little children around, right? Like I asked, are you sure? Check under the bed at this point. They're usually hiding under the bed. No? Okay, so long as you're certain." You are brave, but you are made of stupid, yeah. Gretel, you're gonna be eaten again. She was only almost eaten. He invites girls to this house, and he reaches down their throats and rips out their souls from their bodies, and he traps the souls in cages in the form of doves to let them rot under his eaves. Then he hacks the girls' bodies to pieces. YouTube, it's a children's book? It's a children's book, I swear to God. To make our supper. The old woman smiled sadly and reached out to touch a lock of Gretel's golden hair. Such a brave and pretty girl, but such a fool. Suddenly, a crash rang out above. The woman's eyes went wide without another word. She pushed Gretel behind an enormous stack of dirty pots and scampered back to her cauldron. At that very moment, the handsome young man with the green eyes and smile as red as blood appeared at the foot of the steps. That's the name of the story. She's gonna become a dove, and then she's gonna be eaten. It gets worse. Oh, see, this is worse. Gretel, how many times must you die before you realize how dangerous being dumb can be? Okay, this line always terrified me. It still terrifies me to this day. He had a girl by the hair. I'm looking at the book. I'm looking at the kittens. I'm looking at the kittens. I'm not seeing too many kittens. I'm just seeing the cat beds. And then the narrator says, "Dear reader, I'm sorry for what follows." Boomstick. He threw the girl on the oaken table and from a nearby cupboard produced a filthy iron cage. Then he reached into his hand into the girl's mouth until his arm was buried deep in her throat. Slowly, painfully, and with great struggle from the girl, he pulled forth a beautiful white dove. The dove fought the young man as he shoved it into a filthy cage and slammed the door shut. The girl's body was still. Now you might want to close your eyes. Oh God. I need to look at kittens. Where are the kittens? I need the kittens. I need to look at the kittens. Can we go back? Can I go back and look at kittens? There we go. I'm looking at kittens. I'm looking at kittens. Yes, please share the full list of the 12 dancing princes names. I'm very excited. There's discussion questions. Story got so dark, the kittens are hiding. The kittens are like, no. Alright, I'm just gonna keep going. There's no way out but through, or something like that. I'm having Welcome to Dead House flashbacks. Oh, this is scarier than Welcome to Dead House, and Dead House was terrifying. He lifted an axe that hung over the wall, and Gretel, peering through a gap between a filthy pot and a filthier pan, watched her handsome, wonderful, funny friend hack the girl's body into bits and toss each piece into the boiling cauldron. The blunt butcher's knife rose and fell. He licked the blood from his hands and sent piece after piece sailing into the pot. Ew, Grimm brothers, what the fuck, my guy? Each piece, that is, save one. On the girl's left hand, there was a lovely golden ring inlaid with rubies, red as rubies can be. He tried to remove the ring so that it would not ruin the stew, but it wouldn't come off. Finally, in a rage, he hacked the finger clean off her hand and hurled it across the room. Gretel watched, dumbstruck, as it tumbled through the air over the enormous pile of pots and pans that she was hiding behind, and landed squarely in her lap, ring and all. Somehow, she did not scream. The young man picked up the cage and started for the stairs. "I'll be back in a moment, mother," he said. "See that my stew is ready." Kitty is loaf. Look at little loaf kitty. Oh, and look at the little fox on the wall. As soon as he'd gone, the old woman ducked behind a pile of pots and pans. "Go, my dear," she hissed at Gretel. "Run away and never come back. The little girl needed no further encouragement. She fled up the stairs and out the door, but she came to a stop on the steps of the house. The rain was falling, fat and wet and hard now, and the ashen path was utterly washed away. Even the lentils would be buried in the muck that was made by the heavy rain. Gretel had no way to go home. But then she noticed something incredible. The lentils had sprouted in the little time she'd been in the house. Green shoots had come up from the wet soil, and now a pale green path marked her way back through the wood. She followed it as fast as her feet would carry her. This is amazing. Bells Not Whistles, welcome. We don't always read books that are children's books that are this dark and disturbing, but when we do, we go code level kitten, and then kittens are on screen to help us not be so scared and or sad. Thank you for being here. Yes, Kitty is loaf. When Gretel arrived at the widow's house, she went straight to her room and locked herself in. The widow came to the door, leaned her head against the door frame, and asked Gretel if she was all right. Gretel didn't answer. She had her face buried deep in her pillow, as if it were still before her eyes. She could see the young man's bright blade slicing through the air toward the innocent girl on the table, and yet it wasn't the young man's blade at all. It was the blade of her father's sword, and the innocent girl was Gretel, her white neck exposed to the cold, flashing steel. She saw the young man's face and her father's face as if they were one. Are there no good grown-ups anywhere? She cried. She wished she had her brother beside her, but he was gone, dead. There's one good grown-up and you didn't listen to her. Thank you. I clicked because I was given this book as a kid and I was surprised with kittens. Yes, this is our kitten strategy. Oddly not bothering me. I'm just too tired to care, I think, and I'm a bit uncomfortable, but almost asleep. So if I type like, just know I'm asleep. I'm glad that you're enjoying the book. Again, don't feel obligated to stick around. But yes, it's the thing about these fairy tales. They're very dark, but they're very far-fetched. So I think there is like a level of you can kind of push it away to some extent, you know. Yes, Bells Not Whistles. I read this book when I was 13 when it first came out. I'm hugely nostalgic for it, and so I wanted to read it and see if anybody else remembered it. 12 princes are named Besler, Conan, Keyless. And the bonus prince, Malachus. I love those names. I like that you went alphabetical like Bridgerton, like the Bridgerton children. And it's my fault, she thought, and suddenly she realized that she had thought this all along. It's my fault. We shouldn't have run away from home. We shouldn't have eaten the walls off that house, and I shouldn't have let Hansel go into the woods alone, not once, not twice, and certainly not 3 times. Her whole body throbbed. All the grown-ups want to kill me. I don't blame them. What's wrong with me? Her little body shook. Why am I so bad? Oh, don't be stupid, said a voice. Gretel looked up with a start. She was alone in the room, so who had said that? She looked under the door. The widow had gone away. She turned and faced the window. There, sitting on the window frame, was a black raven. She gazed at it curiously. He tapped his black beak against the glass, and then he said, "Do you mind if we come in?" Gretel wiped her face and advanced to the window. "We?" "Yes, my brothers and I." Gretel opened the window and in fluttered 3 ravens, black as could be. "You shouldn't tell her she's stupid," said the second raven to the first. "It isn't polite." "Even if it's true," said the third. The first raven cleared his throat. "We happened to be flying by, dear girl, when we noticed that you were upset. We felt bad." "Personally responsible," added the second. Accidentally complicit, said the third. Gretel, who had a very long day already, flopped down on her bed and stared. You see, the first raven continued, all the misfortune that you and your poor brother have experienced is really the result of a, well, I guess you could say an indiscreet conversation that the three of us had. He cocked his head apologetically. Gretel continued to stare. Indiscreet, the second whispered. What about it? The first replied. The third rolled his eyes. Indiscreet, dear girl, means we shouldn't have been talking about what we were talking about when we were talking about it. Oh, that was helpful, said the second. And then, why don't we just explain it to her? And so, once the three ravens had settled their feathers and found comfortable perches on the window, oh my goodness, those kitties. They told Gretel the whole story from the very beginning. They told her about her grandfather's dying wish and how her father had found the portrait anyway, then, and how he had stolen her mother. He did what? Gretel interrupted. Moving right along, said the second raven. Then they told her about the indiscreet conversation and how her father's servant, faithful Johann, had heard it and used it to save her parents' lives. You see, the first raven continued, any wedding between your parents was destined to be cursed. The three of us know all about destiny, interrupted the second raven. It's sort of what we do, said the third. They were destined to be cursed, the first began, though what they did to you children, that goes a little beyond the scope of the curse, I'd say, finished the second. The third raven added quickly, but it certainly isn't your fault. It's probably ours, said the first magnanimously. Had we kept our black beaks shut, none of this would have happened. Gretel scrunched up her face. Because my parents would have died before Hansel and I were born? Exactly. That doesn't seem much better, Gretel pointed out. Said the first. I guess that's right. No, Gretel said, it's my fault. If Hansel and I hadn't run away from home, he wouldn't be dead, and we never would have killed the baker woman, and that father never would have wished his sons into swallows, and the third raven interrupted her. Do you remember why you ran away, Gretel? She looked into his black eyes and nodded. He said, seems like a pretty good reason to me. Gretel stared past the three ravens out of the window at the red and orange leaves that balanced on the ends of branches like tears. After a while, the third raven said, well, we really should be going. More flying around to be done, letting people's fates out of the bag. Anything else we can answer for you before we go? Said the second raven. It really isn't my fault, Gretel said. We are unable to lie, the first raven replied, so it must not be. And with that, the three ravens beat their black wings against the air and flew out the open window. Gretel fell back on her bed. It wasn't her fault. She had the sudden impulse to take all of the sadness that had been crushing her and hurl it away, to hurl it at those who had caused it in the first place, to make them feel the pain and know it and understand her. Good night, Lump. When you have 13 children, it's easy to track them if they're alphabetical. Nice, I like it. It's so much more terrifying to see kids in peril. That's true. Kids. Like, I remember, I think I was either... It said that kids think Coraline is an adventure story and adults think it's horror. Yeah. Neil Gaiman. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who Neil Tahan was. I was confused. Ravens be like, your parents were destined to be together, but also they're a bunch of dicks and you're dumb. I always love that part where she's like, it's not my fault. Because it's not. Healing trauma. Yeah, it is so much more terrifying when you're an adult and you realize, because when you're a child, you don't understand how helpless you really are. You basically think you're just a tiny adult, and then you get to be an adult and you realize what being a child actually entails looking back, and that's what makes it so scary. Seeing kids in trouble like that, so much worse when you're an adult. Slowly, she reached into her pocket and let her hand close around something that was small and cool and turning blue. The next day the village was all merriment. Tables were set about with bread and beer and cider, as well as harvest grounds and autumn leaves and other signs of the festival season. Neighbors spoke cheerily about the cool, clear weather, and little clouds of steam puffed from their mouths. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and the smell of roasting sausage topped with apples wafted over the gathering. The handsome young man stood with other men, drinking beer from a great mug and laughing about this and that. Children ran to and fro. Soon the sausages were ready, and heaping platters were brought to the tables. Gretel quickly emerged from the old woman's house, her hands buried deep in the pockets of her dress. Everyone went to their seats at the tables, and the master of town stood and delivered a few fine words. A couple of older men did as well. Then the handsome young man stood up, raised his glass to the women, and said they were as beautiful as any women in all the world. And the men cheered heartily, and the women blushed and smiled, and then, to everyone's surprise, Gretel stood up. "Can I say something?" she asked timidly. Even standing, she was smaller than most of the sitting adults. Oh. "Get up on the chair, honey," one of the villagers told her, so she stood on her chair. "I want to tell you," she began, but then she stopped. She looked at the handsome young man. He was smiling at her, but then she glanced down at his hands that could tear a girl's soul from its body. "A dream," Gretel said. "Just a dream that I had." The villagers murmured with approval. Once upon a time, you see, dreams were thought to possess hidden truth. "Hi, Hannah." Pulls out a chainsaw from nowhere. Where is this book? Oh, gosh. I have so much cleaning to do. Markiplier play Doom. I watch Markiplier whenever I'm uneasy about anything. To get going. Good night, Basilius. Oh, I see cute kitties. Yes, this book is a lot, Hannah. We're reading A Tale Dark and Grim. It's a children's book, but you wouldn't think so all the time. It's about Grimm's fairy tales. Ooh, it's almost midnight here, and we've got 18 concurrents. Thank you, guys. Okay. "I dreamed I went into the Schwarzwald," she said, "but as I walked through it, and the rain hit my face, and the roots tripped my feet, I heard the trees whisper, 'Go home, little girl, go home. To a murderer's house you've come.'" The villagers started with dismay at the young man was staring at Gretel with a very strange expression on his face. Gretel glanced at his powerful, magical hands and said hastily, "It was only a dream. I came to a house in a clearing, and white birds hung in cages from eaves, and they chanted all together, 'Go home, little girl, go home. To a murderer's house you've come.' But I went inside the house and followed a light into the cellar, where I found an old woman wearing a chain of iron. She told me to flee, and that the man who lived there was her son, a warlock, and a murderer." The young man suddenly leapt to his feet. All the villagers stared at him. Sheepishly, he sat back down. "It was just a dream," Gretel said cautiously. "Just a dream. Then the man came home, and," she added quietly, "he looked just like you." And Gretel pointed to the handsome young man who was staring intently at her and began chewing on his fingernails like a madman. "He had a girl, and he was dragging her by the hair. He threw her onto the table and pulled a pure white dove from her mouth and put it in the cage. It was only a dream. And then he took an axe and chopped the girl to bits. It was only a dream, and he licked the blood off his fingers and threw the bits of the girl into a boiling cauldron. It was only a dream." The villagers were now talking to one another excitedly, pointing first at her and then at the young man. "Except one piece didn't go in the cauldron," she went on. "The girl's finger had a golden ring with rubies, red as rubies can be. He threw the finger in a rage, and it tumbled through the air and fell right into my lap." She paused. The villagers were now silent, waiting for the conclusion of Gretel's tale. The handsome young man's shoulders were rising and falling, and his eyes were wild. Gretel, standing on the chair, put her hand into her pocket and drew it out again. And here it is, she said. She held the bluing finger with the ring still on it in her hand. The young man leaped from his chair and began to chant the words of a dark curse. But before he could finish, someone came up behind him and knocked him unconscious with a tray of sausages. What a German way to defend somebody. Hi, Katie. Kitties make anything better. It's true. Oh, geez. This got dark. Yes, it did. Eyes widened. Sorry. A what? Oh, yeah. You have no idea. What story in A Tale Darker Grimm? It is A Smile Red as Blood. It is one of my favorites and also probably one of, if not the darkest story in the entire book. Tray of sausages. If it's too much, please feel free. Yeah, please do. I always try to give content warnings for that reason. When we decide to cover things that are a little bit horrific and potentially triggering, I don't think we shouldn't cover them, but I do want people to prioritize their mental health and safety. That is the most important thing. So I will never ever be upset if you step away for any reason. I recommend a show that's recently new called Poker Face. It goes into fun murder, whodunit style episodes. Oh, cool! I'll check that out. The bonk sound from the tray of sausages. Then the oil was prepared and a villager was sent to find the poisonous snakes. And the narrator says, because the best way to kill a warlock is to cook him with poisonous snakes in a cauldron of boiling oil. Obviously. But before the handsome young man could be thrown into the cauldron, Gretel went up to his unconscious body and slipped her slender hand into one of his pockets. She withdrew the tattered, blood-stained piece of twine. She put it in her own pocket, and then nodded to the men of the village, who hoisted up his limp body and threw it into the hissing vat of oil and snakes. As the evil young man's life came to an end, somewhere deep in the forest, a magic shackle was broken. An old woman was set free, and around the eaves of a dark house, 100 doves burst from their cages and fell to the ground. Young women again. Gretel returned to the feasting table with all the other villagers. They comforted her and marveled at her courage. At the end of the meal, she approached the widow, and after apologizing for being so willful and disobedient, told her that she would soon be leaving. Where do you plan to go? The widow asked. Gretel thought about it. At last she said, on. There. That one didn't end so badly. Yes, it was pretty gory in the middle, but Gretel didn't lose any body parts, and nobody died. At least nobody we really liked. In fact, things start getting better right here. So if you're still feeling sad about Hansel or anything, don't stop now. In fact, if you're still feeling sad, now's a great time to keep going. On the other hand, if you're feeling sick to your stomach because of the blood, now's a great time to stop. We're going to go into the 3 golden hairs, but I just want to take a breath for a second. Well, she got her revenge. Good for her. Did Gretel solve a murder? Yes, she did, technically. Good night, Terrific. She witnessed a murder and then went back and was like, hey, guys, there was a whole murder. You should do something about that. And everybody was like, oh, fuck. Okay. I want to use my Twizzler as a straw. I do like thinking about Gretel as fairy tale Jessica Fletcher. It's too squished. I can't do it with this one either. Kitty. She was giving Columbo in that scene. Little childhood Columbo with a lot of trauma to unpack later on. And just one more thing, pulls out finger. Yeah. Look at Kitty falling asleep. Welcome back. Listening to the radio. I always put on ambient something to go to sleep to. Not those cats. Place, but then I realized that it's featured on your homepage. Oh yeah, no. This is a rescue place. We're borrowing some cat footage so that we can go called Level Kitten, because this book is a lot. I wonder if we'll be able to finish it tonight so we can just read a couple Nancy Drew notebooks tomorrow and chill out. That'd be nice. Alright, to the 3 golden hairs. Once upon a time, a duke returned home from a hunt in the magnificent wood. In his great hall, the lords and ladies of his manor awaited him. Every year the duke brought back a great bounty from his hunt, and the lords and ladies would ooh and awe and then be treated to a feast. There was much excitement when the duke finally entered the hall. The lords and ladies cheered, and he bowed and waved and shook hands all around. Trumpets were sounded, and the huntsmen began to file in. But the first huntsman carried nothing. The lords and ladies wondered at this, but the duke smiled serenely. The second huntsman carried nothing. Still the duke smiled. The third huntsman, nothing. Fourth, nothing. The lords and ladies began to wonder if this was some kind of joke. One lord even ventured to laugh, but the duke turned an eye of such withering scorn on him that the laughter immediately ceased, and the laughing lord later sold all of his belongings and moved to a neighboring kingdom. Oh, geez. Finally, there were 20 huntsmen in the great hall. Not one of them carried a dead animal of any kind. The duke turned to his audience. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, as he meant this quite literally, I present to you the worst hunt and the best that I have ever had. The fewest creatures, but the rarest prize. In came 2 more huntsmen. Between them, they carried a pole. Hanging from the pole was the strangest, most grotesque beast that anyone had ever laid eyes on. It looked like something halfway between a wolf and a man, a bear and a boy. Ladies screamed, lords cried aloud, a servant fainted dead away. The huntsman cut the dead creature down from its pole. 2 more huntsmen approached it with gleaming knives as the duke looked on proudly. They would take off the beast's hide and head and mount both on the duke's wall. Warning, this next bit is kind of gross. Oh, you don't say. Looking more gory and dark than Doom, and that's saying something. Yep, it's Hansel. We're going back to Hansel world. Did they kill Beast from Beauty and the Beast? No. They killed Hansel from Hansel and Gretel, but he's gonna be fine. You know, this is like Supernatural. They die and come back like a million times. The huntsmen dug their knives into the beast's skin just below the jaw and began to run their blades between the fur and flesh. The hunting knives shone red as clumps of meat and animal hair stuck to the blade, and the lord and the ladies watched with disgust and amusement. The duke giggled with glee. Who else would have the hide and head of such a monster? Soon the huntsman... I don't get hunting for sport like that. Oh, look, I killed it and I put its head on the wall. Yay! I don't get that. Soon the huntsman skinning the beast began to gape. One sprang back from the creature, muttering, "It isn't right, it isn't holy." Doing something unholy. Sorry, that's not the time or place. Another huntsman stepped in for him, but soon he fell away too, crying that there was something terrible, unnatural about the beast. Finally, the task was left to one huntsman alone, a grizzled old man who bared his teeth and steadily carefully finished the skinning. He stepped back from the carcass so that all could see it before he cut off its head. Ugh. Gasps echoed through the hall, for beneath the beastly skin was another layer of skin, human skin, and beneath the beastly form was another form, a human form, the blood-soaked form of a boy. Carefully, the grizzled huntsman returned to take off the beastly head. He sliced into the skin, but instead of severing the neck, he gently peeled away the top layer of hide and fur. After a few minutes' work, he stepped back again. The middle of the floor of the castle's great hall lay a naked, blood-stained boy. Ugh. I will cut no more, the huntsman said. He's breathing. Fairy tales are wild, man. He's just gonna walk off death, yeah. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Dark once upon a time, yeah. Until they go to super hell, then they don't come back. Till one of them turns out to be gay for their best friend, and then they go to super hell and don't come back, allegedly. Although, in my heart of hearts, I refuse to believe that he's gone forever. I just won't accept it. Not after everything. Carefully, the grizzled huntsman... Oh, no, I already read that. After the commotion and hubbub had died down, and the doctor had come and gone, and the Duke had bragged to one and all that not only was he the only hunter to ever kill a beast boy, but he was also the only hunter to ever not kill one, which left more than a few people scratching their heads. The question arose for who would take the bloody, unconscious boy home. A lord and lady who had never had any children of their own soon volunteered, and the boy was moved to their manor and cared for as well as a boy can be. When after a few days the boy finally woke up, he informed them that his name was Hansel. Hansel was comfortable in the rich, sprawling manor with a lord and lady for parents, but he was not happy. Not a moment passed when he did not wonder what had become of Gretel. He felt ashamed of how he had acted in the wood of life. She had been so good to him, and he had been selfish and irresponsible. It made him sick to think of it. He could not sleep for his shame. Each restless, sweaty night he lay awake, staring into the darkness. Then, in the morning, he would rise and wander through the manor like a ghost. Where was Gretel? What had happened to her? He feared something terrible. And so, it was all his fault. He wanted to scream. How could she ever forgive him? It was like a private hell of his own thoughts, and he knew no way of escaping it. And then one night, as he lay in bed and tossed and turned and sweat, he thought, I will never do anything like that ever again. I will find Gretel and make things right with her. I will be responsible. I will be good. I swear it. And because he wanted it so badly, he was. And he felt better. I've always liked that quote. Wait, don't tell me, dear readers, this sounds implausible to you. Of course it does. Having never experienced such things yourself, it naturally sounds ludicrous. He wished to be good, so he was? Just like that? Yes, just like that. There is a certain kind of pain that can change you. Even the strongest sword, when placed in raging fire, will soften and bend and change its form. So it was with Hansel, the fire of guilt and shame was just that hot. Trust me on this one. I know this from personal experience. I hope that you never will, but since you're a person, and therefore prone to making horrible, soul-splitting mistakes, you probably will one day know what this kind of guilt and shame feels like. And when that time comes, I hope you have the strength, as Hansel had, to take advantage of the fire and reshape your own sword. Once Hansel had sworn to be good, his life was quite bearable. The lord and the lady were fine parents. They cared for Hansel and spoke kindly to him and fed him good food. They had a wonderful library, and Hansel enjoyed sitting in it, reading books about knights and damsels, dragons and giants. He knew he couldn't stay in the manor forever, for he needed to find Gretel, but he regained his strength and was very happy to stay with the new grown-ups. There seemed to be nothing wrong with them. It makes me sad to even say it. Is there ever nothing wrong with grown-ups? Certainly not in these stories. Maybe in real life there are perfect parents and amazing adults who never ever disappoint you, but once upon a time, no grown-up was perfect. You, my dear reader, have certainly learned that by now. The lord and lady were not perfect either, of course. Sometimes the lady had a short temper. Usually the lord had bad breath. But worse than these things was that the lord had a secret he kept from even his wife. It wasn't a terrible secret, nothing cruel or evil. It was a secret weakness, one that, try as he might, he could not control. The lord loved to gamble. He lived every day without giving in to his weakness, but at night a cold sweat gripped him, and he could not help taking his and his wife's gold from their chests and creeping down to the back room of an alehouse in town and wagering on cards. Sometimes he won, usually he lost, but never yet had he lost so much that his wife noticed the difference in the morning. But one night a stranger joined the game. His skin looked almost red in dim light of the tavern's back room, and his beard was cut into a point below his chin. He bet with the lord, and he won. He won, and he won, and he won again. The lord knew he should go home, for his money was gone, but he knew that if he went home having lost all their gold, his wife would discover his secret failing. He was ashamed. He asked the bearded stranger if he could win his money back. The stranger said that he could, but he would wager whatever stood before the fire in his library that night. The man could think of nothing that stood before the fire in his library except his fine mahogany stool. It was a small price to pay for the chance to win all his money back, so he agreed. The lord lost. He returned home in despair. He walked into the library where the fire burned, wondering if there was some way to hide the loss of all that gold and the stool from his wife. But as his eyes fell on the stool before the fire, he saw Hansel sitting on it, reading a book. The lord thought back to the gambling stranger, to his reddish skin, his pointed beard, his strange wager. Knowledge smacked the lord over the head like a tray of sausages. Again with the sausages. He staggered and fell to the ground. Hansel rushed to his side. Gambling, the lord said. Are you all right? Hansel said. The lord's face was pale, and his eyes stared up at the ceiling blankly. I was gambling with the devil. Dun dun dun. My sister was Belle. I was jealous. You know, the entire opening song, including spoken dialogue. Oh, me too. Beauty and the Beast. I just know from seeing it so many times. Daring sword fights, magic spells, a prince in disguise. Wait, wrong story. I think Hansel is... Yeah, he almost got beheaded twice, which is... You know, it isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Your mom. Hi. The huntsman is like, he's fine. Kids are resilient, you know? Walk it off. Look at the kitty. I'm just gonna keep going. The next morning they waited for the devil to come and collect his due. The lord wrung his hands and apologized to Hansel over and over as the lady buried her face in her kerchief and wept. But Hansel just stood there, nervous and numb. It was too strange, too incredible to believe he had been gambled away to the devil. What did that mean? What would he have to do? He wouldn't have to do anything, of course. If you're gambled away to the devil, and this is a matter of public record, I'm certainly not making it up, you are damned to excruciating pain for all eternity, and no matter what you do, no matter how good you are, or how many times you ask, please, pretty please, with a cherry on top, the devil will never, ever, ever let you out. It's excruciating pain from the moment you arrive in hell until the moment after eternity. But Hansel did not know that, which was probably best. At the time the devil arrived at the manor, he wore a walking coat and carried a cane, and had tiny spectacles that sat on the end of his nose, and his hair looked like 100,000 strands of shining gold had approached. He approached Hansel and frowned. Has anybody tried playing a fiddle and trying to win the soul back? Oh, I'm having so many Cuphead flashbacks, Hannah. You have no idea. I still need to do videos on season 2 and 3. I still need to do a stream series where we get through the entire game. Like, so much more Cuphead content to come in the future. He's a bit pure, isn't he? The devil said and sniffed. He smells good. Hansel swallowed hard. Oh yes, very good, the Lord said. Too good to go to hell. Would you rather go? The devil said swiftly, turning on the Lord. Oh, no, the Lord said. No, take him. Thank you, sir. The devil smiled and muttered to himself. You'll be there shortly anyway. What? The Lord said. Nothing. The devil turned to Hansel. Well, you're good and so pure it makes me sick. I can't touch you, and I wouldn't want to anyway. It'd take me weeks to get the stench of you off me. So report to the gates of hell in 3 days' time. Hansel gathered his courage and said, what will happen to me in hell? I love it when they ask that, the devil said, smiling. You'll be in excruciating pain for all eternity, and no matter what you do, no matter how good you are, or how many times you ask pretty please with a cherry on top, I will never, ever, ever let you out. It's excruciating pain from the moment you arrive until the moment after eternity. Well, the cat's out of the bag now. He came very close to Hansel, and Hansel could feel the heat of the devil's skin. And if you're not at the gates of hell in 3 days' time, I'll flood the whole valley with fire, and everyone in it will die. And then I'll find your soul, of course, and take my due. Now Hansel wanted to cry, but he held his breath stuck out his chin, and said in his bravest voice, I'll be there. And the devil said, I know. Then he turned for the door and waved a single pinky at the Lord and was gone. In a forest near the Lord's manor, there wandered a very old man. He had a long nose, bent back, lips that puckered around a toothless mouth. He was searching for 2 children, a boy and a girl who'd been lost long ago. Johann! You see the devil often being down in Georgia? Yeah. He frequents these parts, you know? Fun story, I got in trouble, like not like big trouble, but I got in minor league trouble because my friend and I were tasked with putting on music at the prayer breakfast, and we shuffled a playlist, and that was the first song that came up, and we were like, oh, this is fun. And our church leader said that wasn't a church appropriate song because it was about the devil, and we're like, yeah, but it's about how the devil's bad, duh. Couldn't resist, you made the reference first. I always make the reference. I actually do love that song. Some contracts. Say hello to Cup and Mug for us, right? This just turns into Cuphead. I really want to finish this book tonight, but I don't know if I'll be able to. He was about to sit and rest his aching bones beneath the branches of a comfortable-looking tree when, from a distance, he heard the sound of someone crying. He followed the sound to the foot of a great elm, where he found a boy cradling his head in his hands. The old man felt pity for the poor boy, so he comforted him and asked him if he needed help. No one can help me, the boy moaned. I must travel to the gates of hell in 3 days' time and deliver myself to the devil, to be in excruciating pain until the moment after eternity. Hansel? The old man said. The boy looked up. How do you know my name? For a moment the old man said nothing. He just stared at the boy's head of curly black hair and round eyes, dark as charcoal. Then he said, never mind, I thought you were someone else. He sat down beside Hansel gingerly and frowned. So, he said, you must go to hell? Hansel sniffled, and wiped the tears from his face with the back of his sleeve and began to tell the old man's story. Johann, how do you not know? You'll be there soon enough, as he should be. Yup. Friend of mine in high school played fiddle, and that was one of the songs he was always willing to play and show off. Oh yeah, every violinist is like, oh yeah, let me add that one song. I know somebody who started playing violin because they wanted to learn that one song. When he finished, the man was staring at him intently. "It is not a lost cause, my boy. Nearly, but not completely," he stopped. "Yes?" Hansel asked. "Well," the old man said, "it is said that in hell the devil can have no power over one who has 3 of his golden hairs." Hansel thought back to the bespectacled devil with the strands of gold on his head. With the thin strands of gold on his head. "But how would I get them?" Hansel asked. "That I have no idea, but I can take you to the gates of hell. I know where those are, and I can guide you back if you ever come out." "That's very kind of you," Hansel said, staring into the man's unlovely face. Oh. And then he said, "But now you can tell me how you knew my name." You would think that the kids, even if the kids have changed quite a bit, you think that they would remember Johann, or maybe they were too young and traumatized. Bluegrass style fiddle, only no classical violin. Yeah, same instrument difference, just played differently. "Hi, kitties." "That's very kind of you," Hansel said, staring into the man's unlovely face. And then he said, "But now, can you tell me how you knew my name?" The old man didn't answer. Instead, he slowly got to his feet and oh, he does remember them. He just doesn't want to talk about it. Began to walk. After he had gone a little way, he turned and saw that Hansel was still sitting on the ground under the great elm. "Well," the old man said, "do you want to go to hell or not?" Hints of cuteness. Yeah. Trying to do the math. I think we're about at the halfway mark now. So I'm probably going to do... I was hoping that we could finish it so that we could do Nancy Drew Notebooks tomorrow, but we're just over halfway at this point. I don't think we're going to finish it tonight. It's like a 250-page book. Although we've already gone past the halfway point. And the next stopping point is way after. Johann, he looks like and has the same brain cell quality as his father. I know, I love cats. Cats only meow to talk to us us humans. They don't do it to talk to other cats. They've just learned that it's how they get humans' attention. They journeyed all day until when the sun was low in the sky, they came to a small city ringed by walls of stone. The old man asked the guard if he and Hansel could stay within the city walls for the night. "No one stays in this city," said the guard, "for our fountain of wine no longer flows, and we are all in mourning." And he told them of a magical fountain that had once given wine without cease until one day it didn't. "Devil knows why," the soldier said, throwing up his hands. The old man was about to turn away from the city gate when Hansel said, "I'm going to see the devil in hell. Perhaps I can ask him why, and if I ever escape, I will come back and tell you." The soldier stretched his head. "I didn't mean the devil literally knows why. It's an expression." "It is?" Hansel replied. "Oh, what's it mean?" "It means," the soldier began but stopped. "Wait, are you really going to hell?" Hansel nodded, and so did the old man. The guard stared at the little boy. "Never mind, just come in." The next day, the old man and Hansel walked until the sun was low in the sky, and again they found themselves at the gate of a city with walls of stone. Again, the old man asked the guard if he and Hansel could stay, but the guard said, "No one stays in this city, for our tree of golden apples is now barren, and we are all in mourning." And he told them of a magical tree that had once given golden apples without cease until one day it didn't. "Devil knows why," the soldier said, throwing up his hands. So Hansel said, "I'm going to see the devil in hell. Perhaps I can ask him why, and if I ever escape, I will come back and tell you." The soldier scratched his head.
I didn't mean the devil literally knows why. It's an expression. People keep saying that, Hansel replied. What does it mean? It means, the soldier began, but stopped. Wait, are you really going to hell? Hansel nodded, and so did the old man. The guard stared at the little boy. Never mind, just come in. On the third day, the man and Hansel walked until when the sun was low in the sky, they came to a river that could only be crossed by ferry, but the ferrymen refused to take them over. I've been in this ferry for 7 years and I can't get out, the ferryman said. I'm sick to death of it. My arms are exhausted. I haven't slept well in ages, and you don't even want to hear about going to the bathroom. Ugh. Why can't you get out? The old man asked. Devil knows why, the ferryman said, throwing up his hands. So Hansel said, I'm going to see the devil in hell. Perhaps I can ask him why, and if I ever escape, I will come back and tell you. I didn't mean the devil Did you say you're going to hell? The ferryman asked. But why? The devil knows, Hansel replied. I'm trying to decide where I want to stop if we're not going to read the other half of this book tonight. 12:30 now. What do you guys think? You think we should... We're a little over halfway at this point. Should we wrap it and read the other half tomorrow night? Oof. I was hoping we'd read Nancy Drew notebooks, but... Let me see more. That's two. I remember almost 2 years ago. I went to a cat cafe. Oh, there was a cat cafe that has since closed down, but there was a cat cafe by where I live, and it was really, really sweet. We could finish the book either tonight or next stream. If you want to read something more chill, feel free. I doubt any of us will mind at all. Just finish it. Just finish it. We've read for... Okay, I've been reading for about 4 hours. We've gotten halfway. I don't think finishing it is an option tonight as much as I want it to be. If we were anywhere close to it, I would say yes. But we're about halfway. OMG, this book. Liza, yes. And thank you, Kellen. I do want to finish this book. Since we're going to have Model Land going for quite a while, I'd like to finish this book so that we can, like, close it and be like, yes, we finished it. So if I will probably stream the other half of it tomorrow. Assuming I don't finish the rest of it tonight. Well, all right, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to do some speed reading. We're going to do some speed reading and see how far we get. The ferryman scratched his head at that, but then he said, well, if you promise to come back and tell me why I'm stuck here, I'd be happy to take you over, and so he did. At last the sun was disappearing beyond the edge of the horizon. On the third day, the old man and Hansel arrived at the tall, black doors of hell. Hansel's knees began to knock gently against each other. The doors to hell led directly underground, and there was no handle or knocker. They were just smooth and black like eternity. Be brave, the old man said, and get those 3 golden hairs. Hansel said, I will, but he wasn't sure he believed it. Hansel's hand was trembling so badly it took him 3 tries just to knock on the great doors, but as soon as his knuckles hit them, they swung open. 2 pairs of long red arms grabbed him and thrust him inside. The doors slammed shut behind him. Faithful Johann sat down on the ground to wait. He wondered how long eternity was. Hansel stood just inside hell's doors, staring all around him. He was... Does anybody remember? Oh God, that knock knock knocking on heaven's door. It's an Avalon song. It's a Christian song. If you grew up in the 90s in a Christian household like I did, sorry. Anyway, moving on. Hansel stood up just inside hell's door, staring all around him. He was in what looked like a cave. It had low, heavy ceiling, hung with long spires of rock. Down these spires dripped red liquid that looked for all the world like blood, but though there was a ceiling, there were no walls. Hansel could see forever in every direction. 1,000 paths stretched out from where he stood, paths that wound past millions upon millions of craters of bubbling, boiling liquid fire. In each crater, a sinner screamed as red-armed demons drove him under the liquid fire's surface. Ooh. The sinners kicked and struggled as they were held below. Sometimes the demons would allow them to rise, and the sinners would scream and cry and say that they were sorry and please let them out, please, pretty please, with a cherry on top, and then the demons would push them down again and suffocate and be burned. Very, very lovely. Look fun, said one of Hansel's two demon guides. Then he led Hansel between the pits of fire, over a path that glowed like embers. The soles of Hansel's feet began to scorch and hopped from foot to foot and winced, but far worse from the pain in his feet was the chorus of screaming sinners bursting forth from the pits and then being shoved back down again like hellish jack-in-the-boxes. Oof. As they passed one crater, a heavy-set woman burst from beneath the bubbling fire and screamed, "Oh, pretty, please, stop!" Hansel stared at her. It was the baker woman. She saw him too. "Hansel!" she cried. "Yes! Baker woman in hell! Call back!" "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Tell him to stop." "Please tell them to stop. Please, pretty please." A demon with a pitchfork shoved her back under the surface of boiling fire. Hansel slowed beside the pit. He hated the baker woman. She was bad. He was glad she was being punished for what she'd done to them and to all the children. She must have eaten before they met her. Yet, yes, he thought, as he watched her bob to the surface again, scream, and then plunge back into the torture below. Yes, punish her. But when she came up again, he saw fear in her face and remorse and the pleading. She deserved to be punished, but not like this, and not for eternity. "Would you please stop?" Hansel said. The demon with the pitchfork turned to Hansel. "What?" he hissed. Hansel swallowed hard. He held his head high. He stared straight into the demon's eyes. "Please," he said, "I've forgiven her. Stop punishing her now." For a moment, the demon looked paralyzed. Then he glanced at Hansel's demon guides. The corners of his mouth broke into a smile, and he said, "Nice try, kid, but it doesn't work like that." The two demons laughed and pushed Hansel on. His eyes scanned the pits, looking for the empty one that he knew somewhere awaited him. Up ahead, he noticed someone in one of the pits who, for some reason, caught his attention. It was a young man with black hair and striking green eyes. He wailed and howled each time his face rose above the boiling pit. Hansel looked away. Finally, he arrived at an empty one. Hansel stood at the edge, looking down into the boiling fire, rimmed with black, jagged rock. Have you ever stood at the edge of water and known that it was going to be really, really cold? And you knew you had to go in, but you really, really, really didn't want to? Well, this was kind of like that, but with liquid fire instead. Hansel clenched his lips and clasped the sweaty hands together. He closed his eyes behind him. He heard the demons chuckling, and then before they could push him or kick him or strike him with the pitchfork, Hansel jumped in. Pain, greater pain than he could ever have imagined. Burning so terrible and unnatural that every inch of Hansel's body screamed to get out of the fire. He began to kick frantically, struggling to get to the surface. Finally, he rose above the flames, and there was a split second of relief as if perhaps the pain was coming to an end. But instantly he felt the sting of pitchforks on his neck and his face thrusting him back under. He went down again and burned, and the burn was worse this time for having felt, just for an instant, the sweet cooling relief of surface. One more, Hansel struggled up the clear. Poor Hansel. These kids have been through it. It's been years since I've read this book, but I love how it incorporates more obscure fairy tales. I love it too. Well, you see, my most recent stepdad sold me to Satan with gambling. My most recent stepdad. Doom guy killing demons in the background, yeah. Clear and clear the flames. He was just about to loose the most lung-crackling scream he had ever produced when he heard one of the demons say, "Give him a minute this time. I like to hear him scream." Just as the sound pushed past Hansel's throat and over his tongue, he clamped his lips shut. He looked into the demon's narrow, stupid, vicious eyes, and he thought, "For you, I won't." After a moment of the sweetest relief imaginable, they pushed him under again, and he was certain his skin was burning off. He kicked up to the surface. The demons looked at him. Am I hearing Perry or am I hearing cats? Like, Perry is a cat, but like these cats. The demons looked at him expectantly, but instead of screaming, Hansel concentrated on the howls of the other sufferers. I'm sorry. I hate myself for what I do. For what I did. If I only had been good. Why isn't this one screaming? The demon said, as he shoved him back into the liquid fire. While he was under again, he realized that while this was terrible, it wasn't as terrible as all those sleepless nights when he had felt so guilty about abandoning Gretel, and at least this was just pain and not shame and guilt. This was not his fault. He rose to the surface again and smiled at the demons. This one's defective, the demons shrieked, and they pushed him back under. Down and back up, and Hansel smiled. Down and back up, and Hansel smiled. Down and back up, and the demons were pulling him out of the pit. What's wrong with this one? One of them said, and poked him with his pitchfork. Hansel winced but didn't make a sound. Better take him to the devil himself, the other demon said. See what has to be done. The devil and his grandmother. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what this was inspired by. Partially. So they took him down another burning path. Hansel's brief sense of triumph was swallowed like coin slipping into the great dark maw of a well, the devil himself. Soon they came to a place where the pits of fire ended, and there began what looked like a quiet residential neighborhood. They turned onto a wide street with grass and trees and bushes, but red grass and black trees and red bushes, until they came to a little house with a black picket fence and a red walls and black shutters. The demon pushed Hansel to the door. Even the devil has the, the nuclear family dream, I guess. Black picket fence, little house. Demons pushed Hansel to the door. Go see him, they said. See if you don't scream then. They turned away. I hope we get a screamer next time, one said. Yeah, said another. Yeah, said the other. That was freaky. Hansel stood before the door. It was black like the gates of hell, but it was quaint too, with a knocker that looked like the bronze head of a kitten. Hansel looked at the knocker more closely. The whiskers were real. It was the bronze head of a kitten. Oh dear. Avoiding the knocker. Don't look, kittens. I'm not actually seeing any kittens right now. Oh, I see kitten ears. Avoiding the knockers, Hansel rapped very quietly on the door. No one answered. Cautiously, he leaned his head against it and listened. Screams, terrible screams, much worse than even those of the sinners in the pits of fire, echoed from inside. Hansel's blood shivered in his veins. Do it, he told himself. Do it now. He put his hand on the doorknob and turned. Hansel found himself in a living room, sort of like a normal living room. It had a couch before a fire, a wingback armchair, side tables, candles to read by, and a thick rug, but it stank of sweat and body odor, and sulfur, and mixed together. It stank so much that Hansel nearly gagged and was forced to hold his nose and cover his mouth. He looked more closely at the wingback chair. It wasn't leather, it was human skin. Of course it was. Hansel could see teeth sticking out from one of the seams. Ugh. Clamped his hand over his mouth more tightly to prevent himself from throwing up. The screams were coming from the adjoining room. Carefully, Hansel crept up to the edge of the couch. It was made of hair, human hair, and tried not to think about it. Hidden behind the couch, he could see into the next room. It was the kitchen, and in it he saw... Oh gosh, that scared me. That cat came out of my peripheral vision. He saw an old devil woman with a pot and a pan in each hand, cooking and singing, not screaming. That noise was singing. Just then, Hansel heard the creaking sound of footsteps on the stairs that led up to the front door. He looked around frantically for a place to hide. His eyes fell on a closet. He ran to it and slipped inside, closing the door quietly. Behind him, he heard the devil's voice. "Grandmother, I'm home." The screaming, singing in the kitchen stopped. "Dinner's ready, my dear." And now Hansel could hear the sound of a table being set. The devil helped set the table, for even the devil helps his grandmother set the table. He stopped and sniffed the air. "Do I smell human flesh?" he asked. Hansel caught his breath. "Of course, silly," his grandmother said. "There's a little boy named Hansel waiting for you in the closet in the living room." "No, she didn't say that. I was just teasing you." "Of course, silly," his grandmother actually said. "Where do you think we're having for dinner?" And they sat down and ate. Hansel sat in the dark closet, surrounded by extra blankets and pillows. He refused to look at what they were made of, and waited. The devil ate the supper that his grandmother had made for him, the fingers of sinners spiced with the guilty tears, and then he yawned loudly. Tired from all your wicked trickery, his grandmother said indulgently, come and lie down. You can put your head in my lap and I'll stroke your beautiful golden hair. A little bit odd, but you know what? Whatever floats your boat, Mr. Devil Man. The devil removed his long traveling coat, took off his spectacles, and laid them on a side table. He curled up on the rug on the center of the living room, laying his head in his grandmother's lap. She gently stroked his hair. Sleep now, she said. Sleep. Soon he was snoring. After a little while, the grandmother was too. It is the devil's grandma. Yes. Yes, it is. It is this. It's called, in this book, the chapter is called The Three Golden Hairs. But yes, basically, it's that story. The devil and his grandmother is another name for it, I believe. All right, let's see. Hansel sat there in the dark closet, listening to them snore. Suddenly he realized that this was his chance. Hadn't the old man said that the only required 3 golden hairs from the devil's head to escape this place? Carefully, he opened the door of the closet and tiptoed over to where the devil was sleeping. Ever so gingerly, Hansel reached out and took a golden hair from the devil's head. That's what he's going to take, right? Right? Wrong. Are you crazy? The devil would wake up immediately. And then it would be all over for Hansel forever and ever and ever. I hope that's not what you thought Hansel was going to do. If you did, good luck if you ever end up in hell. Hansel reached out and took the devil's spectacles from the side table, retreated with them to the closet, and closed the door again. Then he waited there all night. The next morning the devil arose and readied himself for another day of soul collecting. His grandmother made him a breakfast of human fingernails, and scrambled, of course, and packed up his lunch in a bag. But before he left, the devil announced that he could not find his glasses. I can't see shit without my fucking glasses. Sorry. He was furious, for he could barely see without them. I hardly recognize you, grandmother, he shouted. Where in hell did I put them? Devil knows, his grandmother said. No, he doesn't, he shouted. Eventually, he stormed out of the house without his glasses, grumbling without telling one sinner from another, and wasting a perfectly good day of damnation. After he was gone, the grandmother went upstairs. Hansel ever so carefully opened the door to the closet. He peered up the stairs. The grandmother was carrying things to the attic. Hansel watched her carry an armload of objects up the stairs, including a crown with a head still attached to it and something that looked like a squid, and come back down empty-handed. She did it again, this time carrying 2 giant feet. When she came back down, she was sweating from the heat and strain, and she itched her gray hair and then took it off. Hansel grimaced at the scabby, bald head underneath. She disappeared into a room and reemerged without her hair at all, carrying instead a taxidermied child with a lollipop in his nose. Jesus. Okay, that's terrifying. As she turned for the attic, Hansel took a deep breath and followed her up. Each of the steps on the stairs made a loud creaking and caused him to wince and suck in his breath. The devil's grandmother was singing again, as she couldn't hear a thing. When she disappeared through the door of the attic, Hansel hurried up after her. She was half buried in boxes and strange objects when he quietly shut the door behind her. In amazement, relief, and glee, there was a key to the attic door. He turned it in the lock and went back downstairs. Hansel soon heard the frantic banging on the attic door. Then the grandmother began shouting for help, but no one was around to hear. After a lot of banging and shouting, the grandmother seemed to resign herself to a day in the attic as she quieted down. Oh, I'll just start doing my cross stitch. Now Hansel made his way to her bedroom. On the dresser before an obsidian mirror stood a wig stand with the grandmother's gray wig on it. Around it was her makeup, a thick black lipstick that looked like petrified oil slick, and blush that looked like dried powdered blood, and fake eyelashes that were the legs of flies. In the closet were her dresses. It's making me itchy. I don't like it.
next morning, the devil... Oh, you have no idea. The Devil's Grandmother sounds like a punk album. It does sound like a great name for a band. Thompson Fairy Tale Classification Index. Nice. Very nice. Dried powdered blood, fake eyelids, like this. Hansel closed the door to her room. In the closet were her dresses. Hansel closed the door to her room. He came out an hour later, dressed from head to foot like the Devil's Grandmother. He wore a billowing black dress, makeup all over his face. He had put it on as best he could, which wasn't too well, and her gray wig. He'd skipped the eyelashes. Good call. In the kitchen, Hansel took what looked to be a pot of human fingers out of the icebox. Ooh. He put a pot on the stove and turned on the heat. Leftovers, he said to himself. Then he set the table with forks and knives and made up human bone and teeth and waited for the devil to get home. When he heard the devil's footsteps trudging up the door, Hansel began to scream at the top of his lungs. The door opened and the devil came in. Damn it, Grandmother. Can you stop your infernal singing for one bloody instant? Someone's in a bad mood today, Hansel said in his best grandmother voice. Without my blasted glasses, there isn't any point looking for sinners. I made a complete fool of myself, the devil said sullenly. Why am I picturing the devil being played by Jeff Goldblum? Oh, I'm sure you didn't, dear, Hansel said, and he began to ladle the fingers into the devil's plate. Your voice sounds strange today, Grandmother, the devil said. Are you well? A cold sweat broke out all over Hansel's skin. Of course, dear, he said, just a little sniffle, and he sniffled twice. The devil sat down at the table, but immediately turned on Hansel. I tell you, it stinks of human flesh in here. It's disgusting. But Hansel remembered what Grandmother had said the day before. Of course it does. What do you think we're having for dinner? The devil took one bite of his dinner and spit it out. This is revolting. What is it? Leftovers, Hansel said nervously. Oh, I hate leftovers. The devil stood up and stomped into the living room and plopped down on the couch. What a horrible day, he shouted. Hansel took a deep breath and then slowly walked into the living room. Here, dear, he said, let me stroke your hair. Everything will be better in the morning. And Hansel sat down in the middle of the living room rug, just as the devil's grandmother had done. The devil grumbled and laid his head in Hansel's lap. Grandmother, why are you shaking? He said. The better to rock you to sleep, my dear, Hansel said, as he tried to prevent his teeth from chattering too. Grandmother, will you sing to me? The devil asked. His eyelids fluttered closed. Certainly, my dear, Hansel said. He swallowed hard, and then he began to scream at the very top of his lungs. Grandmother, what a beautiful voice you have, the devil said. God damn it. Reason I was picturing the robot devil from Futurama. That too, or, you know, the devil from the Cuphead show. All of these are giving the same energy. Good night, Ellery. See you next time, Ellery. Thank you for hanging with us. Thank you for modding. The better to sing you to sleep, my dear, Hansel replied. Can you stroke my hair? The devil said. With trembling hands, Hansel began to stroke his hair. Grandmother, what delicate fingers you have, the devil said. Shh, Hansel whispered. Sleep, my dear. And the devil slept. As soon as the devil's breathing was nice and even, Hansel took one of the devil's golden hairs between two of his fingers and, trying not to wake him, plucked it out. Tar and pitch, screamed the devil, sitting up. Why did you do that? Hansel's heart had jumped into his mouth, but he said as calmly as he could, I'm sorry, I fell asleep and had bad dream. Must have grabbed hold of your hair. The devil settled back into Hansel's lap. I love bad dreams, he said. What was it? Hansel swallowed. I dreamed that there was a city with a fountain of wine, but that it flowed no longer, and all of the people were sad. Aha, those old fools, the devil said. I placed a frog right under the fountain. That's what's stopping all the wine. And all they've got to do is kill it, but they don't know that, of course. He chuckled at the unhappiness he had caused and fell back to sleep. As soon as the devil's breathing was nice and even again, Hansel took another golden hair between his fingers and plucked it out. Sulfur and brimstone, screamed the devil, sitting up. Why did you do that? I'm sorry, Hansel said. I fell asleep and had a bad dream again. I must have grabbed hold of your hair. The devil settled himself into Hansel's lap. Well, he said, what is it this time? This time I dreamed that there was a city with a tree that gave golden apples, but the tree was dying and it wouldn't give apples. It would give apples no more, and all of the people were sad. Aha, those old fools, the devil said.
I placed a mouse under the ground at the root of the tree. It's nibbling at the roots and killing it. If they just took the mouse out and did away with it, the tree would produce golden apples again. But they don't know that, of course. He chuckled at the misery he had caused and closed his eyes again. Again, Hansel waited until the devil's breathing was nice and even, and a third time he plucked out a golden hair. Father above and me below. Father above and me below is just so funny. Screamed the devil, sitting up. Don't tell me you had another bad dream. Yes, Hansel said. I'm so sorry. The devil settled himself back into Hansel's lap. I'm getting sick of this, he said. Tell me the dream, but if you pull my hair again, I'll put you out there with the sinners. I dreamed that there was a poor ferryman, Hansel said, who had been in his boat for 7 years. He couldn't leave no matter how hard he tried. Ah, the old fool, said the devil. All he has to do is hand his paddle off to someone else and he'll be free, and they'll be stuck there for the rest of time. But he doesn't know that, of course. He chuckled at the agony he had caused and said, now don't wake me again or you'll be sorry. He was just settling into a nice peaceful nap when Hansel, holding 3 golden hairs in his hand, shaking like a leaf, when a scream pierced the house. The devil sat up. What in hell was that? He shouted. Sounded like someone in the attic, Hansel said. One of the sinners escaped? We'll soon find out, the devil cried. He leaped to his feet and ran to the stairs. As soon as he was out of sight, Hansel jumped, threw the wig and dress off, and banged out of the door of the house. He turned for the doors of hell and broke into a run, gripping the 3 golden hairs tightly. After a while, he glanced briefly over his shoulder. To his surprise, he discovered that the fire and pits and the demons with the pitchforks had disappeared. All he saw now were poor sinners writhing on the floor of a great cave, screaming in sorrow and remorse for all the pain they had caused. Holding the 3 golden hairs, he knew that he was seeing the truth, hell as it really was. He arrived at the great black doors. As he laid his hand on them, they swung open, and he stood blinking in the daylight. The old man, who had been sitting on the ground just outside all this time, leapt to his feet. You're out, he cried. Hallelujah! And then he said, why are you wearing makeup? But just at that moment, a terrible cry echoed from the depths of hell. An unmistakable, blood-chilling, hair-raising, stomach-turning cry of the devil. Run, Hansel cried, and they did. They sprinted over the dusty ground, away from the black doors of hell. Glancing over his shoulder, Hansel saw the furious devil galloping across the turf behind them. For you see, outside of hell, the devil has no power over those who are not already damned, and so he had to chase them on foot. Still, he was faster than the young boy and the old man. He wasn't far behind them when they arrived at the river. They jumped in the ferryman's boat and shoved it off from shore. Did you discover how to free me? The ferryman said. I did, Hansel replied, but take us across first. Look, the devil's after us. So the ferryman rowed with all his might. When Hansel and the old man got out of the boat, Hansel told the ferryman what to do. The ferryman returned to the other side of the shore. The devil was waiting impatiently. After those 2 now, the devil commanded, hopping in. So the ferryman started off, but he paddled as slowly as he possibly could. Hurry, he screamed the devil, they're getting away. But the ferryman said, I can't go any faster. The current's too strong for me. Oh, to hell with that, the devil cried. And he grabbed the paddle from the ferryman's hands. He paddled them across the river in the blink of an eye, but when they reached the other shore, the ferryman hopped out, and the devil found that he was stuck fast. He bellowed and hollered and screamed and cried, but no amount of protest would set him free. The ferryman then set about making a little sign with some clay and a piece of slate to explain the situation to all who came by so that no one would accidentally free the devil. He adorned it with flowers and smiling angels. The devil fumed, but he was stuck in that boat for many years to come. The devil's backbone. Oh my gosh. Hansel, we do not pick up the nail bug. I raised you better than that. Pan's Labyrinth vibes from the frog blocking the everything. Yeah. The devil is just a Twitter user. I mean, yeah. BRB. Okay, Hannah. All right. You think I can read 100-ish pages before I have to get off in an hour? Let's see. The old man laughed and laughed to see the devil in the little ferry boat struggling to get out, and Hansel laughed too and wiped the grandmother's makeup from his face, and they began to walk towards the walled cities to tell the people how to break the devil's curses. But after walking just a little way, the old man stumbled. Hansel caught him, and they began to walk again, but a little while on, he stumbled a second time, and this time he fell to the ground. Hansel tried to help him to his feet, but the old man was breathing hard. "Let me lie here a moment," he said. The race with the devil had taken its toll on his ancient body, so Hansel sat beside the man, and because the old man asked him to, told him all about his time in hell and what he had done to escape. The old man laughed when Hansel told him of dressing up like the devil's grandmother, and laughed some more when Hansel described singing the devil to sleep, but soon the old man's laughter became a fit of coughing. He put his head back in the grass and tried to breathe calmly. After a while, he took Hansel's hand. "I can go no farther," he said, making the words was an effort for him. "Stay beside me, Hansel. Don't run from me now." "Why would I run from you?" Hansel asked. "You ran from your parents because of me," the old man said. Hansel didn't know what he was talking about. "I ran away because my father cut off my head," he said. "And how did you know I ran away?" "Who told him to cut off your head?" The old man's voice was weak. "A statue." Hansel began. He stopped. He gazed at the man's ancient, wrinkled face. Then, after a moment, he said, "You did." "I did," said faithful Johann. He tried to raise himself to sit, but his face twisted with pain, and he gave up. "I've been seeking you and your sister all these years. Now I found you, and I'm dying." They sat there, the old man and the young boy, on a patch of grass by the side of the road. The clouds passed overhead. Late autumn sun dipped low in the western sky, and the crickets took up their song. And then, because he thought about it every morning when he woke up and every evening when he lay down, Hansel said, "Tell me about my parents." Johann smiled sadly. "They cursed themselves, Hansel, for what they did to you. They were foolish, foolish," he coughed angrily. "They see their foolishness now, and so do I. Faithfulness is important, understanding is important, but nothing is as precious as children. Nothing." The cricket song enveloped him once again. A flock of swallows swooped overhead, the little brown bodies framed by the pink sky. Hansel thought of the 7 brothers. "I don't want to go home," he said. "Don't make me." He suddenly felt like a very little child again. "I understand," Johann said. "No, you don't." Johann sighed. "Hansel, I do. At the beginning," and then began to tell the boy a story. It started with a dying king and a young prince and a beautiful princess who lived across the sea. The prince became a king, and he convinced the beautiful princess to be his wife. Johann left out the whole stealing thing for his strength was low, and besides it was pretty embarrassing. Then he told of 3 ravens and 3 prophecies and a faithful servant who risked his very life. "I loved this young king and his bride," Johann said, "and I thought perhaps that they would keep their faith with me, that they would understand." And he told Hansel of the chestnut stallion and the golden dress and the wedding dance, and of carrying the new queen to the highest turret, and of what he did there, and of the pyre, and of and all the rest. Hansel stared at the grass, and the shadows grew, and the sky turned from pale blue to orange to pink. Locusts hummed. "Can you ever forgive them?" Hansel asked softly. "I did better than forgive them," Johann said. "I understood them." "I understand too, but not in the new sense of the word," Johann interrupted. "In the old sense, the ancient sense. I understood." He paused and collected his breath. "I planted my feet beneath them, and I took upon my shoulder their burden, their choice, their mistake, and their pain. Yes, I understood them, but also I understood them. In the last moment before I turned to stone, your parents understood what I had done for them, but only on that terrible day when they cut off your heads did they understand me. Only on that day were they willing to stand beneath me and take on my burden. It was that brought me back to life. So I understand you, Hansel, and I understand you, but that fortunately isn't good enough. It's not from me that you need understanding." Suddenly a terrible fit of coughing took the ancient man. He doubled up, and Hansel held him by the shoulders. After a while he was able to lie back down. There was blood on his lips and on his face. "Listen to me now, Hansel, listen well." Johann's voice was low and hard to hear. Hansel put his head right up by Johann's mouth, much as Johann had done for Hansel's grandfather many years before. "There is an evil thing," Johann said, "an evil thing in the kingdom. Because of their weakness and their sadness, a dragon has come. Has come to the kingdom of Grimm." I feel like that's somewhat of a typo. It says has come twice in a row. Hansel tried to sit up, but the old man's grip was iron on his sleeve. Listen to me. The dragon has taken possession of the people. It lives inside him like a disease. Who? But Johann motioned for him to be quiet. Speaking was now a great struggle. You must kill it, you and Gretel. Why us? Because there is a time when a kingdom needs its children, Johann said. Hansel stood quietly under the pink and purple sky. He thought of the kingdom and his parents and of the years that had passed. He thought of the pain he felt, the heavy burden of pain. Thought of what he had said. He thought of what Johann had said about understanding. We'll go to them, Hansel said. I'll find Gretel and we'll save our parents and their kingdom. The old man smiled. He reached out and took Hansel's hand. They sat together as the light faded and the sky went from blue to deep purple to black. Hansel stared up at the stars and they winked into being. 1, 2, 3, 4. He turned back to Johann. The old man's eyes stared upward, but he was not seeing. Hansel waved a hand before his face and then touched his neck. Johann was dead.
Johann dying finally? To be fair, he's at least 100. Yes, he's very old. And yes, he is. He died. The inspiration of children. I don't know, man. Donuts are pretty precious. Evil thing. You don't be rude. Sheesh. Like, who's the evil person? You're like, me. Damn it. Once upon a time, a little girl stopped. Oh, gosh. It says stopped into a tavern that stood along the side of a road. She shook her traveling cloak as she stood in the doorway, and wet slush fell from it to the rough wooden floor. Outside, little gasps of winter tossed branches and trees, and the road was a mess of water and ice. Gretel sat down near the fireplace, and the tavern owner brought her warm milk in a pewter mug. She paid for it from the pouch the villagers had given her when she left them. Then she sat and stared gloomily at the logs in the hearth, their ashy gray outside spreading, deadening the fire inside. She knew just what that felt like. Months on the road, as the leaves had turned from red to brown and then had fallen, as the snow had begun to drift down from the gray sky, softly at first, and then heavily piling onto the frozen road in front of Gretel in white, shifting mounds. This chapter is called Hansel, Gretel, and the Broken Kingdom. By the way, if I didn't say that before. She had wrapped her cloak around her tightly, but still the cold seeped into her skin, down to her bones. From time to time, her feet would slide out from beneath her as she walked, sending her sprawling into a mound of fluffy snow, or worse, a deep puddle of icy water. She walked without knowing where she was going. There's no knowing where they're going. And more every day without caring where she was going either. She had lived with parents and without, in homes and in the wild. Nothing was good. Oh, yes, and Hansel was dead. She laid her little golden head beside the pewter mug on the worn table. The table was sticky from spilled drinks. Ugh. Gretel didn't care. She closed her eyes. There was a bang at the door of the inn, swung open. Gretel raised her hand. A man stood in the doorway. It's back, he cried, his voice crackling with fear. It's back! The people of the tavern all rose to their feet at once. Kindheitberg is gone. He's not going to tell me. Kindheitberg is gone, the man wailed. Cries rose up from all around. A few people pushed past the man of the tavern door and onto the slushy road and began to run. What do you mean, gone? Some demanded. It's all gone, the man in the doorway said. The houses, Meister Beck's and the bakery, Frau Hopper's, the people. I don't know, but there were bodies. He shook his head. Many bodies. The room seemed to groan altogether. Some people sat down. Others covered their faces. I was out on the hill above town, the man said. I saw it circling over the village. I would have to run back to warn them, but there wasn't time. Besides, I had to stay with this one. From behind the man's leg, a tiny girl peeked out. She was hiding her face in her hands, but you could tell that her cheeks were stained with dirt and lines of dried tears. The man went on.
It circled 3 or 4 times. I could hear people shouting. Then it banked and began to descend. It swept on Frau Hopper's house, the big stone one, tore half the building off. I saw somebody, maybe Frau Hopper, fly through the air about 100 yards and then crash to the ground, the man shuddered. And after that, someone asked? The man shuddered again, but said no more. An elderly man nearby guided him to a seat and brought him a drink. He put his head in his hands. A large, heavy-set woman came from behind the bar and lifted a little girl up and cradled her and took her up some stairs to the back. When the door was closed behind the woman with the little girl, the somber tavern suddenly erupted with an anxious voice as Gretel tried to make sense of it. But they spoke all together and too loudly. What were they talking about? What had done this thing? Then gradually she was able to pick up one word that was being repeated over and over and over again in the din. Dragon. Gretel was standing near 3 people, 2 men, a tall one and a bearded one, and a woman whose back was toward Gretel. They say it's human, said the bearded man. Half human, replied the tall one, and half dragon, of course. My priest said it was once a man, but now he's possessed by a dragon spirit, said the woman. It would have to be a devil man to be possessed by a dragon. No, the woman replied. The priest said no. He said a sad soul, a desperate soul. That's what he said. Yes, I heard that too, the bearded man agreed. The tall one rubbed his stubby chin. They killed that man over in Walden. They thought he was the dragon. Guess he wasn't then. Guess not. He had children too. Oh, Jesus Christ. They killed 6 brothers over in Hamelstadt, said the woman. Now that's a rumor. It isn't. My cousin saw it happen. Terrible, said the man with the beard. Terrible, said the woman. Terrible, said the tall man. Terrible, said the woman. Excuse me, said Gretel. She was standing at the woman's elbow. The woman didn't seem to hear her. Gretel tugged at the woman's sleeve. Excuse me, she said again. The woman turned around. Her face was pale. Her hair hung loose and limp, and her light eyes were circled with black. What is it? The woman said. What kingdom is this? Gretel asked. Grimm, the woman said. The kingdom of Grimm. Or it was, the bearded man said ruefully. Now it's the ruins of Grimm. Where are you looking for? Said the tall man. Gretel's throat felt thick. Do the king and queen have any children? She asked quietly. The woman looked at the men and then back at her. Did once. Twins, a boy and a girl, but they were lost, poor darlings, disappeared in the night. Just before the dragon came, the man with the beard added. That's right, just before, agreed the tall one. But what are you trying to get to? Gretel hesitated. I'm not sure, she replied. She thanked the group and walked to the door of the inn. The 2 men were standing beside it, arguing about the dragon. She stood behind them, half waiting, half thinking. At length, one noticed her nudge the other, and they both turned to let her. Can I help you, dearie? She bit her bottom lip. After a moment, she asked, Which way is the castle? She said as if she wasn't sure she wanted to know. The men pointed with a blunt workman's fingers. Gretel nodded silently and stepped out the door of the tavern onto the road. She looked in the direction of the they had pointed in. Even the road looked rough and painful. She looked the other way. Burning all the people. Oh God. Monster slaying time. Start the music. Hansel traveled down the wet, icy roads, a solitary boy, charcoal eyes and curly black hair, laden with flakes of snow. Behind him followed 2 obedient oxen pulling 2 positively enormous carts. The first cart was filled with golden apples, 1,000 of them, round and firm and cool, golden as in made of gold, of course, not golden delicious, golden expensive. The second cart was filled with barrels of wine, barrels stacked so high that they tottered and creaked with every turning in the road. There was enough wine in these barrels to keep a whole village in drink for a whole year. Speaking of drink, the apples and the wine and the carts and the oxen were all gifts from the 2 villages, of course. You see, after burying Johann and making a little headstone for him, faithful was all it said, Hansel had gone on to the village of Golden Apples, where he told them of the mouse gnawing at the roots of the tree. They killed it, and the apples began to grow immediately. So they gave him as a gift 1,000 golden apples, as you do, and the cart and the quiet, obedient, incredibly large ox. Next, he had gone to the village of the wine. He told them of the frogs stopping up their fountain. Once they had killed it, the wine began to flow again, and they gave Hansel a gift. As a gift, the barrels of wine, the cart, and another quiet, obedient, incredibly large ox. He named the oxen Ivy and Betty, which is strange because oxen are boys. That doesn't come into the story much. I just thought I'd tell you. Thank you, narrator. So Hansel, having bested the devil and saved the 2 villages, and now leading a fortune in wine and gold, set out for Kingdom of Grimm. It wasn't hard to get directions either. Everyone could point you toward a kingdom where a dragon was, but Hansel's progress was slow, for he stopped at every village, every hamlet, every house, every hovel, and passed along the way, asked if he had seen or heard anything of his sister Gretel, but no one had. You mean Gretel the old woman? No, my sister. Gretel, my sister's baby? No, my sister. She's not a baby. I have a goat named Gretel? No. He may have had a fortune in gold and wine behind him, and 2 obedient oxen to follow him where he went. But Hansel's heart was black and heavy, and as it had ever been, and his feet dragged in the mud and the ice. Without his sister, he did not want to go home, or face a dragon, or face his parents. Gretel stood at the door of the tavern, staring down the road. Coming toward her were 2 enormous ox carts, each capped like miniature mountains with snow. Walking out in front of them was someone with dark hair, a small, dejected someone whose feet dragged as he walked. There was something about the someone that made Gretel want to wait for him. As the carts drew nearer, her heart caught in her throat. With her fine ocean blue eyes, Gretel could now make out the someone's face. She cried aloud and tore off for him down the road. As Hansel drew closer to the kingdom, he seemed to see Gretel everywhere, in bakeries, in upstairs windows, going in and out of houses, which resulted in some pretty embarrassing moments, if you can imagine. Just up ahead, there was a girl standing in the doorway of a tavern. He had not known. He was just seeing things. He would have sworn the girl was Gretel, too. Then the girl was no longer standing at the door of the tavern. She was sprinting toward him, her long blonde hair flying out behind her. Hansel blinked. He stopped dragging his feet, and he ran. Okay. Getting there. What you doing, guys? We doing all right? It's 14 where I am. Hansel and Gretel came together like 2 magnets meeting like meteors that have been screaming through space toward this one moment of collision. They met in the middle with a bang, and instantly their feet were out from under them in one slick roadway. They landed hard in a puddle of icy mud. They stared at each other, sitting in the puddle, lost and then found, dead and then alive, covered in mud, sitting on their behinds, 3 inches of filthy water, and they began to laugh. They threw their arms around each other and laughed until tears streamed down their faces. They sat freezing muddy in a puddle in the middle of the road with the gray sky. Okay, but get out of the water. We don't really have a lot of medicine in this time period. You're gonna catch cold. Although they've dealt with worse, I'm sure they're fine. With the gray sky overhead and their parents' castle waiting just a few miles away, they sat there and held each other until their arms ached. Where have you been? Hansel asked as they pulled themselves out of the puddle. How are you alive? Gretel asked at the same moment. So they climbed up on an ox cart and told each other about every single thing that had happened since the day of the hunt in Labenwald, and some things twice. And as they talked and laughed and gasped and talked some more, Ivy and Betty drew them closer and closer to home. Hansel and Gretel are coming to the hardest part now. It's true that they have been nearly eaten by cannibalistic baker women, and they've talked to the fiery sun and to the child-eating moon and to the kind stars, and they've journeyed to the crystal mountain, and that Gretel has cut off her own finger and caused somebody to be boiled alive, and that Hansel has been turned into a beast and been shot and skinned and gambled away, and that he went to hell and dressed up as the devil's grandmother, and that he's been chased by the devil himself, and that he had an old man's hand, and then he held an old man's hand as he died. It's true they've done all those things, but sometimes coming home is the hardest thing of all. what I miss? Because I was here for like 5% of the stream. A lot. It's been a lot. I've been in hell. Making a lone sacrifice to protect chat from bots. Thank you. How many of you had to kick out? I can't see it from my dash anymore. They updated some stuff. It's a lot. This is a children's book, but it's Grimm fairy tale based, so it's a whole lot. Any chaos that wasn't caused by any occurred? I mean, no more than the book and the bots, I guess. Soon Hansel and Gretel found themselves in the heart of the kingdom of Grimm, driving through towns that still lived in their early memories. As they looked around, their stomachs began to twist into knots. Some of the towns looked just as they remembered them, as if memories of home could be modeled in wood and brick. But other towns, other memories of home, had been razed to the ground. Houses were torn apart with the roofs and walls scattered and broken. Shops were burned, eviscerated, completely dead animals lay in the street, their bloated bellies stiffening as flies walked carefully across the surface of their eyeballs. Ugh, I hate that. I don't like that. The dragon, Gretel murmured. Hansel nodded and stared. As they passed through one gutted town, the door of the wreckage of a house began to move. Its hinges groaned angrily. Hansel leaned close to Gretel. She took his hand. Then, from the darkness, a head emerged. It was a child. He was very small, the size of the child Gretel had seen in the tavern. He was followed by an older child, a girl, then a still older girl. Come out, the eldest said. Look. From behind them emerged their parents. The whole family was dirty, emaciated, with ragged clothes and frightened eyes. Gretel said, "This is not good." "No," Hansel said, "it isn't." Suddenly, Gretel jumped down from the cart and ran around to the back. "I'm going to give them an apple," she shouted to Hansel. The family heard this, and father and mother and 3 children all came out to the cart. "You have apples?" the father said. "Not the kind you eat," Gretel told him, "but this might help you," and she reached under the canvas tarp and took out an apple and gave it to them. "It's golden," the children cried, and the parents' eyes grew wide with wonder. But the eldest of the children, who was a few years older than Gretel, stared up at her. "She looks like the princess," the girl said. The family stopped marveling at the apple and looked at Gretel again. "She does," the father said, and then tentatively said, "Your Highness?" Gretel blushed. The eldest child ran around to the front of the cart. "And the prince!" she shouted. All the rest of the journey home, the family ran ahead of the ox cart, cheering and shouting for all to hear. "The prince and princess are home. The prince and princess are home." The people began to come out of their houses, slowly at first, peering fearfully around the doors, but when they saw the 2 children sitting atop the ox carts and the family walking before them, shouted at the top of their lungs, the villagers' frightened faces gradually lifted, and they came out into the warming sun to walk behind the ox carts and cheer. Soon Hansel and Gretel had a train of followers, 1,000 people strong, and still they gathered more as they went. They looked around at the cheering, shouting, laughing people. Never had they felt so special, so important. They were just children, after all. Word of their arrival ran ahead of them. It did not take long to reach the king and queen in the castle. At first, neither king nor queen believed it. They had been rumors of the children's return before, but as the reports were confirmed and confirmed again, then again, the king and queen, father and mother, grew too agitated to wait any longer. They rushed to the great gate of the castle with pounding hearts and clasped hands. As the castle came into view with its tall turrets and broad porticos, Gretel took her brother's arm. She held it so tight it began to hurt. He looked at her face. Her face was lined with worry. "You don't think," she stopped and she began again. "They won't do what they did again?" Slowly Hansel shook his head. "No," he said, and he repeated all faithful Johann had told him. "They miss us," he concluded, "and they're very sorry." Gretel nodded. Hansel found her hand and held it. When the ox carts were only 100 feet from the gate, Hansel and Gretel got down. Their mother and father ran toward them, arms outstretched. Hansel and Gretel stood and watched them come. They did not reach out their arms, but when their parents reached for them, they allowed themselves to be lifted up and held. "I'm so sorry," was the first thing their father said. "I'm so sorry," was the first thing their mother said. And they kissed their children's cheeks and wet them with their tears and held them tight. They told servants to care for the oxen and put the canvas-covered carts in the royal stables, and that they brought Hansel and Gretel to the castle, where they watched them and fed them. At last the whole family sat before a glowing hearth in private wing of the castle. The shadows of flames danced on their faces. "Tell us everything," the queen said, face beaming. "Where have you been? What have you done? How did you find your way home?" Hansel and Gretel looked at their parents and then at each other. They shrugged, and then they looked at the thick red rug on the floor. Hi, Maddie. Yeah, hi, Avery, too, I guess. I mean, I'm here, too. I mean, you know, whatever. What did I miss? They've come back home to the castle. They don't trust their parents, which is valid. Yeah, we're reading A Tale Dark and Grim. It's based off original Grimm fairy tales, so it's very dark and very grim. It will happen to you, dear reader, at some point in your life. You will face a moment very much like the one Hansel and Gretel are facing right now. In this moment, you will look at your parents and realize that no matter what it sounds like they are saying, they are actually asking for your forgiveness. This is a very painful moment. You see, all of your life you've been asking for forgiveness from them. From the age you can talk, you are apologizing for breaking this, forgetting that, hitting him, locking her in the garage, and so on, and having them ask you for forgiveness probably sounds pretty good. But when the moment comes, you'll probably be in a lot of pain, and you probably will not want to forgive them. In which case, what you might ask, should you do? Well, you could yell at them and tell them about all the ways they've hurt you. This is a good thing to do once, because believe me, they need to know, but this is the first step on the road to forgiveness. What if you're not even ready for that? You could pretend to forgive them. This I would not recommend. It's sort of like sweeping broken glass under the rug, under the carpet. The floor still isn't clean, and somebody's going to end up with bloody socks. Finally, if you don't want to forgive them, and you don't want to fake it, you can always go with the old reliable, changing the subject. After the moment, Hansel and Gretel said, "What about the dragon?" And Gretel said, "Yes, tell us about that." The king and queen exchanged an anxious look. Their children, they were still children, were they not? Seemed so different from the little ones that had frolicked at the foot of their bed on the very day they'd been lost. These two were so serious, so silent, so distant, but the king and queen agreed with merely a look, as only parents can, that it was best to give them their time and their space. And so they told Hansel and Gretel all about the dragon. After the children had disappeared, the king explained he had gone out every day to look for them. At first he had taken hunting parties with him, but soon he had been so distraught that he insisted on going out alone. He described pushing through the wet leaves of early spring, persevering through the hailstorms of March and the thunderstorms of April to find them, but he never turned up a single trace of them. And it was one of these days when he was far from the castle that the dragon had come. It began circling the sky, the queen said. The villagers below ran in a panic every which way, unsure where to go, what to do. When the dragon dove that first time, it screamed, and was said that villages 2 miles away had heard it at the end of that first day. In one town, it was utterly gone, and hundreds of people were dead. Hansel said, "What does it look like?" The queen shuddered. "It's hideous, smooth, black skin like snake's eyes that are golden with no whites and pupils at all. Its wings are so thin you can see through them, and each of its talons and teeth look like long, sharp obsidian shards. When the king came home the first night and saw what had happened, he assembled an army, and then they rode to meet the beast, but they could not find it. Every day for a week they rode around looking for the dragon, but never would it show its face. Then one day the army was under direction of the captain of the guard, for the king had been taken ill. The day the king said bitterly the dragon had come and destroyed the army completely. Now there were few soldiers left in the kingdom, and fewer still who would face the dragon. There had been nothing anyone could do for a long time now, except watch the dragons tear the kingdom apart. Gretel's brow furrowed. "Well," she said at last, "Hansel and I will come up with something." And the king and queen smiled at her as if she were a very little child, and then smiled at each other. "That's very brave of you," the queen said gently, "but we're just happy to have you home. You don't have to worry yourself about the dragon, dear." Gretel stood up. Her eyes were almost level with those of her seated parents. Almost. "Has either of you ever had to cut off your own finger?" she asked. They stared at her. "Well, you didn't have to, Hansel. We all know you didn't have to." Wow, it's grim. That's crazy. Yes, Hansel and Gretel are royals. Wry humor aside, that part hits hard. Yep, it does. It really does. They stared at her. She raised her left hand to show them, and they gasped. No, how about killing people? How many people have you killed? Killed, her father said. Yes, besides me and Hansel. Oof. The king's face grew red, and his voice grew quiet. None, honey. Why? Well, we have, too, Gretel said. Hansel stood up beside her. Have either of you have been to hell, he asked. What? His parents cried. Been tortured by demons, Hansel asked. They shook their heads and stared at their children. He gave them one last chance. Had the devil's head in your lap? Neither replied. Then I think you'd better leave this to us, Gretel said, and the two children went back to their rooms to talk things over. An hour later, they returned. So Hansel said, dragons love treasure, right? At least in storybooks, Gretel added. Their parents looked at each other and shrugged. I guess, the king replied. Okay, let's say they do, Hansel said. We have a cartload of golden apples in the stable right now. His mother's eyes grew wide. You do? How on earth did you get that? The king asked. We'll explain later, Gretel said impatiently. Are you listening? The king and queen nodded sheepishly. Okay, so we take the cart of apples out to the clearing in the forest, Hansel said. We open it up, Gretel cut in, so the dragon can see. Hopefully he'll be attracted to the good... Oh, food time. He'll be attracted to the gold. We'll have to raise an army. They'll be hiding in the trees around, Hansel said. With bows and arrows. Yes, they have an army, but do they have a halt? And swords and axes, Gretel added. And when the dragons is distracted by the apples, the archers will fire at it from the cover of the trees. It won't know where the arrows are coming from, and it will be confused and hopefully wounded. And that's when everyone else will run out and attack it, Gretel concluded. Slowly, the queen began to nod. That's not a bad plan, she said. She turned to the king. Well, the king tried to find some fault or other because that's what fathers do. Raising an army, he said, that will be difficult. Our people don't want to fight anymore. They're afraid. We have to try, Hansel said. It may not work, Gretel agreed, but it's better than doing nothing. After a few more perfunctory objections, their father finally had to admit that indeed it sounded like a pretty good plan. The queen, blushing a little, said, Do you need all the apples for the plan? If so, I understand, of course. The king smiled. Your mother would like an apple, she said. She's always had a passion for gold. You know how we met. That's how we met, you know. I heard, Gretel said. You stole her. I did not, the king said. Admit it, darling, the queen laughed. You sorta did. You stole mother? Hansel asked. Well, yes, I suppose I sort of did. The king laughed at him. That's the family tea. The king laughed at himself, and the queen laughed some more. Hansel and Gretel began to smile, and the first crack in their armor their parents had yet seen. The king and queen, laughing and tearful, reached out their arms to their children, but with that the children's smiles died away. After a moment, the king and queen lowered their arms. Gretel whispered, We have to go to bed now. It's late, and we have a lot to do tomorrow. Hansel stood without moving for a moment. Then he said, Yes, that's true. And the two children turned away from their parents and went upstairs to bed. I feel like something is pressing down on my chest, Gretel asked, lying in bed. Gretel said, lying in bed that night, her eyes wide open. Something heavy and sharp and painful. I've felt it for a long time now. Since we left, Hansel said, nodding in the darkness. Since just before we left, Gretel corrected. There was a silence, then she said, It's been getting worse recently. It's never been so bad as right now. I feel like I can barely breathe. I know. I just want to take it and throw it off of me, make someone else feel it and hold it and carry for a while. That's an anxiety attack and maybe also depression. The beds creaked and settled beneath them. They had been empty for a long time. At least Hansel said, Not just someone else. No, Gretel said, not just someone else. All right. What is this chapter? Hansel and the Dragon. Once upon a time, on a bright but sunless morning, Hansel and Gretel stood in the middle of the town of Washen's tiny central square. Actually, it wasn't even a square, it was more like a grassy pole between the tavern and the bakery. Hansel and Gretel wore the finest, most regal clothes, and so that all could see them, they stood on a table and been brought out for the tavern. People of Washen gathered around the black-haired prince and the golden-blonde princess and peered at them, wondering expectantly. This was the strangest thing to have happened in their little town, in anyone's memory. Not only was it unheard of for royalty to pay them a visit unless in some grand procession that was just passing through, Hansel and Gretel had come alone, but the prince and princess had been the talk of the kingdom since the return. To see them here, well, you can imagine that no self-respecting Voschinder would miss it. So, they gathered in the grassy square beneath the birds that sang in bare branches and trees and waited to hear what had brought the young prince and princess to their town. Hansel shifted uneasily from foot to foot as he looked to the expectant faces before him. Voschind had been lucky so far. The dragon had not been visited, but nonetheless the people were thin. From the lean times the dragon had brought the kingdom, and they looked afraid. They seemed to be fear lingering at the corners of their mouths. A few even glanced up at the sky periodically. Hansel didn't have to ask what they were looking for. Gretel saw all this too, and then she began to speak the people of Voschind. She told them that she knew they were scared. She told them that she was scared too. She told them that fear would not save them from the dragon. She told them that only courage would save them. They must fight it. She said they must fight it. Gretel spoke, and the people of Voschind, grown men and women, listened to her. Not a single villager spoke. Not a single villager moved. When she had finished, every person was totally still, and then someone shouted, "What? What did she say?" cried someone else. Gretel looked confused. Had they not been able to hear her? "She must be out of her mind," another called. "She's crazy. Is that child talking to us?" They had heard her. Gretel turned red. Hansel cut in. "If we do nothing," he said, "the dragon will destroy the entire kingdom. We'll die. We might as well fight it." "Join us," Gretel called desperately. "Do something that you will be able to tell your children you did, you and your children's children. Join us and fight the dragon." A single person cheered. "We need you all," Hansel said, taking encouragement from this one enthusiast. "Men and women, veterans and volunteers, anyone who can shoot an arrow or hold a weapon, we need you all." "I volunteer," the single person called. "Yes," cried another, "let's fight it. I volunteer as tribute." The crowd began to hum with talk. Hansel and Gretel looked at each other. It was working. It was working. "Are you crazy?" suddenly rang out aloud above them in the hum and din. Heads turned. Hansel and Gretel looked around for the source of the cry. "You people must be nuts." It was a tall man, thin but muscular, with a bald head and a boxer's nose. He stood near the back of the group. "What do you think you're doing?" he went on. "Have you seen the dragon? Have you fought it before? It will kill you. It will kill all of you." "Shut up," someone cried. "We've got to do something," someone else called. "Die? Is that what you have to do?" He paused. No one responded. "I've seen the beast. I was there when we fought the first time. You can't beat it. Arrows practically bounce off of it. It can kill 4 people at once, at one with each 4 feet. And look at them," he said, gesturing to Hansel and Gretel. "They're children. Children. You're going to follow children into battle against a dragon? Are you crazy? Are you out of your minds?" There was a pause. The subjects of Voschind turned to hear the prince and princess's reply. Hansel was red in the face. Gretel was pale. They stared out over the subjects. All were quiet. The children opened their mouths, but neither had anything to say. "Ridiculous," the bald man cried. And he turned his back on Hansel and Gretel and walked into the tavern. The door closed with a slam. "Wait," Hansel shouted, "wait." But suddenly people were dispersing, headed to the tavern or back to their homes. "Would you rather die in a tavern or a field of battle?" Hansel cried. "A tavern," someone shouted. A few others laughed. More Voschinders turned their backs on Hansel and Gretel. "Would you rather die having done nothing or having tried?" "Nothing," someone called, but those who would have laughed were gone now. The remaining villagers were silent. "Will you follow us to fight the dragon?" Hansel asked. More silence. "If you will," Gretel said, "meet us at the castle in 3 days' time. Bring your weapons of choice, and," she added, with as much strength as she had left, "bring your courage." As Hansel and Gretel made their way out of Voschind, Hansel turned to his sister. "Well," he said, "that went terribly." "Yes, it did," she replied. They walked a little further, then she asked, "Ready to do it again?" He sighed. "I guess so." And they set off for the next town. Goodness. Almost done. Almost there. Almost there. It is 1:36 where I am. 3 days later, Hansel and Gretel waited in the castle courtyard. Scattered around it were groups of volunteers, small groups, no more than a handful apiece. It's early yet, Gretel said. More will come. Hansel wrung his sweaty hands. I suppose, he said. Then a recruitment had been brutal. Town after town of, are you crazy? What do you think you're going to do? You're just children. They're just children. You're just going to follow children into battle. There had been some who seemed ready to fight, a few, but most grew silent and wary when they heard they were expected to follow Hansel and Gretel, little Hansel and Gretel, to war. But as the hours went by in the castle, the courtyard, people came. Raw recruits carrying hunting bows and even pitchforks made their way through the great gates, but there were also groups that were obviously veterans, men with thick necks and wooden shields and shining swords. There were women too, archers mostly, but also women carrying swords and spears. One had a rake. We'd better get that one something proper to fight with, Hansel said pointedly. Gretel chuckled and nodded. I mean, Rapunzel does pretty well with a frying pan, so... By late afternoon, the children felt better. Before they stood some 500 soldiers. It was an enormous group. I'm the rake lady. Yes.
Oh, that's a big chomp.
It wasn't an enormous... Oh, it wasn't an enormous group. And it certainly wasn't a pretty group, but it would do. It would do. The children's chests swelled. They had done it. They had raised an army. The king and queen, however, were suddenly no longer so keen on Hansel and Gretel's plan. Wait, you're going out? Said the queen when the children came before them that night. You've never said anything about you going out. They're not going out, the king said. I will not allow it. The queen looked at the two children as they stood before her, stone-faced and armed. Please, she said, we already lost you once. We can't stand losing you again. Please, my children, she began softly to cry. Their father came and knelt before them and took each one of them by the hand. Please, my dear, he said, understand, you are children. Why can't you send someone else out in your stead? Father, Gretel said, maybe you should try to understand that yourself. She and Hansel drew the hands away. And the mother began to cry louder. Hansel and Gretel went to the stables to ready the ox cart for the golden apples. The apples were held securely under a canvas tarp, and except for the one apple they had given to the poor family and the other they had given to their mother, they were all there. As Gretel hitched the cart up to Betty, Hansel looked under the cover of the other. What about the wine? He said. Maybe we could get the dragon drunk? Gretel smiled, but she said, really, why not? It couldn't hurt, I guess, Gretel said, so they hitched up Ivy too. When the sky was black and dotted with stars, and the moon was just beginning to creep above the horizon, big and round and white, the two children led the ox carts into the darkness. Hansel and Gretel looked back over their shoulders with pride. Behind them followed their army. They led them down the road to a large wood that stood not far from the castle. As they approached the army, they began to whisper and point out. The ground at the wood's edge seemed to glow as if the moon was reflected by the very soil. It shimmered and sparkled, an earthbound Milky Way. Was it magic? The soldiers asked one another, or a sign from the dragon? But Hansel and Gretel confidently followed the path of white pebbles that they had scattered on the fourth floor that day before leading their army down deep into the wood to a large grassy clearing. Here, for the first time, Hansel and Gretel told their army the plan. They would all stay in hiding until the dragon came for the bait. When it came, if it came, they would wait until it was distracted by the contents of the ox cart. Then, when it was at least ready to defend itself, they would spring out their hiding places and attack. You have every right to be afraid, Gretel told them. The dragon is big, the dragon is strong, the dragon has divided our families and taken our children and stolen our childhoods. But this is no reason to cower until we stand up to him. Our lives will remain shattered, our hearts will remain divided against themselves, our heads will remain severed from our bodies. Oof. The moon was white and right behind Hansel and Gretel, staring at her. He didn't quite understand what she was talking about. But we will soon be healed, she went on. We've been healed. There will be blood first, but then there will be tears of joy. For our kingdom, she shouted. And our families, Hansel cried. And our children, they said together. Dude, you killed them once. You can't love them that much, right? Kitties are getting treats. Good kitties. The soldiers repeated the cry. In the silence they followed, in the silence that followed, all could hear the word "children" echoing off the thick trees that then way around the black wood. Gretel readied the ox carts in the clearing in the moonlight. The apples glowed golden as if they possessed some fairy magic. Hansel unharnessed Ivy and Betty from the carts and tried to shoo them off, but the two oxen took to cropping grass nearby. Someone had to draw them by their halters far off into the woods, as far as possible from the field of battle. Every time they say Betty, I just think of Betty by Young Gravy, and now it's in my head. God damn it. Don't worry, Ivy and Betty will be fine. I just wish I could say the same for everyone else. Oh, come on. Leaving both carts out in the clearing, the two children retreated to the cover of trees to watch and wait. The forest made sounds. Branches creaking, leaves whispering to one another, bats flapping between trees, looking for prey. Hansel plucked the grass at his feet. Gretel fingered a small dagger strapped to her belt. The volunteer soldiers began shifting uneasily. One did not venture into a wood at night, especially not when there was a dragon about. Sword handles became slick with sweat. Bowstrings were pulled back and released. An owl hooted far off. The cry they could hear its great wings beating against the air. No, they were not wings of an owl. The beats were too far apart, too deep and distant. Hansel and Gretel peered out from under the cover of branches and leaves, but they could see nothing against the black, starry sky. Oh my god. Too cute. And then it was in front of the moon, the long, thin silhouette of the dragon, its wings resting on the currents of the night air. Its body was narrow, its 4 feet were tucked up underneath it, its long tail trailed out behind its wings so thin that the moonlight shone through them. Stifled gasps arose from those who had never seen it. It was disgusting. It was enormous. From below, one could see the outline of its head, broad and viper-like. It looked nothing like the dragons in storybooks. Not even the dragon on the cover of this book, dear reader. Go ahead, take a look. There is a dragon. There is a little dragon. Dragon, you see, was designed to alert you to the presence of a dragon in these pages. What it is not designed to do is make you sick with horror and awe. So the snake-like head, the eyes with no pupils, the translucent wings, those were all left off. You're welcome. Gretel made a sign to the army. Arrows were notched. Bows began to bend. Dragon disappeared from sight. Down below, all waited. Then it appeared again over the clearing, a little lower this time, and it had seen the gold, and it was circling Gretel. Could hear her brother's breath coming quiet and quick. Hansel heard his sister's heartbeat mingling with his own. The dragon flew over them, and again, lower, and was gone. Then again, lower still. Then again, Gretel gestured at the sky. Arrows were aimed. They waited. The dragon flew over again. It was close enough that they could see the delicate scales of its skin gleaming in the moonlight, and its enormous jagged talons. It flew over again, and this time leaves on the tree shook from its passage. The trees became still. They waited and waited. No dragon. Hansel and Gretel and all the soldiers stared up at the black, starry sky, empty save for the moon. What happened? Gretel whispered to her brother. He shook his head and shrugged. They waited longer. The people began to feel uneasy. This let their bowstrings go slack. They rubbed the sweaty hands of their weapons, trying to find a good purchase. Where they wondered was the dragon. The darkness seemed to become heavier, more menacing. Glancing over their shoulders, they could see no more than a few feet into the forest. Then through the silence there ran a sudden whisper in the leaves. The whole army stopped breathing all at once. They stood still and listened. Hansel felt something beneath his feet. Carefully he lowered himself and put his head on the earth. Felt it again. Gretel, he whispered, the ground is shaking. I know, she whispered back, I feel it. It shook again and again. Now all the men and women were looking frantically back and forth between the ground and the black forest and that surrounded them. People began to whisper, what is it and what's happening? Shh. Gretel hissed, quiet. But they wouldn't quiet. They were afraid. and they saw it weaving through the trees like an enormous snake with legs. That's pretty much what a dragon is. Its wings were folded alongside its spine. Its wide viper-like head swung back and forth as it moved, and its golden eyes were shining in the moonlight. It had come to take them from behind, and it was moving so fast that the first villagers barely had time to scream before it was upon them. Oh, I forgot to mention, the little kids, they really shouldn't be here for this. Oh, God. Owls don't make any wing beats, right?
Come on. It's not scary.
Yes.
It's a scale.
Maleficent's dragon.
Well, I guess that is scary to some. But it's not
A
scary.
snake with legs, so like a lizard. Yeah, like, what is a snake? What is a dragon but just a big flying lizard? Its mouth opened wide and snapped down on a woman with a bow. She hadn't even moved to defend herself. There hadn't been time. Now half of her was gone, simultaneously with a massive... It's a children's book, YouTube. Talon Claw, the dragon swiped at a man with an axe. He landed on his back 10 feet away without his internal organs. Jesus Christ. With that, the forest awoke. Looking at the kittens, I'm looking at the kittens, I'm looking at the kittens. With that, the forest awoke. Some of the people tried to fight the giant creature. Most tried to run. Occasionally, with a horrible tearing sound, the dragon would kill someone else. Hansel grabbed Gretel and held her tightly. Don't go out there, it'll kill us, all of us. And then he called to the top of his lungs, retreat, retreat, retreat. The woods became madness. Screamed, rose, and died. People ran in all directions. Retreat, Hansel shouted, retreat. It's no good, Gretel said to him. We've got to go. Where, Hansel said, to the dragon. What? To lure it away. Run out ahead and make it chase us. It'll kill us, Hansel said. Gretel set her mouth. It's us or them. Hansel took a deep breath. He nodded at Gretel. Then he stood up and made his way to the sounds of death. Then he came near. As he came near, he saw a man and a woman hiding behind the tree. The dragon was on the other side, its head moving this way and that, trying to see which way they had gone. They had no weapons. They were shaking so badly they dropped them at their feet. Suddenly the dragon darted to one side of the tree. They froze. Hansel cried out. The dragon turned in time to see Hansel scoop up a fallen spear and with one motion launch the dragon's way. It glanced harmlessly off the dragon's back. Snake-like scales. Hansel stopped and stared. He thought, and then he thought, that's bad. Yes, Hansel, that's bad. Hansel spun to his left into the woods. The dragon followed. Get away, Gretel bellowed as the remaining troops. Get away. As they did, they ran. On the ground were many bodies, but many more were now escaping through the dark underbrush. The dragon was coming back. Gretel could hear it. It felt through the vibrations of the ground. Feel it through the vibrations of the ground. She scrambled to hide. The dragon passed her, swift as water. Its serpent head swaying from side to side as it moved. From its mouth, dripping blood. Suddenly, Gretel wondered what had happened to Hansel. The dragon headed straight for the gold in the center of the clearing. Briefly, Gretel considered going to look for Hansel, but instead making certain she wasn't seen or heard. Gretel followed the dragon's path. She crouched behind a thick thorn bush and clearing's edge. An axe lay not 10 feet from her. Out in the open, Gretel left it where it was. The dragon was standing beside the cart of apples. It turned its head this way and that, and then began to taste the golden eyes glaring at the glowing mountain. Now the plan was working, Gretel realized, incredulous. The dragon couldn't figure out how to take all the apples at once. It was confused, frustrated. If only she still had an army to attack it. After a few minutes, the dragon seemed to notice the other cart. It approached it and tore at the canvas with its teeth. Revealing the barrels, it picked up one of the barrels with its massive jaws. It crushed it. Wine poured out, some down its throat, most of it on the ground. The dragon spit out the staves of the broken barrel, shook itself, and resettled its wings on its back. It stood a moment, considering the stack of barrels that took another in its mouth and drank it down just as it had the first one, but this time catching more of the wine in its throat. It seemed to like it. It did it again, and again, and again. Gretel could not believe what she was seeing. After the dragon had drunk 6 barrels of wine, it tried to dive into the air, but now its flight was wobbly and uncertain. He sloshed. The dragon is drunk, Gretel said to herself, almost laughing. The dragon came back to the ground and drank down 4 more barrels of wine. Soon it was teetering back and forth. Even when it walked, it came up to the cart with golden apples, stuck its head underneath and tried to lift it. Without a moment's hesitation, Gretel leaped from the thorn bush and began to sprint towards the dragon. She could see its black leg stuck out behind it, straining against the weight of the gold. She could see a thick pulsing vein running over the dragon's backward bending knee joint. Ugh. Gretel stopped for the axe without breaking her stride. She covered the distance between the axe and the dragon quickly. She lifted the weapon high and brought it down. The dragon screamed. It was a scream like nothing Gretel had ever heard before. She thought 100 woodland creatures must be all dying at once. That was the sound. It pierced Gretel's head like a spear. The dragon turned. It saw the little golden-haired girl holding an axe, frozen by the sound of its screams. It watched, shocked, drunk, disbelieving, as the little girl dropped and sprinted off towards the woods. Behind her, behind her on the ground was an axe covered in black dragon blood and 2 dragon toes. Ew. The dragon shook itself, bellowed once, and followed limping after her. Gretel heard the dragon coming. It sounded clumsy, heavy. The wine, she thought, and the toes, of course. She cursed herself for missing the vein. She had never wielded an axe before. Gretel wove through the tree, trying to keep ahead of it. Where was Hansel? What had happened to him? She could hear the dragon, wine-sodden and wounded as he was, catching up to her. Just get away from it, she thought. Just get free of it so I can find Hansel and we can get out of here. But how to get free of it, she thought, diving into a bush and letting the dragon run past. But it would run past it. It would see her and kill her, she thought, finding a narrow cave and crawling into it. Good idea, but where would she find a cave? And then up ahead she saw a tree. It was an enormous pine, easily the tallest tree in this part of the forest. Without thinking, without any plan at all, she made for it. The pine's bristly branches started low to the ground and ran densely up the trunk. As soon as she arrived at its base, Gretel leapt onto the lowest ones and began to climb. She climbed around and to the far side of the trunk in the hopes that the dragon might not see her. When, a moment later, the dragon, drunk and limping around the tree's base, was indeed confused, it seemed to know she had gotten up in the trees, but she was 40 feet up by the time it realized she was on the other side of the trunk. Jesus Christ, my brain is like, oh, the audio, sorry, didn't realize, should have been looking. I don't do that tongue thing. It set off after her. It tried to use its wings, but they would catch on the branches and surrounding trees. It tried to climb, but the branches were too thin and they went crackling and tumbling to the ground when it put weight on them. So the dragon ended up digging its rough talons into the soft wood, ascending the trunk in leaps, smashing branches as it went. The pine needles brushed at Gretel's face, and she climbed at the sticky sap of the tree stuck to her palms. Her heart was pounding from fatigue and fear, but this was no chance to risk. The dragon was gaining. Its leap up the trunk gained in 10 feet or more, while its occasional slides back down, stripping whatever branches it hadn't smashed on the way up, gained her only a few seconds at most. Her hand reached for the next branch, and she pulled herself up. Her feet gained a secure hold and pushed her up the next one. Go, she told herself, go, and then she thought, where? And she looked up, hoping that perhaps the top of the tree would be too thin for the dragon to follow her onto. Perhaps it was, but it was also far above the other trees around it. Up there, the dragon could use its wings. Just climb, she told herself, just climb. She reached up and grabbed onto the next branch. Oh, well, excuse us, a voice said. Get lost. Gretel lost her grip and nearly fell out of the tree. Well, I never, said the voice. Some people. Gretel looked up. There was a thick mess of twigs and needles on the branch above her. Well, said another voice, see who it is? And then a black head with black eyes and black beak peered up over the branch above her. Well, I'll be, said the first raven, if it isn't Gretel. No, here, said the second. Tell her to be more considerate of a raven's nest, said the third. She has no manners. Was she raised by apes? I think she was raised by a king and queen, said the second. In the ravens, in this very tree. Gretel could barely believe it. In fact, it had not been for all the strange, incredible things that had happened to her already. Perhaps she wouldn't have. But after eating a house and talking to the stars and all the rest of it, well, she believed it just fine. Please, she said, help me.
Good shot, Ma.
Oh my gosh. The sound of tearing wood came from below. She looked down. The dragon had just slid halfway down the trunk again. Please, there's a dragon after me. Help you, said the third raven. After what you've done to our nest? Oh, it's not so bad, said the second raven. You're not the one who's going to fix it, though, are you? Replied the third testily. I have my responsibilities, too. When food is scarce and my job gets difficult, do I complain? Said the second raven. Yes, the other two ravens answered at once. Below, the dragon regained its footing and was climbing again. Please, Gretel cried. We can't help you, said the first. Yes, said the second. It's not what we do. Gretel looked down. The dragon was gaining quickly. She hadn't time to plead. Then move, she shouted, and clambered up onto the branch, just barely avoiding their crushing nest with her foot. Careful there, the third raven cawed. Gretel pushed past the branch, straining to keep ahead of the dragon. First, the raven beat his wings beside her. I'm sorry for my companion's rudeness, he said. We understand the gravity of your situation. He looked down. No pun intended, of course. Gretel didn't know what he was talking about. Are you going to help me or not? She cried. Oh, yeah, because they don't know what gravity is. I'm afraid we can't, the raven said. You see, we can only tell the future. We can't attempt to change it. It wouldn't do any good, you see. It's the future. There was an enormous crack from below, followed by a terrible squawking. Gretel hurried her pace, but up ahead the branches were thinning out to almost nothing. She was just about out of branches to climb to, and at any moment the dragon would be able to fly. Just as Gretel realized there was nowhere else for her to go, around her head there was frantic beating of wings and a very angry raven. Did you see that? Did you? Our nest gone, crushed, unbelievable. The height of inconsideration. The second raven fluttered up beside the third. Inconsiderateness, I think, is the word. Either one is acceptable, said the first judiciously. I don't care about the stupid word, the third raven cried. I care about our nest. Suddenly, Gretel was nearly blown off the tree by a swift burst of air. She turned. The dragon was hovering beside her, beating its translucent wings, staring at her with its terrible golden eyes. The dragon's mouth was no more than 6 feet away. He opened it. Kill, the third raven shrieked, in one of the more comical acts of heroism Gretel had ever seen. The raven dove at the dragon's head. The dragon snapped at it, and the raven turned and headed back for the tree. Retreat, he called. Temporary retreat. Now we're getting back to the narrator. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got a thing to get to. Luckily, we're almost done. We're closer to the end than it looks like because there's a bunch of extra stuff. Now, the third raven was not afraid of dying. As the ravens have already implied, there are some things that they do and some things that they do not do. Dying is one of the latter group. Of course, getting trapped in the stomach of a dragon is, even for a creature that cannot die, an indescribably unpleasant experience, though not quite as unpleasant, I would imagine, as getting out again. The dragon flew closer to Gretel. It snapped at her feet. Gretel could smell its hot, horrible breath, see the blood and the foam mingling between its long, sharp teeth, hear the beating of its enormous heart, out of time with the beat of its enormous wings. It lunged at her not only with its head, but with its entire body. It knocked the branch she was standing on clear off the tree. She fell and grabbed hold of the only thing she could, the dragon's neck. The dragon reared backwards. Perhaps if it had its full wits about it, it might have managed to get her off of its back, but it was drunk. It circled the air and snapped at its own shoulder, but could not manage to get her off. "Atta girl," cried the first raven. "Yee-haw," yelled the second. "Incoming," crowed the third, and it dove for the dragon's eyes. The dragon twisted away from them, and the attack beat its huge wings 3 or 4 times to rise above the tree. The ravens followed. Up, up, up through the black starry night they rose. Gretel held on tightly to the dragon's supple, scaly skin as its muscles rippled beneath her. Occasionally the dragon would twist to try to snap at her, but she was so close to its head she worried that it might use its claws to get at her, as a dog gets at fleas. But a dragon is not a dog, and it hadn't seemed to occur yet. From time to time, the ravens would reappear beside Gretel and make diving attacks in Dragon's eyes. "Avenge the nest!" cried the third raven. "A bird's nest is his castle!" cried the second, finally getting into it. "Habeas corpus!" cried the first, somewhat tangentially. So the dragon kept rising. The air became cold around Gretel's hands. Her knuckles turned blue. Soon she and the dragon were higher than the ravens could fly, but the dragon didn't seem to mind. Its transparent wings took them higher and higher still, until Gretel had to breathe hard to get any air at all, and her head began to spin. Still the dragon climbed. I don't like heights. And then Gretel heard a voice. It was low and soft and creepy. It said, "Fee, fi, fo, fesh, I think I smell child flesh." Gretel looked up. There, very, very close, was the moon. His eyes were hard and glistening like diamonds. His white lips were parted around his sharp ivory teeth. He was watching Gretel as the dragon rose. "Oh boy," Gretel muttered. Snap! The cold breath of the moon froze the sweat on Gretel's neck. The dragon felt it too and turned. The moon snapped again. The dragon twisted. The moon wanted nothing to do with the dragon. Not that the moon was afraid of dragons. The moon is not afraid of anything except the sun, and only then because the sun calls him names, and he does not appreciate that. Still, the moon does not generally bother dragons. Of course, the dragons do not often have children on their backs, and the moon rarely passes up opportunity to taste the succulent, tender meat of a child. Ugh. The dragon twisted, and the moon snapped its teeth. Twist, snap, twist, snap, twist, snap. Gretel fumbled at her belt. She wanted to be beaten by the moon, even less than by a dragon. She took out the little daggers. As the dragon twisted and the moon prepared to snap again, she plunged the dagger into the dragon's neck with all her might. It did not pierce the scales, but the dragon turned towards her and towards the moon. It screamed. Gretel fell through the air. Her arm was covered in black dragon blood. Above her, the dragon was screaming its terrible scream and writhing back and forth. Above that, the moon was trying to spit the disgusting dragon meat out of his mouth and cursing himself for missing Gretel's tender flesh. She watched them disappear into the blackness as she fell. Gretel would die any moment now. That was clear. She had been thousands of feet in the air, higher than the ravens could fly. Soon she would hit the ground, and all of her bones would be broken. And her great stream tonight. I do need to head for bed. Yeah, I'm getting off in a second too. I did not expect to be on this late. But I'm just so close to the end now that I've gotta just finish it up. Good night, Hannah. Thank you. Thank you for 14 concurrent viewers still being here at 2 in the morning. Appreciate you. Soon she would hit the ground and all the bones would be broken, and her brain would... Ooh, I don't like that. Says brain broken. And her heart would stop beating immediately, or she thought she would land on a sharp branch and be skewered like a piece of meat. Ugh. Her speed increased as she fell. The cold air grew a little warmer. She could see the stars twinkling at her from above. Then she hit something. It was soft, and she rolled off of it and kept falling. She hit another soft thing and then rolled off of that. She hit the third soft thing and then rolled off of that into the branches of a tree. She fell all the way down to the tree, hitting leafy branches as she fell. Then she hit the ground. She was not dead. She sat up and looked around. She was covered with black feathers. She heard a fluttering sound and saw the woozy black ravens, missing most of their plumage, settling on a branch of her head. "Ow," said the first raven. "Ow," said the second raven. "Ow," said the third raven. "That hurt," they all said at once. "You saved me," Gretel said. "Not intentionally," the third raven said. "You just happened to hit us on your way down," the second said. "Of course, we knew that would happen," said the first. "We just didn't know it would hurt so much." Suddenly, Gretel leapt to her feet and ran off in the woods. "Manners," said the third raven. "We saved her life, and she just runs off without a thank you?" said the second. "She's going to find her brother," said the first. "Oh, yes," said the second one. "We knew that," said the third. Gretel tore through the wood, branches slapping at her face, vines grabbing at her ankles. "Hansel," she cried. "Hansel!" The creepy child-eating moon shone down through the branches of the trees. She ran by his light. Ahead, in the shadow of a pine sapling, lay a body. It was face down on the ground. Gretel slowed and approached it. She turned it over and quickly turned away. It was not Hansel. It had a gash across its chest and half of a head. Adam! Adam Gidwitz, why? Gretel got up, swallowed bile, and began to run again. She saw another body lying half-brushed. She ran to it and pulled out. A woman. Chest caved in, neck was, ooh, God. Oh, that's horrifying. Bodies, more bodies. Gretel hadn't realized so many had fallen. There were dozens of them scattered lifeless in the woods. But where was Hansel? Where was he? Was he as lifeless as these bodies she found in the underbrush? Was he still as cold? Where was he? At the forest floor began to shine white pebbles. The white pebbles were lighting the way. She followed them. They brought her to the clearing. There, standing in the clearing center, was Hansel, covered in blood. She ran to him and threw her arms around him. "I'm okay," he said hoarsely. "It's not my blood. I was helping the wounded." She nodded and held him. They followed the path of shimmering pebbles out of the woods. As they walked to the creepy moon illuminated the forest floor and the bodies scattered among the silent trees. Some faces were covered in blood with eyes open but dead. Oof. Others were crashed beyond recognition. A hand lodged in the crook of a branch. A young woman lay face down, spread out bloody like a halo. Children hid their faces, lost lives, empty bodies. Hansel and Gretel held each other as they walked through the quiet, awful night. Children's book. YouTube, children's book. We are so close to the end, but I must depart. Good night. It'll be okay. Now, this is on the level of Animorphs. There we go. It's okay. You can come back and watch the end of the VOD if you want to know how it ends. We're just so close that I can't leave off now. Okay, take a breath. Last story. Here we go. Everyone breathe. Adjust the auras. Fluff the auras. Hansel and Gretel and their parents. Once upon a time, two children, a boy named Hansel and a girl named Gretel, followed a path of shimmering petals out of the dark, bloody wood and into a small town. The inn of the town was lit, and the children could hear loud voices within. They walked to the door, they opened it. They were met with a roar. "They live!" someone shouted, and they were swarmed by people, slapping their backs, rubbing their heads, embracing them. "You did it!" they cried. "You survived, and you saved us!" It was the man who had been hiding behind the tree. The woman was next to him. She beamed at them. "Most of us," someone said. The cheers began to fade. "And the dragon," another asked. Now all became silent. Hansel and Gretel stared at the people, their faces expectant and hopeful. "It lives," Gretel said, shaking her head. "The dragon lives." A long, heavy sigh passed the room. "We're sorry," Hansel said. "We've tried." "Oh, well, that's good." There was a young man sitting in the corner. He had a long, fresh cut across his face that was yellow with balm. "The children tried. Well, that makes it all better." Hansel and Gretel stared at the young man and his grotesque raw scar. "They had a cute little idea," he went on, "and they gave it a shot. Good for you two." His tone suddenly changed. "Do you know I nearly died out there? Do you know that we all nearly died?" "We didn't, though," said a large man with a beard. "We didn't. How many did?" "How many dead are there?" There was silence in their minds. Hansel and Gretel saw the bodies scattered among the trees. Gretel thought of the woman whose hair looked like a halo. They're children," the scarred man shouted. "Children. We followed children to fight a dragon. What were we thinking? What were any of us thinking?" He put his head in his arms at the table. The woman nearby placed a hand on his shoulder. She glared at Hansel and Gretel. The man with the beard stepped up to them. "Don't listen to them," he said. "You did good. Most of us lived. No one has even survived a fight with the dragon before." "And what's this on you?" said a woman, gesturing at Gretel. Gretel looked down. She was covered in the black blood of the dragon. "We hurt it," Gretel said. "We took two of its toes and cut the side of its face." She did not explain that the moon had bitten half of its cheek off. She wasn't sure they would understand. Her news was met with louder roar than the one that had met them when they entered. "Hurt it, took two toes, gashed its face." The bearded man squeezed each of their shoulders with a meaty hand. "You see, this was just the first battle. We'll get it next time. And now that we know we can beat it, you'll have 1,000 more recruits, 10,000 more. And it'll be 1,000 times smarter," the young man shouted from the corner, "and 10,000 times angrier. How many more people will die for this childishness? And now it will be worse than before. It will take revenge on all of us, on every one." Oh my god, we're so close to the end. We're so close. We're right there. There were scattered murmurs of agreement from the tavern. "What have we done?" he moaned. Gretel's face was scorching. Hansel's lips were pressed together so hard they had turned white. "There are dead in the forest," Hansel said at last. "Yes," said the veteran. "We'll tend to them. You go home now." The children turned and walked out of the tavern. As the door closed behind them, something hit and clattered to the floor. They walked back to the castle as the eastern horizon was just beginning to change from black to deep, deep blue. The moon had set. The air was cold, the moist after A while Gretel said, "It wasn't supposed to happen like that." So, Hansel answered suddenly. "It did. But how?" Gretel replied, shaking her head. "It must have known somehow." "Known what?" What knew?" "The dragon." "What are you talking about?" "It knew the plan. It saw the apples, and then it came through the woods and took us from behind." "It didn't know," Hansel scoffed. He felt cold and rubbed his arms up and down. "It did, about everything except the wine." Gretel kicked the road. "Who knew our plan?" "It didn't know," Hansel repeated. "Maybe it figured out the apples were a trap." His stomach twisted. "It was a stupid, childish plan." "No," Gretel said. "No, it knew." Smells like sequel setup. Okay, then this is on the level of Animorphs. Yes. Oh my god. It is 2:11. I'm gonna have to get off like immediately as soon as I finish this, not to leave you guys hanging. Oh my god. Should have been a half read, but oh well. We're already on page 223. At the palace, the queen rushed up to them, took them in her arms. "Oh, my dears, you're safe. Oh, thank God, you're safe." They told her what happened, and her face grew long and serious. "It isn't so bad. You wounded it. No one has ever done that before." The children nodded. You did a very brave thing. Very brave." She pulled them to her. When she released them, Hansel said, "Where's father?" "He locked himself in his room while you were gone," the queen replied. "He was so scared for you both that he was shaking. He said he tried to shave, but he cut himself. Quite seriously, it seems." "Aha! Will he be okay?" Gretel asked. "I'll be fine," their father said. Voice echoed from the hall. He limped towards them, bandage wrapped around his head. He took them in his arms. "Foolish of me, shaving at a time like this. It calms me down when the barber does it. But forget about your foolish father. You're all right. He saw the dragon blood on Gretel. What happened to you? What is that stuff?" So they all went and sat before the fire, and Hansel and Gretel told him about it too. "You were very brave," he said when they finished, "and you nearly did a very great thing. You nearly saved the kingdom from the dragon." "Nearly," Hansel and Gretel repeated the word together, and it stuck in their throats like a lump. Each saw in their minds the dead strewn across the forest floor. At last, the king and queen took the children to bed, and with Hansel helping his limping father up the stairs. Once in bed, their father kissed them both, and then their mother did, and they closed the door and went away. When their footsteps no longer sounded in the hall, Gretel sat up and opened the window curtains. The sun was beginning to come up, and she opened the window and let the cool morning breeze blow in. She shook her head to get terrible images of the night out of her mind, and the old weight had returned. "It knew," she said. "It knew our plan." Hansel sat up. He felt the weight too, heavier than ever, as if every person in his family was standing on his chest, every person in the kingdom of Grimm on top of that. "Come off it," he said irritably. "It saw us or hurt us or something. No one knew the plan until we were deep in the forest, and no more soldiers ran off. Mother and father knew it." "Oh, please," Hansel said. "Mother and father told the dragon?" Gretel admitted that sounded ridiculous. She sat looking at the window. The kingdom spread out before her under the rising sun. Maybe the dragon had seen the golden apples and figured it out. It had been an obvious trap, a stupid trap, a childish trap. But then, why did father have a bandage around his head? Gretel asked suddenly. "You heard him. He cut himself." Gretel nodded. After a moment, she said, "Why was he limping?" "Because," Hansel said, and then stopped. "Was he shaving his toes?" "Wait, I don't understand," said Hansel. Gretel stood up. "Father," she said. "What about him?" Hansel asked. "Father is the dragon." "What? When did the dragon first appear?" Gretel said. "When father went away to look for us." "When did it kill the kingdom's army?" "When father wasn't leading the army." "Who knew of our plan?" "Mother and father." "But the wine? You said the dragon didn't know what was in those barrels." Gretel paused, but then she replied, When did we decide to bring the wine?" "After we told them." "After we told them. And now he has a bandage on his head and he's limping." "No, it's him. It's our father." "It doesn't matter," Gretel said. She went to the clothes she had worn for the battle, lying in a bloody pile on the floor, and drew from her belt the small dagger. She walked over to the door and the hall opened it. She turned to Hansel. "I'm going to kill the dragon." We're getting real. We're almost there. Gretel walked slowly down the stairs and through the hall to their parents' room. She opened the door. The king stood in nightclothes beside the bed. His foot was thickly bandaged, and blood was seeping through the wrappings. "Where's mother?" Gretel asked. The king turned surprised. "I thought you would be sleeping," he said. "She's in chapel." "Why?" And then Gretel And then, Gretel, why do you have that dagger? What's wrong? You are the dragon, she said. What? You are the dragon, she shouted. She took a step toward him. He took a step back. She took a step toward him. Then she changed. Since she charged. Gretel, he cried as she thrust the dagger in his chest and stepped to the side and grabbed her arms. Gretel, stop! Stop! What are you doing? Just then, Hansel arrived at the door. He watched his father holding his sister's slender wrists with strong hands, and he was shouting at him, "You're the dragon! You're the dragon!" And trying to hit him with the point of the dagger, he shook her violently, and the dagger came loose in her hand. It clattered to the floor. He kicked it, and it slid under the bed. He held her wrist tightly. Gretel, what are you doing? Gretel's face was twisted with fury. You did this to us, she cried. You cut off our heads. You're the dragon. You killed those people. It's your fault, yours. And she lifted a little foot and brought it down on his bandaged toes, and as hard as she could. He threw his head back and screamed in pain. She stomped on the bandage again and again. The bandage began to slide off. Still, she stomped. Gretel, Hansel shouted, stop, you're hurting him. But Gretel fell to the ground. He's missing 2 toes, she said. He's missing 2 toes. Her father looked up at her. His eyes were not his eyes. They were golden, with neither whites nor pupils. Hansel, Gretel cried. Hansel had seen. She was looking for a weapon. Hanging on the wall, there was a sword. She took it down and moved toward her father, the dragon. His father stared at him through golden eyes. I'm sorry, father, Hansel whispered. It's not your fault, Gretel said. And then Hansel's sword cut through the air toward their father's neck, and at that moment both Hansel and Gretel remembered just what it had looked like, just what it had felt like when it had been them, not him. And Hansel took off their father's head at the neck, and it was rolling across the floor into a corner of the room. The king's headless body fell on a top of... I need a minute. Okay, so the king has no head. King is dragon, king has no head. King is dragon, king has no head. Okay. Just like that, everything was still. Gretel cradled her father's body. Hansel's bloody sword tip touched the stone floor. The light in the room was yellow like the morning. The birds outside did not sing. Then, out from where their father's head had once been, attached to his body, 2 tiny claws emerged. They were quickly followed by spindly black legs, and then golden eyes, and the head of a miniature worm-like dragon. Its long, thin, black, blood-covered body slipped out of the king's neck and scrambled down his shoulder, and before she could even move over Gretel's lap and onto the floor, it skittered frantically toward the sewage grate, its claws scratching and scraping against the bedroom flagstones. Gretel shrieked, and Hansel flung himself at it, striking at its skeletal body with his sword. One furious blow broke it back. The next decapitated it completely, but Hansel didn't stop. He raised the sword and brought it down again and again and again until the evil little creature was nothing more than a mess of black pulpy pieces. Oof, what a way to say that. Well, that's what you get. Karma. I think that's called karma, you know? Hansel, breathing hard, eyes aflame, took the ash shovel from the fireplace. He collected the tiny beast's mangled remains and threw them into the fire. The flames roared in greeting, and they did a long, high, terrible scream pierced the air, just like the screams Hansel and Gretel had heard in the woods. A moment later, all was silent again. The golden smoke drifted lazily from the blazing fire to the chimney, and then onto the morning air. The dragon was dead. Hansel looked to Gretel. She sat bent over her father's lifeless body. She was crying. Hansel came to her side and hugged her, and Hansel and Gretel, brother and sister, sat on the floor of their parents' room and thought of all they had seen and all they had done, and they wept. And it says the end, but we're not actually at the end. Almost. It says the end almost. Quick, Gretel whispered through her tears. Bring me his head. Hansel looked to the corner where it had come to rest. He went to it, and gingerly trying not to look, he picked it up. Then he brought it to his sister. From her pocket, Gretel had taken out the warlock's twine. It was nearly... It's Chekhov's twine. It was nearly nothing. Just a frayed strand, no thicker than a hair. Hold his head on, she said. So Hansel put her father's head on his neck. Then Gretel wrapped the twine around it and fumblingly tied it. As she untied it, the twine snapped. She let it fall to the ground. They watched the skin of their father's neck creep together, healing before their eyes, but he did not move. Gretel began to cry harder. Hansel cried too. We forgive you, Gretel said. We do, Hansel agreed. Their tears fell on him, and he moved. Gretel nearly threw him off of her. She was so surprised. The king groaned. Father? Father? Gretel cried. He groaned again. His eyes opened slowly. Hello, he said. Hansel and Gretel fell upon him. Oh, father, you're all right. You're all right, Gretel said. We wish we hadn't had to do that, Hansel said, but we did have to. I understand, he said, and then blinking at them as if he had walked into the sunlight after a long time in darkness, he said, I understand, my children. Just then, they heard footsteps in the hall. The queens. Hansel looked at his father, covered in blood. Father, he said, did mother know you were the dragon? No, their father replied. I didn't know myself until just now. I kept waking up in strange places. I really did think I was shaped. Okay, get in the wardrobe. Their father got in the wardrobe. Just as he did, their mother entered the room. Did you have a nice time praying, mother? Hansel asked. This poor woman is like, this is horrible deja vu. She took the children in her arms. Oh, I can barely pray. I think only of the dragon and of our poor kingdom. Gretel said, what if we told you, mother, that we knew who the dragon was, and that the only way to stop the dragon would be to kill that person? The queen looked back and forth between the two children. You know who it is, then we must do it right away. No matter who it is, Hansel said. No matter who it is. It's father, the children said at once. The queen gasped. She fell to the floor and wept bitterly. After a long time, she said, if you're sure it's him, you can prove it. Then yes, I couldn't do it, but I would understand. The children looked at each other and then said at the same time, are we glad you said that? Then they walked over to the wardrobe and let out their father, all covered in blood. The queen screamed. Then Hansel and Gretel explained it all, and the queen wept and beat the king's chest with her hands, but after that she laughed through her tears and threw her arms around all of them, and she wept some more. You're all okay, she said, the tears streaming down her face. We're all okay, they said together. And they held on to one another, one big, happy, sad, complicated family, as tightly as they always should have. The end, nearly. We just have one last little bit. Come on, Adam. Gonna have to play catch up on my Sailor Moon block, thanks to you. I'm sorry, before I tell you the very, truly, absolutely end, I've got to interject one last time, for fun, or to help you if I can, though I wouldn't count on it. Why did this particular beheading have to happen? Why something so awful, so gruesome, so upsetting? Why was their father the dragon, and did they really, really have to cut off his head? And what about everything that came before that? All the blood and all the pain, what sense did any of it make? Is there any sense at all? I don't know. I mean, what does understanding have to do with returning to your family, or cutting off your finger have to do with turning into a wild beast? What does an old crone with a shackle on her leg have to do with faithful Johann, or 3 black ravens with cages full of white doves? Why is the moon creepy and cold while the stars are bright and kind? Why was the widow a good parent and yet no more able to protect Gretel than the bad parents? What did all of this mean? These strange, scary, dark, grim tales. I told you already, I don't know. Besides, even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You see, to find the brightest wisdom, one must pass through the darkest zones, and through the darkest zones there can be no guide. No guide, that is, but courage. As Hansel and Gretel... Oh my god. I just want to be done with this book, Adam! It's 2:30 in the morning. As Hansel and Gretel and the Queen and King held each other, the final golden fumes of the dragon drifted from the chimney and out onto the morning air. The gold mingled with the sunrise and slowly sufficed itself over the whole kingdom. As people woke that morning, they saw it. They were drawn out of their houses by it, and the beautiful golden smoke that floated beneath the clouds. They followed it without wondering, without saying a word. They followed it as if they knew upon seeing that something had happened, something important, and that to find out what it was, all they had to do was follow the golden smoke. Along the roads, the subjects of Grimm walked silently toward the source of the beautiful golden light, toward the castle. You never told us, the queen said to her children as they were on the floor of the bedroom, blood winding through the crevices of the stones, collecting little pools. You never told us where you've been and what you've done. Hansel and Gretel looked at each other. You don't have to tell us, their father said gently. Not now, not ever if you don't want to. Hansel held his sister in his gaze. His eyes ocean blue, sunbright. Her eyes ocean blue, sunbright, were happier, clearer than he had seen them in a long, long time. Gretel returned to her brother's stare. He looked unburdened, lighter, and he looked older than he had ever looked. Not old with care, old with wisdom. We can tell you now, Gretel said. So they did. Hansel started with what Johann had told him about the old king lying in his deathbed. Gretel planned to pick up as soon as she and Hansel entered the story. But just then there was a knock on the king and queen's chamber door. Yes, said the king. A servant poked his head in. Excuse me, your majesty, he said. Then he saw blood on the king. Your majesty, are you all right? I'm fine, he said. What is it? The servant named Wilhelm shook his head and tried not to stare at the blood. Your people, he went on. They're standing outside the castle. They're standing outside the castle. What people? The subjects. Which subjects? The queen demanded. All of them, your majesties. The king and queen leapt to their feet. But why? The queen asked. I'm not sure, he said. The servant, I think it might have to do with the golden smoke. What smoke? Said the queen. The dragon, Gretel whispered to her. What? The king said. Hansel gave him a meaningful look. Oh, he said. Right. He turned to his wife. Should we go down? He looked concerned. The queen looked at her children. It's okay, Hansel said, and Gretel nodded. But the queen said, no, let them wait. But your majesty, the servant said, they're calling for you. Let them call, the queen replied. The king added, try to keep them entertained. The servant was about to protest again, but on seeing the expressions on his master's faces, thought better of it. He closed the door. Hansel and Gretel smiled at their parents, and Hansel started again. In the hallway, the other servants crowded around Wilhelm. What are we supposed to do? One asked. Keep them entertained, Wilhelm said, somehow. What are they saying in there? Another asked. I think I hear children talking. So the servants leaned their heads against the door. Hansel was telling of the portrait of the golden princess. Quick, Wilhelm said. Go get everyone you can, every servant in the castle. So one of them did, and the others continued to listen at the door. When all the servants were assembled, Wilhelm said, Jacob and I, he gestured to the servant at his right, are going to listen to the door and relay everything we hear. Then you pass it down as best you can to the next servant and keep passing it all the way out to the balcony. The royal crier will stand on the balcony and relay it all to the subjects. He turned to the staff. Go and make food for everybody. Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. I see you. I see what he did there. For everybody? The chief cook exclaimed. Everybody. And so the plan was carried out. Hansel and Gretel told the whole tale from the old king's deathbed all the way through the beheading of their father, and the servants related as best they could, down the halls of the castle and out to the royal crier, who was in turn relaying it to the people of the kingdom of Grimm. The storytelling took all throughout the day and into the early evening, and then as the stars were beginning to twinkle, but before the creepy moon had made an appearance in the southern sky, Hansel and Gretel finished. The family hugged one another once more, very tightly, and stood up. They stretched their arms and legs, and then they went to the door. The servants had retreated to opposite walls of the corridor. When the king came out, he asked what they were all doing there. Wilhelm said they were ready to take them down to the great balcony, where their subjects were still waiting. They'd been fed. You fed them? The queen said. That was very clever of you. Wilhelm bowed. What did you tell them? The king asked. Wilhelm rubbed his hand nervously over his hair. He looked at Jacob and the other servants. They all looked at the floor. He said, we told them what Hansel and Gretel told you about their adventure. The queen raised an eyebrow. And let me be the first to congratulate the children, he asked quickly, on the successful vanquishing of the dragon. We all are more grateful than words can express, and he said it like he meant it. The queen looked at the king, but the king only smiled. Fine, he said. Well done, that's fine. He too said it like he meant it. Then the royal family followed the line of servants down to the balcony. The subjects of the kingdom of Grimm were spread out before the balcony in thousands, sitting on the ground, eating the suppers that the kitchen had provided them, and listening to the end of the story with rapt attention. I understand, the crier was saying, as the king and queen and Hansel and Gretel emerged from behind him. I understand, my children. A roar erupted from the subjects. The crier, thinking the roaring was for him, his telling of the story, took a little bow, but then he saw the royal family. Quickly, he retreated. The subjects' cheers were deafening. Hansel and Gretel stood before them and took it all in. They smiled. Gary Oldman voice. Everyone. Yes. I like how we're just determined to finish this book at this point. I swear, tomorrow we're gonna read Nancy Drew notebooks and chill. This has been a lot. The king raised his hands, the subjects grew quiet. I have something I must say, he announced. These two children have killed the dragon when everybody else had tried and everyone else had failed. The subjects cheered wildly. The king raised his hands again for silence. The dragon would have destroyed the kingdom altogether. He went on. It would have left an empty ruin. He paused. He tried to swallow down a thickness that had developed in his throat. I would have left an empty ruin. I didn't know what I was doing, of course. I did not know I was the dragon, but the dragon, I would have destroyed this kingdom if Hansel and Gretel had not stopped me. The people of Grimm stared. I can no longer be king. How could I, after what I have done? In the kingdom of Grimm, not a single person made a single sound. I am passing my crown on, and I ask my wife to do the same. We will pass our crowns to our children. A murmur swept through the crowd. To Hansel and Gretel. To children? Yes, the king declared. They are children, but they are the wisest, bravest children I have ever known. My wife and I will help them as long as they need us to. But, and here he held up his hand, and all murmuring stopped. There is a wisdom in children, a kind of knowing, a kind of believing that we, as adults, do not have. This is the time when a kingdom needs its children. These children, King Hansel and Queen Gretel. Total silence. They will, of course, marry other people, the queen added. Oh, thank God. And then the tall man from Bosch and the bald one with the boxer nose shouted out, but they're just little kit. But before they could finish, someone else called out. It was the young man with long hair and fresh raw scar on his face, the one from the tavern. He climbed up onto the shoulders of a friend. Hansel and Gretel saw him. His face was shining. They saved us from the dragon, he cried. Long live King Hansel. Long live Queen Gretel. This book doing too much. The people of Grimm gazed up at Hansel and Gretel. There was something in what the king had said about children, about these children. Long live King Hansel, the young man shouted again. And then someone else took up the cheer. Long live Queen Gretel. Another cried, and another, more and more, rising up in tumult, all around Hansel and Gretel. Long live King Hansel, long live Queen Gretel. As they looked out over the people of Grimm, their father leaned down to them and said, These subjects are your children now. And their mother said, You must take care of them. Better, their father added, than we took care of you. Hansel turned to him and, smiling, gesturing at the crowd, said, It looks like you did all right. Gretel reached out and took her father's hand and then her mother's. The subjects continued to cheer till their throats strained and the sky, I can tell you a little bit about that, and the sky seemed to whirl. Long live King Hansel, they cried. Long live Queen Gretel. Long live Hansel and Gretel. And do you know what? They did. The actual end. Well, probably something horrible is gonna happen. That's the actual end. I can't believe that is 250 pages of a book. Ooh, thank you guys for sticking that out with me. That was very long. I actually forgot how much for all of the unhingery, I really do appreciate this book. I think it's a book that doesn't talk down to kids, obviously, and I think that's good. So, yes, we did it. We did it. We read A Tale Dark and Grim. I appreciate you guys for being here. I can't believe we read it all in one night. I was thinking that we were going to do 2 nights of reading, but here we are. I now need to go look into doing a makeup for my Sailor Moon block that I've missed for the second time today. So I will let you guys go. But thank you guys all so much for being here. As always, look at the kittens. I can't handle the kitten. I can't believe I ate, right? I can't believe I read the entire thing. I hope you guys don't find it too traumatizing, although by some of the comments in chat, I can see that Animorphs is going to be just as bad, if not worse. So at least that is a thing. So thank you guys, though, for being here. I will see you tomorrow night with Nancy Drew notebooks so we can just chill. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. I am losing my voice, so I will let you go. But good night. I'll see you soon. You'll love it. It's great. I can't wait for the trauma. What is this channel for if not going through trauma together as a group? Good night, everybody. Bye.